welcome.
I would go for your butt, probably. Surprise communism! Surprise Taus! Or whatever. Hi, cuties. Hi, I'm just here early. Surprise communism. Surprise communism. I'm me. I'm communism. Raw, darling. Ooh, wow, 2 of them. Raw, darling. Hi, sweetie pie. Capitalism! Capitalism! It's true. Hi there, sweethearts. Welcome on in. How are you? I missed you terribly. It has been under 24 hours, which is way too long to be away from my pals. I'm just saying. Just saying. I always say it, but I'm saying it anyway. You know. Hi there, lovely Lucy. Welcome on in. And Precious Patty, welcome in as well. Oh, please wait. Please wait. Loading. Loading complete. Thank you so much for the ballot tag. Sweet Shadowgun. Lovely Lawbit. Nick's Mato Slice Jam Slice. Awesome Aussie. Lovely Lil Bit. Incredible Icy. Terrific Talim. Terrific Asuna. Amazing Asuna. Incredible Eisen. Fabulous Nobody. It's so good to see you again, Nobody. Thank you for coming in. I hope that you have recently made the lovely Lil Bit the most divine food. I was actually gonna say, just a shout out to my beloved, the love of my literal life, Nath, made me the most fucking amazing, like, chicken and pineapple sauce thing yesterday, and there were leftovers today. Oh! The best lunch, dude. Oh my God, so yummy. Anyway, thank you for the pal hat, lovely stays. I appreciate you. How are you? How are you? How are you? Also, thank you so much, lovely Lolbit, for the 1-5-15 stream streak. I appreciate it. Yummy is right. It was so good, dude. Oh my God, it was yummy as fuck. Fabulous Fiji. Hi, Fiji. Welcome on in. How are you? I hope that you can be satisfied by my presence when the precious Pucky is not live. I know our lives are made the worst by not having a Pucky live. Oh, do you know what? Do you know who else is live? Who's a fucking sick streamer who I just saw go live, who I'm going to have on my head for the rest of the day because he belongs there. Hold on. You guys get to watch the Whoa!
We'll
They
get
made
to
the
watch
same
the
icon in real life.
Yeah, that is correct. That is correct. Yeah. For some reason the player's not playing. Please bear with me for a moment while I. Okay, now it's playing. Ozzy, you're not first. I was there first. Ah! Let's get a shout out for Sweet and Safe to start the day off right, exactly where it belongs, which is us overpowering Save's shout out part of the shout out battle. Let's do that, please. You guys are gonna watch the timer tick down because it's important to me that you guys get over there. You got less than 4.5 minutes. Go see Sweet as Save. He's an outstanding, amazing streamer, an amazing friend, an amazing mod, an amazing everything. So please go support him if you haven't yet, please. Pretty please. Terrific Tatlin, thank you for the 55 stream streak. Much appreciated. Also, hey, Ozzy, thank you so much for donating $7 before stream even started. I appreciate you. Ozzy has purchased the Spark Portals add-on for the Minecraft server. So if you guys are interested in joining the Minecraft server of the Pouch, please go on over there and join it. Do it, please. Hi, Save. It's the sweetest Save in my chat. Are you sure you want to be here? But you guys, please, he's going live in like 3.5 minutes. 3.5 minutes. Zealous Zara, how are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome. Is it Java or Bedrock? I think it's Bedrock. I'm pretty sure it's Bedrock. Am I right about that, Minecraft house? Let me see. Lovely Lucy, uppies. Yay, good Lucy. And lovely Lolbit as well, uppies. Yay, good Lolbit. Ooh, engage. Of course you can have uppies. Uppies for engage. Good, engage. Incredible. I see. Hi. How are you? Rumble's operating perfectly.
Oh, hallelujah. Oh my God, I was so worried because I have no clue what I'm doing with Minecraft, so. Let's see. Oh shit, she got out of the computer. Let's see. Easy way to make TauTassieTiger happy. Food. Well, a little bit. You would know. You do make the best cookies I have ever fucking consumed, and I am only slightly upset with the US for having you on its soil and not having you on Australian soil. I'll tell you what. Eisen up is! Good Eisen. I'm in bed with a candle going comfy under my blankets. Tau on and my book beside me. I'm also on my phone so I don't start drawing when Tau does. Oh, okay, fair enough, lovely Space Cat. That's a good idea. We do need you to get some good sleep, honey. Awesome, Aussie. Appis. Good Aussie. Hold on. Bruh, I don't know. I'm sick. I don't know. I'm like mildly sick all the fucking time, I swear to God. Sita Soritza, how are you? It's so good to see you, darling. Welcome, welcome. And amazing Asuna, how are you, sweetie? It's so good to see you. Let's see. The volume lowering means act fast. It's true. I'm gonna continue reading through here, but I just want to prepare you guys. I do have something that I need to talk to you guys about, because it was brought up with me by a mod and also by a couple of pals and new pals and people who might have become pals if not for this thing happening. So please stick around until I finish reading up, and then I'll say the thing I need to say, and then I will scroll back down, okay? Let me see. Scroll. Thank you guys so much for my pal attacks. I appreciate it. And Void, wow, hello, how are you? It's good to see you. Precious Pelly, thank you for contributing to the Funny and Game Challenge. Gorgeous Gecko, how are you? It's so good to see you as well. Welcome, welcome. Magnificent Mary, how are you? Are you already in the save chat? Let's have a look. There is a maid in the save. A maid in the save. Oh, it's my 8-month anniversary. Whee! Okay. Sorry, save. I can't hear. Holy fuck! Storm! 505 stream streak. That is absolutely unfathomable. I'm gonna be saying that for every single stream streak you share from here on out, but 505 streams. 505 streams is insane. Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much. 505, that's right, 505. Good job, Save, you counted. I'm kidding. He looks offended. I don't know if he has me, if he's listening to me. He does have the brain capacity to probably listen to me and talk at the same time. Pretty incredible stuff. Anyway, thank you for the 505 Pseudostorm. That is incredible. Genuinely so impressed with that. By far the most stream streakage of any pal ever. Talon, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream and the movie night. Let me see here. Okay, all right. So that's as far up as I can scroll. I'm gonna scroll back down so that I can start reading what you guys have said when I finish saying this thing. But, my darling precious pals, as you know, I am in love with this community. I am so happy that you guys are so cozy and comfy and loving and welcoming. And I never ever want that to stop, okay? That makes this community truly unique. However, there's been a lot of people who have been doing that exclamation point hug thing to like strangers or like brand new people who have just come in for the very first time or have come in with a raid or even established pals, established people coming in here who get really uncomfortable with that, okay? I want you to think about this space as like a clubhouse, okay? where we all go to be nice and cozy and warm and know that there is so much love and adoration just in this room. But if a brand new person who has never walked in here before comes in and we just grab them and hug them, do you know how uncomfortable that is? A lot of you who are using the exclamation point hug command, I think actually you probably do know how uncomfortable that is for people to come in to a space, for you to go into a space in real life and just have a bunch of people swarming you and hugging you or giving you kisses on the cheek or something like that. Let's not do that to brand new people, okay? We gotta read the room. We gotta understand that people's tolerance and boundaries are different from ours, okay? So please, 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 if we get a raid and it's from someone we don't know or someone who hasn't been established here or you haven't seen them do like an exclamation point hug to you or something like that, please don't do it to them, okay? And there was a segment a few streams ago that I've been made aware of. I'm not calling anybody out, okay? But I saw in retrospect, not at the time, I think I was replying to stuff, but in retrospect, going back and looking at it, I saw an established pal hugging somebody, and then the person said, "Hey, I don't really like that," and then the pal said, "Oh, but you will." Okay, that's very, very inappropriate. Boundaries and comfiness go hand in hand, okay? You cannot be, consent is cool, void, correct. Consent is cool, very cool. And if someone is saying, you know, or even if they're not saying it, right? Because again, people shouldn't necessarily have to be like, "Hey, please don't touch me," even in an online space. Please don't touch me without knowing who I am or what my boundaries are. They shouldn't have to do that, okay? So just don't exclamation point hug people unless they are an established part of this community and they respond to you. If you do it one time and they don't do it, never do it again, okay? It's a save on my head, and me on a save head. But yes, again, I want to reiterate, I love that you guys hug each other. It's wonderful. It makes me so happy, and I love all the hugs. You guys can all exclamation point hug me to the moon and back. Totally fine. But I don't want this community's cozy vibes to get disrupted by being creepy vibes. And I'm not talking creepy scary. I'm talking creepy gross, okay? Really, really do not want that, okay? So please, please, please wait until there is some kind of clear consent. If you see someone who is coming in and they're like, "Oh my gosh, it's so warm in here. It feels like a warm hug." Something like that. If they say something like that, you can probably exclamation point hug them then, okay? And see what they feel like. And then, you know, if they're like, smiley face, don't do it again, okay? The only time you should be hugging people is if they're hugging you back, right? We don't like chasing people around and just like squeezing them, even if they're standing there stiff as a board, okay? And never, ever, ever, ever do I want to see that kind of, "Oh, don't worry, the longer you're here, the more you'll accept it." I feel kind of sick to my stomach just saying that. That sounds really gross. That sounds awful. So please, be respectful of others. Consent is important in all areas of our lives, okay? Including here, and actually especially the pouch, okay? So, I hope that is clarifying. That is going to net you a serious, like, official warning if I see that kind of behavior from now on, okay? Yeah. If anything is unclear about what I said about, like, hugs must be reciprocal, let me know. I want to make sure that I don't never want to see the exclamation point hug thing, right? I love that you guys do that. I genuinely do. But you gotta find the right people for it, right? You hug your mom, you hug your best friend, you hug your partner, you hug a pal. You do not hug the random stranger on the street, right? So that's kind of what I'm getting at. But anyway, I'm gonna read down now. And like I said, if you have any questions at all, please feel free to ask. I just want to make it clear that, yeah, we want this place to be cozy and comfy for all and welcoming for all, including people who are not particularly enthused by physical touch or the idea of physical touch. I do understand we're on the internet. I do understand it's just an exclamation point hug, but that can bring up some negative feelings, negative memories, negative emotions, and this place is not about that, right? Okay, let's see. Sorry, I'm just scrolling. I'm glad the realm got fixed, especially with input from Nix and Lav. They've helped in the background too, so props to them also. Yay! Great job to Nix and Lav and Ozzy as well for that. And thank you for the care package, Precious Panda. Thank you, sweetheart. 505? I'm jealous and impressed. I could never keep that number up. That is a crazy number. Fuck, sorry. Oh, shit, there was a Southern Belle redeem. I'm so sorry. I think I was like in my own head about the hug thing. Hey, howdy there, darling. There we go. I'm so sorry about that, Void. You got, there's been a whole 10-minute delay. I'm so sorry. I couldn't hear you down the line there. All right, let's see. Tad casually dropping some heavy foreshadowing like that, and then just going back to read messages like nothing has happened is a little stressful. I'm so sorry, Engage. It's never my intent to be stressful. I never want to make you guys feel like it's like, we gotta talk, you know, we need to talk. But at the same time, I didn't want to blindside you guys. That's why I was like, okay, probably telling you guys like 2 or 3 minutes before I'm gonna say something. I would never keep you for like an hour, or God forbid, till the end of stream, you know what I mean? Never, darling. Let me see here. Imagine jumping the newcomers with hugs. And that's why I stay in the corner. You don't gotta stay in the corner. Again, that's not my intent by saying that and rehashing that rule and that kindness. Again, it's just yeah, like I said, if you got any questions about it, please feel free to put them here, or if you want to ask me privately, you can also DM me. Let me see here real quick. Consent is cute, people. It's true, Void. Let's see. You need to be considerate of people and be very respectful. It's true. Oh, but you will. That's it. Who made the new pal uncomfortable? Yeah, that was not great. I haven't reached out to that person yet, but I'm contemplating it. Because this is not a person who's known for that kind of behavior, which is I'm like, I don't know. I'm just kind of hoping that by making a public kind of announcement to remind you guys of this rule and this kind of respectfulness, I won't have to talk to that pal. That's a new word I just heard. I thought retrospect is a game. Now, retrospect means to look back, you know? It's kind of like, at the time I was really pissed off, but in retrospect it wasn't a big deal, right? Let's see here. A slight change, to slightly change a game quote, nothing is more badass than treating people with respect. Correct. That is exactly right, Terrific Talon. That is exactly right. Let's see here. Being frank, I got overwhelmed with the hug. I do genuinely like them, but more than 3 is a bit much. There you go. That's so fair, Space Cat. So, see, and there's a lot of people who won't be as comfortable as Space Cat to come out and say that. And that should be okay, because we shouldn't just be hugging people, or you know, being like, I don't know. You don't want to, I am a bit overly friendly, but it's because that's kind of the vibe, right? That's the vibe of who I am as a person. But we want to make sure, you notice I still am not being like, oh, you know what, stranger, let me just, new raiders, let me give you a hug. I'm not even doing that, right? I'm just saying, welcome on in. Such a pleasure to have you. But yeah, so there you go. Space Cat has just set a very gentle, but firm, boundary for himself, okay? So let's not give Space Cat too many hugs, all right? If you see someone's already hugged Space Cat, you probably don't need to give them another hug. Who wants a hug? I'll take a free hug. I'll take free hugs too. Yeah, it's just not for everyone. I want the caution, wait, Catalina. I'm sorry, not quite the time for that, but it's a pleasure to have you nonetheless. Consent is cool, but if someone says anything that makes anyone uncomfortable, I'm snitching. I'm hunting down that free man. Best to keep in mind, let the new pals do it first, and then you can consider doing it to them. Don't force it on people. That's true. That is probably the safest way to do it. If you see somebody who is like, you know, hugging you, and you are like, I'm down for that, you know, then you just hug them back. But yeah, don't greet random people that way who ain't been here, okay? Let me see. Tao loves hugs. When the dark abyss of the ocean envelops you, it's kind of like a hug. Ah! 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 That's me dying, just so you know. We need a fist bump. Even still, like a fist bump is still something that you don't necessarily want to, like, you don't want to leave it hanging, but you simultaneously don't want to just, like, you know, give them out, dish them out willy-nilly to strangers, right? It's very understandable, yeah. That's a bit more approachable. Fist bumping a stranger is a casual. Well, that is also true, but I feel like, you know, I don't know. I mean, would you guys like a fist bump? Like, command? Would you like that? Thanks to Shamey for raising the alarm about the keep inventory bug. Yep, excellent. Thank you very much, Shamey. Let me see here. You just got a new badge. Congrats, Rita. Hey, see, you can get that new badge by watching 10 hours of stream this week. Cow opens the 24-hour stream with, "This is important, we need to talk," and then proceeds to leave it hanging until the end of the stream. I would never do that to you. That's terrible. Oh, that's so shitty. How are you though, gorgeous geeks? It's so good to see you. Welcome, howdy. Let's see. Red, thanks so much for contributing to movie night. I appreciate it. Evening to you, darling. How are you? Valos, how are you? Howdy, howdy. I'll take a hug. Tiger hugs are the best. Happy to give you a hug, darling. Hugs for you, lovely panda. I love hugs. I bet Tao hugs are awesome. I have been told I give pretty good hugs. And if someone were to want one from me and I were in the mood to give one, I would happily give some pals some hugs. Fist bump? Nah, we need bro fists. Yeah, you want bro fist, not fist bump? Bump fist? Bump fist. Let me see here real quick. I've noticed Streamlabs seems to hug everyone. Maybe we should have a word with this Streamlabs person. Yeah, it's all a conspiracy, you see, Engage, because we whisper into Streamlabs' ear. We go hug that person. And then Streamlabs goes, with pleasure. And then it runs on over to him and gives him a hug, and then it comes on back and it goes, did I do well? Let's see here. Don't worry, I'm not gonna kill Tao tonight. You did almost kill me yesterday a little bit. That was hilarious. All right, let's see here. I think we actually have caught up. Time's up. Wait, did I miss the? Oh, I did. Sorry. Back. I'm back. Thank you so much, Wood, for your amazing patience while I got through everything there. No problem. Happy to help, especially with the pouch realm. I have so much in there. Yay! I'm so glad you guys are using it again. Thank you for the care package, Aussie. All right. Can I still use hug everyone since no valid target is specified? Yeah, that's probably okay. I don't see that being being too big of an issue.
Pretty
lovely
lady.
Pretty lady. Lovely luck. Thank you for my head pat. Thank you, thank you. I have 2 interviews next week, which means I have nothing to do tomorrow. And you can bet I'm gonna use that to do nothing, as you deserve to, sweetheart. What did I tell you? What did I tell you, geeks? You're gonna have a job before the end of August. Didn't I predict it? You are just about there, and I cannot wait until you come in here. And you go, so,
I got a job before the end of August. Those are your exact words, okay? Write those down. Write it down! Write that down! Let me see. Tass said a bad word. Job. I'm so sorry. Inappropriate. Sounds good. Just wanted to make sure because Mayspot might be sad. You can't yell at me. That is very fair, Eisen. That is very fair. Nobody hate me when I end up in a gambling sector. It's sketchy, but I need a job. You do need a job. I totally understand, honestly. I've worked jobs I was not thrilled with or proud of because I really needed one. I hope that you can save up some money and enjoy the job as much as possible, and then you can find something that actually fulfills you, you know what I mean? I cry on Fridays. That means I have work on the weekends, morning shifts, waking up at 5 a.m. to do the opening shift at Wendy's. No, don't cry. Don't cry. Tao, remember how I said I had something in the works with my artist / bestie Mello? Check out Art Chat. She just finished. Okay, let me have a look. Let me see. You guys are gonna be so proud of me. I only have 2 unread notifications. Actually, it's only 1 because I just wanted to check on that. Okay, let me see. Art. Oh, very cool. Super cute. Oh my gosh, I love the little dumpling with the spoon. That's so cute. Nice. Well done. Well done. Super cute. Very, very cute. Also, see the space cat? I wanted to tell you, your watercolor stuff is super cute. Also, I need to get rid of this. We have to remove that from save space. There we go. How dare disrupt the save face. All right. Well, we are gonna do some raffles. Yay, raffles! You may see that we have, we set our weekly sub goal. It's because you guys, very, very kindly and successfully, got 165 subs, I think. So we are going to, do that spin. I just have to, hold on, I gotta open up a new tab here. Wheel of names. Ta-da! Okay, so firstly, this spin is going to go for a singular chibi piece of art for whoever it lands upon. Is it gonna work? Is it gonna work? Hold on, it's thinking. Whoa, why is it so big? Why is it so big? Okay, ta-da! All right, let's spin that wheel. Save, could you please present the wheel? Could you please present the wheel? No, okay, he's in the middle of the game. All right, here we go. Yeah. Thank you guys so much for the absolutely amazing support this last week. I really do appreciate it. It has meant the world, and what an amazing celebration it's been for partnership and everything. Cutie cat. Cutie cat is gonna be thrilled. Oh my gosh, she's gonna be so fucking hyped. Yay! But yes, congrats to Cutie Kata. I will let Kata know. Thank you, Sudastara. I appreciate it. Okay, and now we have and I will, hold on, I will open this up so you guys can actually see it. Boop. Does that work? No, one sec. We gotta do some community giveaways now. In case you guys are new here or need the reminder, we actually do this really unique thing in this community where the pals, you guys, just very generously give things away. You give away, like, some of you give away like art and drawings, adoptables, game keys, beta keys, stuff like that. So all you have to enter is be a part of the Discord, go down to community giveaways, and literally just find the game you want. Let's say I really want Dice Folk, okay? Boop. That's all you gotta do. That's how you enter. And you don't even have to be here for the spin, by the way. So make sure that you do have a little, at least a weekly look through here, because the wonderful Yuki, Gorgeous Geeks, Sweetest Storm, Amazing Umbra, Cutie Cloak, Amazing Aspen, fantastic Shadow Princess, like a bunch of Precious Pals often put stuff in there. So yeah, if you guys would like to win Dice Folk,
probably go on in here and give this bad boy a thumbs up, hey? Thank you for putting that in the ode art, sweetest strat. So, Dice Folk is a tactical roguelike game based on customizable dice and monster catching mechanics. That's cool. On your adventure as a Chimera summoner, you'll meet dozens of unique and powerful creatures that you can recruit to create the perfect team. Play as Aliyah, a young Dice Folk here to discover her ability to befriend Chimera and fight back against evil. I think that's evil. So, let me clear our wheel. Nice. We already have 13 more people who want to be, not 13 more, sorry. There we go. We got Talent. I'll just put Talent. I know who that is. Lovely Dahlia. Fabulous Lil Bit. Lovely Lucy. Hold on. I do know a lot of your PFPs, but just to make sure. Yeah. Dime. Beauty Cloak. Sweetest Storm. Valiant Vash, Amazing Umbra, Sweetest Shadow Gun, oh my, Shadow Bun. Oh, Shadow Bun, that's cute. Shadow Bun, what would a Shadow Bun taste like? Little bit, can you make me a Shadow Bun for Halloween? Hey there, Cutie Calnay, how are you? It's so good to see you. I hate ads, okay. Shadow Gun, let's see, Sweetest Sadu, Valiant Veneer, Sweet Strat, Cutie Cat, and Gorgeous Gray. All right, I have 15 people on here. If this changes to 16, I will add you. By the time I get to 0, I'm gonna count down from 10. If not, we are gonna spin. So, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, spinning! I've become a cartographer for the world for Dustborn Devils. What is that? Also, challenge accepted? Ah! I can't wait to see a lovely little bat. Oh, it's gonna be so cool. Vash! The Valiant Vash has 1 Dice Folk. Yay! Congrats to lovely Vash. Congrats to lovely Vash. Ballin'. Hey there, Mord. Welcome on in. How are you? It's a pleasure to meet you. Hope you are having a wonderful one. But I am basically going all in on making a map. Oh, cool, Calnay. I hope you'll share it with us when you're done. Ah, lovely Luna. Welcome in, sweetie. How are you? It's so good to see you. And Vash, thank you. Thank you for entering, sweetie pie. Well deserved. I hope you enjoy your time with it. I'm literally ballin'. Thanks for asking. How about you? Well, that is great. You must be very comfortable then. I'm doing very well, sweetheart. Thank you very much for asking. I do appreciate it. We're doing an art stream today. At the moment, we're just doing some last-minute little community giveaways for a few game keys, and then we're gonna be doing some art if you'd like to hang out. All right, our next one is still here. Still here. How far? Sorry, still there. I don't know directions. How far is far enough? Still There is a story-driven psychological adventure game about lingering grief, technical puzzles, wacky AIs, and dark humor. Evade the past, welcome oblivion, make the perfect Italian coffee. Learn the truth after receiving an emergency radio transmission, the routines of an isolated space lighthouse keeper and his AI C. Could be chatbot, maybe, who knows? But this is a giveaway from the lovely Yuki. Let's see here. Sounds like straight up ballin' to me. Very cool, very cool. I'm pretty good so far. I'm so happy to hear it, lovely Luna. Excellent. All right, if you guys would like to join in on that game right there, please make sure that you go ahead and react to that. Lucy, we got terrific Talon. We got Dearest Dahlia. I see Zarl just joined as well. Darling Dime. Let's see, Sweetest Storm, Sweet Sedu, Valiant Veneer, Sweet Strat, and I can't type, and Zarl. All right. As per usual, there's 12 people here at the moment. If you would like to join this, please go ahead, go in there, click on this bad boy, and as long as this goes to 13, 14, 15, whatever, before I hit 0 in my countdown, I will add you, okay? So, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, spin. This is for Still There. Another one from lovely Yuki. Saw a tiger lady and had to hop in, obviously. Obviously. You didn't have a choice. Hey, Strat, you're finally rewarded for being amazing. Look at you go. Being an outstanding bot, and you finally get a game, yay. Hey, let's go. Congrats, sweetest Strat. Much appreciated. Fantastic, and congrats to you, sweet Strat. Our final one for the evening is regular factory escape room. You don't work in a regular assembly line. Will you unravel the truth? Regular Factory is an escape room that will test your skills. Solve puzzles, decode secret codes, find hidden objects, and investigate the different rooms of the secret factory where you work while you discover the dark truth. So this is Regular Factory. I will add all of you on here. We got beautiful Briggy, we got lovely Lilbit, we got lovely Lucy, amazing Asuna, dearest Dahlia, fabulous Dime, sweet Storm, gorgeous Ray, sweetest Sadu, and valiant Veneer. All right. Can a pal join multiple times? You can join multiple times, but you can only win one thing from each person. So for example, I would have, if Strat or Vash were in this last one, I would remove both of them because they've already won these ones. However, let's say that there were another 3 games from Storm or something. They could then be put back into the raffle for all of Storm's things unless they won one of those each. Does that make sense? All right. Fuck, I cannot get this frog out of my throat. All right. Oh, wait, sorry, there's 12 people now. This is why I check. Okay, Veneer, and then we have Zara, and we also have Fiji. All right, cutie pies. I will give you 10 seconds. If you would like to win Regular Factory, then make sure that you go ahead and get in the Discord and respond to this in the next 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, we are spinning with 12. Braggy! Oh, just last week I think you were saying, I'd like to win something. Well, you have, so there. Congrats, beautiful Braggy! Surely this means good things for your interview as well. Congrats, gorgeous geeks! I'm so happy for you, hon. Hallelujah, you did it! You done diddly done do did it! All right. All right, well, there's that. The Discord, there we go. Now, I can get addicted to this, I can get addicted to this raffle thing. Is this gambling? This is not gambling because you don't pay for it. I just used all my luck. This bodes poorly for next week. No. Think positively. Good news comes in 3s as well. This is part 1, and then you're gonna get 2 jobs. Do you like that, Briggy? Do you like my logic there? I'd be somewhat free. Yippee! Hi, amazing Umbra. I hope that work has gone well as possible, I suppose. All right. Now, maybe we'll go on a quick break. When we get back, it's only gonna be 3 minutes, by the way. When we get back, I will show you guys what we can work on today for art stuff. We have some commissions to work on, and we also have some chibis to work on, okay? Can you do a front flip lore-wise? I mean, I'm athletic. Is it on a trampoline? I can do a front flip on a trampoline. Not like reliably landing on my feet afterwards though. Hell yeah. Oh, and Space Tap, thank you so much, Sweetie Pie, for the care package. All right, sweethearts. We're gonna go on that quick 3-minute break. For those of you who are new here, or like lovely Mord, every hour we go on a quick 3-minute break. That is just so that if you cannot afford to subscribe or you do not wish to subscribe, you don't have to worry about it, because for those 3 minutes, I walk away from the computer, I run the ads, and then we come on back and we make more content together, okay? When we get back, I will start playing your guys' playlist. We're gonna look at potential artwork that you guys wanna work on. That's what we're gonna do for the rest of the day. 8 hours, let's go. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom. Dogs, this is, I'll see you in bed, Samantha. in case you take any medications or vitamins. I love you lots. I'll miss you terribly, and I'll see you soon. Mwah. Memories bring back you. Sorry, I may or may not have gotten distracted by my perfectly round head and googly eyes. Thank you also for my pal hat. Okay. Protogen, that's it. Thank you, Protogen. That's it, a little bit. Thank you. Yeah, Protogen. Combination of human and animal DNA. Save's like, Luna! Look away, Save. We have to kill her. I'm actually shocked that this doesn't have a, it doesn't have an option for, controller. Okay, oh my god! Exclamation point, Yugi. Why are you still on fire? You're supposed to turn off. Why haven't I turned the fucking thing off? Oh my god.
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
I don't understand how to play this fucking game. Oh, I got him! Prize money, and you get to breed adorable foals, and you get to hire and manage staff, and you get to build the stable of your dreams. So if you want to vote for that, you can. Ew! Why? I'm just being wholesome and loving my horses. Why would you do that to me all that? It's okay, I'm over it. Memories bring back you. Sorry, I may or may not have gotten distracted by my perfectly round head and googly eyes. Thank you also for my pal hat. Okay. Not a surprise. Okay. Sorry, Yuki. Surprise communism. Oh god. Oh no. Oh fuck! I don't know. Oh my god. We have a fire on the plane. It's not actually a plane. It's fine. Oh no, it's spreading. No, don't pick up the water again. Where's my? Oh my god, my fire extinguisher's on fire. Fuck. Oh my god. No. Well, whatever. Shut up. Not actually a plane. It's fine. Oh no, it's spreading. No, don't pick up the water again. Where's my? Oh my god, my fire extinguisher's on fire. Fuck. Oh my god. Oh my god. Exclamation point, Yugi. Why are you still on fire? You're supposed to turn off. Why haven't I turned the fucking thing off? Oh my god. I'm crying a little bit. Fuck. That was really funny. Hi, sweethearts. I am back. I will let you finish your awards and then we will jump over to our team. Sorry. I may or may not have gotten distracted by my perfectly round head and googly eyes. Thank you also for my pal hat. Okay. So if you want to vote for that, you can. Ew! Why? I'm just being wholesome and loving my horses. Why would you do that to me all that? Well done, cutie pie. Well done indeed. All right, let's go do some art, shall we?
Jesus.
Just show you guys what we can work on. Let me see. We'll start with potential
Actually, do I have any?
64? I don't think it was 64, but I think we might have 60.
Do I have any potential
Or was it 59?
TVs? Hold on. I'll one sec.
Wait, no, wait. I need.
Okay.
Oh God. Oh no. Oh,
Sorry.
Fuck. I don't know.
I am,
Oh my
as ever,
God, we
so
have
very
fire on the
organized,
plane.
and
It's not a
don't even worry
plane,
about
it's
it. All right. 1 second. I'll turn on your music for you. We are starting off stream today with some of my music, or the stuff I've picked up from you guys. So, panic not. You will have your music shortly. Let me get this oriented properly. Okay. I need the save hat. Hold on. Boop. Got it. Got it. Okay. Here, I'll turn this up a little more. Okay. Let me go some uppies where the uppies are requested. Let's see here. Welcome back, sweetest star. Welcome back, lovely light. Awesome, Aussie. Some uppies for you. Yee. Good, Aussie. What do we have on the art menu today? We shall have a look. Oh yeah, lol, that made me die yesterday. I accidentally said China instead of Japan, and then Lolbit like flawlessly went ! communism, and it was really funny. Yeah, it broke me. Valos, obvious for you. Good, Valos. Could I be potentially chibi? Wait, Lucy, do I owe you a chibi? Nyx, uppies for you. Yeet. Good, Nyx, lovely little bit. Uppies. A little bit. Sweetest Cyber. Thank you for the 140 stream streak. That's amazing. And uppies with it. Good, Cyber. Hey there, lovely Lyra. How are you? It's so good to see you. Kata did give thanks for a chibi. Oh, amazing. If she comes in and she knows what she wants, pretty soon, then we can totally work on that. Awesome, Aussie. Some uppies for you. Boop. Good, Aussie. Hi there, dearest Daniel. Thank you so much for the care package. Lovely dime. I appreciate ya. Thank you. Dearest Daniel, uppies. Good, Daniel. Oh shit, that's my, sorry, love it. I should probably turn that command off. I thought that I had, oopsies. Strat, can you go turn that command off? The song list there. Some uppies for Lucy. Good, Lucy. Such a cute chibi. I do like this one, isn't it cute? I'm back for now. Yay! I'm so happy to have you, sweetie. Sudashimi, welcome back. And incredible Aizen, uppies. Hey. Good Aizen. Amazing Umbra, uppies. Hey. Good Umbra. Save has me with the Joey hair. Let's see. Umbra, uppies. Hey. Good Umbra. Whole chat gets affection only if they want the affection. Jamie, uppies. Hey. Good, Jamie. Let me see here. Hi there, Sweetest Solar. Welcome on in. How much sleep did you get? Oh, okay, last night I crashed the fuck out, and not in like a menti break kind of way, but like in a I slept. My head hit the pillow, and I was out for about 8 hours. So I'm pretty well rested right now. Thank God. Thank you for asking, Kitty Cloak. I hope you're well rested too. Oh, that's. Whee!
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
I do not understand how to play this game. Facts, no copy. I think the other Sam also gifted me a chibi a few weeks ago. Oh, okay. Hold on, I do need to start finding out how to keep better track of this actually. Sort of rough day, but just finished watching some anime with my girlfriend for a couple hours. Oh, that's really good, lovely Lyra. That's a good way to spend the day. You guys, please, oh, sorry, the vote is over, but it's too soft, do you reckon? I can turn it up a bit, but I reckon every time I do this, you guys, in like 2 songs, you're like, oh, it's too loud. I'm sorry, I made Save do it. That's okay. I like getting attention on Save Stream. Only if they want, yes, but if they don't, I will ask. Oh, wait. Oh, I could put an order in for the helmet. Oh, you mean like a commission, hun? We can work on The new Chainsmoker cat episode is ballin'. I haven't watched the most recent one yet, but that is an insane show. Oh, if they don't want hugs, I will give attention instead. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Maybe they'll want attention either, you know. Okay, so here's what we can work on. We can work on a actually, yeah, can I get, I don't think I've got anybody with chibis except for free. Let me pull up a reference here. We can work on the chibi for free for a friend of hers. Give me just a sec. I realized I do not have the reference saved. Hold on. Bruh. Okay. All right. So here we go. You can vote on getting a little chibi done of this cutie pie VTuber. This is actually commissioned, but I am including it in the chibis because we have enough room in the chibis to put this vote to a vote. This would be a chibi-fied. Okay, so this will be, I'll call this free chibi, which is a little bit, no, I'll call it mal chibi. That's what she's going by now. Is there anyone else in chat that I owe a chibi to that wants me to make their chibi? Or alternatively, if I have agreed to like exchange a chibi for something. Is there anyone in chat you know I owe you, which means you've won it through a raffle, or you have commissioned it from me. Is there anybody who would like to put forward their chibi idea for the community to vote upon working on today? We doing chibis today? Not necessarily. I still need to show you guys the commission stuff, but I want to see if anybody has any like really cool ideas that anybody wants to keep in mind. If they're like, "Oh, that sounds like a really cool chibi idea. We should do that today." You know what I mean? Is there anyone else, or is this the only chibi that we could potentially work on? Sorry, hold on. I could get one for the community. I have a bunch remaining, and we could decide on it there, on it here. Oh, that's fair. Okay. I would love for you to work on my chibi. Maybe you could do one of my FF14 characters in their white mage gear. Yeah, maybe. I just want to see. Hold on, I do actually need to look at my. Okay, so those are all done from that one's strat. Okay, and then I did finish Umbra's Politely one. I finished that Talon one. I finished that one from Umbra. I finished the Yuki one. Shoot, I don't think I've got. Wait, so who gifted you that one, Cloak? Was it? Did you say it was Sam? Did Sam gift it to you? Someone just got a commission in the last minute. What a coincidence. Did you grab a chibi, honey? Thank you so much, if so. Sam did? Okay, it was a few weeks ago. Oh, okay. All right, so we could have, let me see. So we have the Mal Chibi, which is this character design. I should probably remove Pockies, because there we go. So this is the Mal Chibi when you see that, if you see that. We also have, I'm just writing this down. We also have a Cutie Cloak Chibi, which is going to be potentially a Final Fantasy 14 character. We also have the Strat Chibi, which you guys would apparently get to kind of decide on or help him decide on, okay? And then we've also got the lovely Lucy, which I'm actually going to put, since this is a commission, I'll put Lucy's on both the Chibi and the commission. But let me
Happy
see
26 months.
Oh!
This fucking amazing community cultivates infinite platonic love between members, and I want to continue contributing to that until the end. Laugh, cry, get reasonably NG together. I want to support my gorgeous friends here forever. Go. TauTass vibe
Thank you
TauTass
so
glow
much,
sticks
cutie
TauTass
cat. I really
uppies TauTass
appreciate it.
vibe
That's
TauTass glow
sweet.
sticks TauTass uppies
That's really
TauTass
lovely,
cozy
darling.
TauTass
Thank you
head
so much.
TauTass
Thank you
kiss
for the
TauTass
resub.
heart TauTass
26
head
months is
TauTass kiss
insane. Thank you,
TauTass
thank you,
uppies
darling.
TauTass
And thank you guys so much for the hype train. Crazy, crazy. Hey, beautiful Beth. Thank you for the biddies. Thank you, thank you. Welcome on in. Thank you, cutie cat, and welcome into you as well. Into waitlist. Amazing. Greg! Oh my goodness! Hi there, gorgeous Greg. How was Restory? Oh my god, you look adorable with that duck on your head, by the way. I can stop, hold on. I can stop looking in your chat now. There you go. Thank you so much for the raid, sweetheart. How are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome, Greg. You guys, this is the absolutely outstanding Greg, an incredible Hearthstone streamer, but also doing other stuff often after he finishes his Hearthstone portion of the streams. And today he was doing Restory. I'd like to know more about that because I think I've heard of it. But Restory is so good, so cozy. That's adorable. Yeah, I love. Greg had a community goal to put a duck on his head, and it's just a tiny little rubber duck. It was so cute. Also, nobody, thank you so very much for the 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 gifted, hun. Thank you ever so much. That is insanely generous. Thank you so much. You've almost completed the level 2 of the hype train too. That's crazy. Thank you so much, Nutty. And it also means that you got our new Towel Gal badge as well. Thank you so much, fabulous nobody. It means the world. Thank you. Greg, tell me more about Restory. It's so cozy. What is it really? Let me actually, hold on. You know what? I'll be an adult. I'll look it up. And you can tell me how far into the game you've gotten, actually. Let me see here. So Restory. Chill electronics repairs. Oh, cute. Okay. This is what Greg was playing today. Run a quaint electronics repair shop in mid-2000s Tokyo. That's cool. Grow your business by carefully restoring iconic video game consoles, cell phones, music players, and other nostalgic devices. Talk to customers, hear their stories, and see how your decisions impact both their lives and the shop. That's so cute. Oh my god, I remember that dog. I remember that fucking dog. Holy shit. Save is on your head, so it's like I rated you both, right? Yeah, that's exactly it. Oh, fuck. Hold on one second. I'm getting an important call. Sorry. Okay, sorry. Apparently, a roofer is gonna be here in half an hour. Very great. Okay, lovely. Anyway, hi, about an hour into the game, but I played the heck out of the demo. Very satisfying to fix everything. You know, Greg, you have not steered us wrong as far as demos go yet. So I think I'll put this. We'll play this. We'll do this demo. I think on Tuesday. Because we loved Lootbound. That was sick. That was a great suggestion. So this is probably gonna be a sick suggestion too. Let me see. Restory. Is it this? Where's the fucking demo? Or did they? Oh no, did they maybe get rid of the demo because they were like, okay, we've released it now? Is it that kind of a thing? Let me see here. Space, thank you so much for the 20 biddies, darling. I appreciate it. Thank you. Retro game repair shop, actually amazing. It is. It so is. I'm kind of bummed if we can't play it. Hold on. Restory. I guess it's not Restory either. It's Restory, right? Restory demo? Oh no! Glad you enjoyed Loopbound. I loved it. It was Yeah, you guys, if you haven't checked out lovely Neo Greg, please do so. He is such a freaking sweetheart. He is so supportive. He's one of the wonderful people who helped us get our check mark. He is a treasure to behold. If you're a sub, you can go in there and request a song a day. If you are looking for someone who's like a god tier Hearthstone streamer right up there with Save, then great person to watch. And also, like I said, he does a lot of sponsored stuff too. Wildlands is 95% off. What is Wildlands? Sorry, we're supposed to be doing art, but wow. Do you like Tom Clancy stuff a lot? Ghost Recon things? It's too scary, I can't do it! Ghost Recon! Thank you guys so much for the level 2 hype train. That's gonna end very soon, so I'm gonna say thank you so much to lovely Space Cat for the 20 biddies. Incredible Nobody for the 5 gifted subs, absolutely outstanding. Lovely Beautiful Bear for the 100 biddies, and Cutie Cat for the resub. Thank you so much, you guys. I don't, it's just cheap. I like cheap. Noted. That's fair. That's understandable. Yes, exactly. Don't miss out on the chill vibes with Greg. He has great music taste, and you can request a song there if you were subbed. It's true. It's true. Or that's just for free. But then if you want to use some channel points, you can also request music over there. But yeah, thank you so much for the raid, sweetest Greg. I really appreciate it. If you guys got a raid run, that's totally cool. If you'd like to stick around, we'd love to have you. We're doing art today. We're currently deciding on whether we want to do chibi art, which this is what my chibis kind of look like. Or if we want to work on a commission, which we actually have a couple of commissions at the moment. Actually, we have 3, and one of them we can start from scratch, and it's one for Lav. Lav has just gotten picked up a pretty reasonable commission. But we could also work on, this is Politely and my D&D characters, which we were working on the last couple of weeks. If you know, we might actually be able to, if I lock in for this, we might finish this today. If you guys vote for this, I think we can probably finish this today, because all my flats are done. So all I got to do now are rendering and shadows and highlights and stuff. But let me see. Oh, all good, Ozzy. Thank you very much. I know of this Yugi boy. I'm so sorry. I don't know where Twitch charged me for the bits.
I don't understand how to play this game.
Oh, that's okay, lovely Space Cat. Let me know if I can help in any way. I'm not quite sure I know what you mean, but I did something a little different when finding songs I'll be requesting. I had in mind the probability of them either being heard on the radio, TV, or in other public spaces. Okay, interesting, cutie cushion. Okay, I'm interested in seeing what comes of it. But yes, so this would be this is a commission, okay? This is I would say overdue, but I actually don't have the due date set until December. But this is a commission that hasn't had any progress for a couple of weeks. This is for Umbra. This is a starting soon, BRB, and ending soon screen for Amazing Umbra. Lav has actually, hello, very convenient to see you here, lovely Lav. Lav has just also gotten a commission of her and Pierce in a very romantic setting. Think a field of flowers with ruins in the background, but him kind of lifting her up and them smiling at each other. We haven't started that one because we only confirmed that yesterday, but if that is something that you would be interested in seeing come to fruition, we could definitely do that sketch today. And then we also have another chibi from the lovely Lucy, who, let's see, let me see what Lucy wants real quick. Wait, fish? Okay, we could work on a chibi of Lucy's, which is this one. Also, Lucy, I might just have to double check with you because you've put the due date as yesterday. So, let me show you guys what this chibi can look like. Oh, and we also have Aussie emotes. We actually have quite a few little commissions here. Okay, so
This is Lucy's character. If you would like me to do a chibi of Lucy's character, that is commissioned as well. And these are some of Ozzy's emotes. Okay. So we have a lot of options today, actually. I didn't think we were going to have this many, but we do indeed. And so now I'm going to let you guys decide on whether you want to work on a commission or a chibi. Chibis or commissions. Hey, gorgeous Greg, do you happen to know when your next stream is? Are you going to be live tomorrow, perchance? Missions. All right, I'll give you guys 2 minutes for that. Oh, never mind. Strath's got it. 3 minutes. 3 minutes for it. Yeah, please do vote because then we'll narrow it down. Okay, so if you vote for comms, then I will then only put up the commission options. If you vote for chibis, I will then put up only the chibi options. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, pals, please do vote. Let me see. Yummy. Yummy. He's got that plot armor and he isn't afraid of Kaiba. Most of the details I put in there are just placeholder. You take your time with my comm, no end date. Oh, okay, gotcha. I don't do those, but all I ask is surprise me. Make my beautiful yokai Usioni look absolutely gorgeous. I will definitely try. I do need to know like some kind of a vibe or something. Like if you want something like creepy or really cute or clumsy or shy or something like that. Let me see. I meant to purchase the bits, but I didn't give them, it didn't give me an option to change the payment. It just said it was charged to my Apple account. Oh, I'm sorry, Space Cat. That's weird. That's odd that it, oh wait, are you purchasing off of mobile? Then it might be in whatever, account your mobile takes from. Remember, the Politely Foundation needs you to vote for her. All right, it looks like we're probably gonna be doing comms unless we get an overwhelming vote on chibis. Look, I was rushing it. I had no clue what I was doing. That's okay, Lucy. You're golden, darling. Don't worry, don't worry. Sudi Suditsa, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. We still have the Politely Com? Yeah, which I showed. Yep, so that you guys can vote for that one as well. I can be bribed to vote for something. Probably not gonna bribe you, Mord, but if you like the look of anything in particular, you can vote for that. My audio was bugged. I heard my name and then nothing after. Oh no, Strat already got things. Yeah, good, lovely Red. I was just saying hi. You guys, please check out lovely Neo Greg, who's going to be live tomorrow at 12 p.m. PST. Gonna be playing some Mistfall Hunter, which is a Souls-like extraction game after Hearthstone. That sounds awesome. Yeah, you guys, please do check out lovely Greg, who is going to literally be live 12 p.m. PST. I gotta remember what time that is. Is that like 20 hours from now? That might be bad math. Sorry, my Australian timer over here. It's like 12:20 p.m. So I think it's like handicapping me more, but but yes, you guys, please do check out Greg, who's gonna be playing. Let's actually go have a look at what he's playing real quick. Mistfall Hunter. Ooh, cool. Okay, so this is what he's going to be playing tomorrow. It's a dark fantasy extraction ARPG. Combines skills, talents, and gear for each class in thrilling combat. Whether you team up or go solo, one thing remains certain. Only by fighting your way through can you return with a full haul. Good luck. Glide Hunter? Guild Hunter. Guild Hunter. Glide Hunter? I can't read. The art style is really pretty. It's not like super realistic, but it's also not like cartoony. The gear looks sick. But yes, you guys, please do check out Gorgeous Greg, who will be streaming this tomorrow right after Hearthstone. Perchance. Thank you for the lurk, lovely little bit. And happy early birthday to you, Aussie. Let me see here. Happy birthday! Woohoo! 15-ish. Okay, 15-ish hours from now. Mistfall! Mistfall is actually such a cool game. Umbra, you should definitely check out the lovely Neo Greg, who is going to be playing it after Hearthstone tomorrow. Hey. Comms 1! All right, let me show you guys your comms one more time so that you can vote. All right, hold on. I will, perchance is a great word. Everyone should be using it. Perchance. Watch me start accidentally using perchance now because of you. I will put these up because I think there's a certain number of these I'm gonna have to be careful with. So, which commission? All right. I am going to show you what we can work on, cutie pies. So, firstly, I will describe this one to you. This is the Lavender Commission. This is called LavCom. I got the hiccups all day today. It's really okay, so this will be called LavCom, and what she wants is her OC and Pierce in a field of flowers with ruins behind them, and they're very happy, and Pierce is like lifting her up and stuff. This is an Afmao piece of fan art, basically. So if you like Afmao and you like Pierce, then there you go. So that's the LavCom. This I can show you. This we may actually be able to finish today if you guys vote for this. This is the Politely D&D com. So I'm going to call this D&D com. All right, so put it in your heads. This is D&D com, all right? All we got to do, because all of our flats are done, so all we got to do now is do shadows and highlights for it. So this is D&D com, all right? We also have the absolutely amazing Umbra's commission, which is going to be absolutely insanely sick when it's all done, but it's still got a long way to go. This is called the UmbraCom. Okay, this will involve, we got to get all of these lines done, and then we can start doing some animation stuff, okay? But nice and soothing backdrop here. So this is UmbraCom again. We also have Aussie emotes. Okay, so I will call this Aussie emotes. All right. This is the Aussie emotes. This is 1. This is 2. This is 3. These are the Aussie emotes. The trifecta of Aussie emotes, all right? And then we have the one that's that lovely Lucy just purchased literally just now, which is of their new OC. This will also be a chibi. And this will be starting from scratch. So we have 2 commissions today that are going to be starting from scratch. If you want to vote for them. I'll even put Chibi here. And the rest of them are either partway through. Like Aussie and Umbra are both in their line art phases. The D&D com could probably be finished today. And then the Lucy, Chibi, and LavCom are both at their starting points, okay? So there you go. That's that poll is now live. You got 3 minutes. Please vote. Let me know what you would like to work on. Hey there, Joseph. Welcome on in. How are you? Very good to see ya. Now, Greg, perchance, do you need to go and eat or sleep or walk or shower or anything like that? Perchance, because if perchance you do, I will take good care of your lovely community until you come on back for them, perchance. I hope, definite chance, but life would not be complete without some lovely Greg in my life. You guys, please do vote. You got less than 2 minutes now. Shimi, thank you for joining the storytelling stream. Thank you very much, Sita. My cat would like attention. I would like to give your cat attention. I love kitties. If you want deets, I can't really think of anything, but Scylla's overall vibe is eepy soft tomboy tsundere. Think Marian Kitagawa if she was mixed with Caesar King. It's fine if you don't know that character or if you don't play ZZZ. It's all up to you on what you want the vibe to be. Just giving ideas. She's just a mix of everything. Okay, cool. Thank you, Lucy. I will try and brainstorm. I'll stomp all the turts I want. I will be watching Greg later. I perchance lurk in many streams. Aha, as all good pals should. Let's see. Not the best with on-the-spot descriptions and details. I tried. I hope I did all right. You did great, sweetie. Don't worry about it. No worries at all. Hi there, Jet. Welcome on in. How goes art stream so far? Well, we are just about to decide what we're working on. You guys look like you very much want to finish our D&D com today. So I will tab back over to that so you can have another look at it. If this is what you wish, we can maybe finish it today. I do have to lock in a bit, but we can do it. We can do it. Umbra's com needs progress. It's true. Cloak, you're absolutely right. Umbra's been insanely patient with me. Thank you so much, Umbra. There's just a lot to do in that com. So if I focus it and don't do any of the other stuff that I owe, then I will have some major stack up. But I do have plans probably in the next week or so. I will probably finish the line art for that one. Took a detour to watermark my work and shared the map in art. Awesome, Cutie Calendar. Thank you. I will have a look while the you guys please do vote. It looks like you guys have decided on the D&D com. Let me just go and see here. Oh, very cool, Calne. Very cool. I like your map. Very nice. Very nice. The Politely Foundation be very happy today. Aw, Amber, you're so sweet for voting for Politely. I'll be around. Certainly going to eat and drink and be merry and lurk in this channel and saves. Perchance. Perchance. Thank you for the head pat. Thank you, thank you. Thanks so much, lovely Joseph. But yes, you enjoy being merry, okay? Don't be too merry. Only the appropriate amount of merriness. If you're gonna go do extraction shooters and stuff, you better be responsible. Posted some White Mage screenshots in Final Fantasy and schedule chat. Section of the game and schedule chat for Tau to use as a reference if and when they work on the TV for me. Thank you so much, Cutie Cloak. I appreciate it. Don't be surprised if I need a reminder again at some point in the near future. It still feels weird hearing you with your American accent say Zed sounds like non-Americans. Zero problems with it. Not used to it in a silly way. All fair enough. See, it's funny because you hear American accent. A bunch of Australians hear an Aussie accent. I don't know what I've got. I don't have a hope in hell today. Still, I remain patient and excited nonetheless. Thank you, Ozzy. I appreciate it. I voted against myself every time. It'd be all good. Take your time. Thank you so much, Umber. You're such a treasure. I appreciate you. I can remind you when I remember it exists. That sounds good. That sounds good. Okay. All right. We are working on our D&D com. I am going to just switch up our stream info to reflect that real quick. Okay. Cool. There we go. I don't hear an accent until Tau says TauTassieTiger or some other uniquely Aussie things. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. That's Aussie American accent. Beautiful accent. Aw, thank you, Umbra. I'm glad you like it. All right. Let's get this bad boy going. Fuck, I should have been charging this the whole fucking time. Stupid Apple Pencil. Seeing the line art itself fills me with joy and excitement. I'm so glad, hun. I will send those to you soon so you can like look at them carefully and approve them or not, and then I can do some colors. Oh, Mord, thank you very much for the follow, hun. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Let me see. Luna, lovely Luna, thank you so much for the 5 stream streak. I appreciate it enormously. Thank you, thank you. All right. Hold on, I gotta see if I can merge this without it. Nope. Psych. Cool. Can I merge this? No. Oh. Nah. Nah, okay. Fine. Strat. Excellent song choice, if I do say so myself.
Gonna lurk while crafting in the mines. Of course, Thylacines. I hope you enjoy. All right. Now I disappear. I hear the bells tolling. Absolutely lovely. Umbra, thank you so much for coming in. I appreciate you. We'll see you soon, okay? Thank you for being here. Spider, welcome in. Thank you for the care package. Thank you, thank you. And thank you for the head pet. Thank you, thank you. Work summons me again. What? They can't summon you back. That's not fair. Hope you have an amazing stream. Hopefully I can catch it later. I hope so, lovely Umbra. We will be live for about another 7 hours, so hopefully we will see you. And before you go, thank you for the thank you, Umbra. Thanks, Cutie Pie. All right, and then way to go! You take that with you and you throw it in their faces. All right. I think we're gonna do this first. I do want to get I want to make sure that at least half of her face is in shadow because I really want the glowing eye to pop through. I don't want her to look like evil, but I want her to look quite mysterious. You figured the bits out? Oh, good. I'm happy to hear it. Lovely Space Cat. Excellent, excellent. Sorry for the spookings. I had to compromise which version of Echoes to request. I'm sorry you had to compromise, honey. I hope you still will enjoy it. All right. All right. Sharp time. Sharp inking time. Thank you for the lurk, see the Space Cat. I make a lock-in redeem where I'm not allowed to look at chat unless there's like an event or something so that I don't get distracted. I don't know, what do you think?
what lurking does? What do you mean more? Like what does lurking do? It provides support to your streamer without like while letting them know that you're gonna probably be stepping away from the computer. Ado? This seems like an Ado song. Yeah, it is. Just lets people know you are around and not necessarily actively chatting. Yeah. The term used to say, I'm not gonna be active, but I'm still supporting. Yeah. Yeah, that's what the command, it's kind of just a letting, me or other streamers know that you're gonna be supporting from the shadows kind of, Mord. Um, have you spent much time in VTuber streams? I know that there are some, like, flesh tubers that do it, but I know almost all VTubers have, like, an exclamation point lurk command. Just a reminder, sweethearts. Supposedly, a roofer is gonna be here in like the next 30 to 40 minutes. So I will have to step away from the computer for a little bit. But hopefully it won't be too long. I'm just gonna like show him where the leak is, and then hopefully he won't need me. Hey, precious politely. Welcome on in, gorgeous. How are you? I'm working on your art. You guys, if you haven't checked out the precious stuff, precious politely's, you are missing out. She is so comforting, soothing, relaxing. Such an angel. And she is also the commissioner for this piece. This is my character in D&D. This is her character in D&D. How are you, gorgeous? I've never been to VTuber streams or engaged with that content at all, to be honest. Oh, well, welcome in then, hun. But looks like it's ballin', not gonna lie. I'm glad that you're enjoying it, hun. I'm an artist, but we also do a lot of gaming on this channel as well. This is very much a variety channel. It's an honor to be your first exposure to VTubers, hun. Thank you very much for coming in. Pewter games. Yeah, we're doing our very first playthroughs of Final Fantasy XIV Heavensward and Persona 5 Royal. So please do not spoil anything from either of those games, but if you are interested in seeing a newbie play through them, then this is the place. We also do demos where you guys, the community, gets to select demos, and then I play the demos on stream. It's fun.
I like this song. What is this? This is pretty. It is on my personal liked, whatever it is.
Yeah, cutie playthrough. Precious Fanart is the prettiest cutie pie.
No job. Must conserve funds. Don't want to buy things I don't need. Just purchase Restory. What's 12 pounds? Hey, I mean, listen. If it's gonna make you happy, and you know what? You're just giving yourself a reward for the job you're definitely gonna get. Okay, so that's all it is. Don't even worry about it. Witness Tau the Enabler. I'm sorry. But I'm not. But I am. But I'm not. It's Future Islands. I've known about them for, I think, about a decade by now, but they usually sound like this is great. It's really pretty. Oh, hey, Mord! Darling, thanks so very much for the sub. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the sub. Thank you for your very first month, in fact. That's amazing. Thank you, darling. Hearts for you. Hearts for you. Thank you. Mama! Hi, Magnificent Mama. Welcome on in. It's good to see you again. Thank you for the 20 stream streak. Incredible. Only got a few minutes waiting for the son to finish his driving lesson. Oh, good, lovely Mama. That's so cool. Congrats to your son. And thank you for the 20. Much appreciated. Ballin'. Normally, this is when I would be doing last-minute D&D prep all night, but with no D&D this weekend, I guess I'm playing video games. I guess so. That's it. You're just, preparing for when we next get to play D&D, you see. You want to go into it with a fresh mind, right? Gorgeous Geeks, that's it. Hey, this is one of the songs that we sing during our karaoke streams. We have met our first real big bad evil guy. Scheduling conflicts. It's true. Very, very scary. I told you not to write someone in that is that difficult to overcome, but you didn't listen to me. Love this song in this video. Yeah, it's a very sad song. Beautiful though. Realize there's a tiny little piece of unerased background. There we go. How was the space trip, Captain? The space trip? It's been a couple of weeks since my space trip. What did we do last time? If anyone else is interested in Restory, I'll say this much. I just booted the game and I didn't have to change any options. That's a good sign right there. That's awesome. Yeah, that's sick. Very cool. You need to give Ranking of Kings a chance. I believe you will like it. It's pretty emotional. Don't be fooled by its looks. I think I watched like the first few episodes and I just didn't get into it. I mean, I'm happy to try it again. It's been a few years since I tried it, but if it's what I'm thinking of, I might be confused. Was it originally a webcomic? I think it was, if it's the one I'm thinking of. Nix, thank you for the lurk, hun. I'm back. My phone crashed. Oh, uh-oh. Welcome back, lovely laugh. Hey, Mork, can I ask how you found us? Were we in your recommended, or were you scrolling through VTubers or art or what? Sure is. It's Mega Gengar, but it's as Clefable's Megastone. Ooh. You need at least 6 for this one? No, and no, was not a webcomic. It's anime. Oh, okay. Maybe I haven't seen it. Okay. Let me see what you have done here. Oh, wow, that's cool. I like that, Seru. It's like a very pretty mosquito. It reminds me of mozzies. It's cool though. I like it. I'm sure it'll look way, way sick when it's all done too. Thank you for sharing, lovely Seru. I love this song. I was watching Save. Oh, and then scroll down a bit to look for his streams and Togulating pop up there to check out if she's fallen or not really. Oh, Mort, are you a Hearthstone fan? That's sick. Oh, good. Well, you guys, can I get a shout out for Sweetest Save File 17? Welcome in from the Save File 17 army. I actually, Mort, you know what I should have done when you followed? Now that I know
I don't
that
understand how to play
him.
this
Hold on.
game.
How about
Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You
keep it up.
are now a pouch pal, whether you like it or not.
No. Tao's telling me no. Doesn't fit the vibe. Are you sure? No. Okay. Welcome on in, Uwu.
welcome on in. Ooh. But yes, Save File 17 is an absolute
Buttons.
darling, dear friend of mine, fantastic friend of the channel. He is an amazing, amazing dude. There's a reason he's on my head, you know? Yeah, love him. He's so, so good. It's a pleasure to welcome you in from there. Thank you for, I was like, how did you find us? But that's awesome. I'm so glad. I'm so glad that you that you found us through Save. He's fantastic. I popped back to check if I was seeing that correctly and told him his Togulating is cool. Thank you, Mort. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. Ew, yucky. Why yucky fishing me, Spider? Why are you doing that? I think a bigger advocate for the show would be Flex. He really loved that one. Oh, that's right. Flex does love that one. Yeah. Spider's got Bukula. You got it, Batch, huh? 1 sec, I gotta... There you go, Batch. It's live. I hope you enjoy it. Oh wow, Bestie's back. She is. Shadow Princess, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream. I appreciate it. I think I can ask this question since Hearthstone was mentioned. What would you do if your son did coming out and would turn out he's 7 mana, 7/7 Battlecry summon 2 1/1 boom boss? You know what? I have the perfect person to ask that question to, and it's Save. I actually know nothing about Hearthstone. That's one of the biggest things that we love about Steve is that you actually don't need to play Hearthstone to like vibe in his channel. I easily have like 1,000 hours watched there or something, and like so much fun, even though I have no fucking clue what he's talking about anytime. I know absolutely nothing about Hearthstone. If you've ever seen me walk in there before, Morita, I often say, hey, Save, how is the squelching of the warriors and their manas with the Janas going, you know? Like, that's about what I know about Hearthstone. Hey, Batch, how you doing, Live? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Save said he would have to nerf him since he would be too strong, but would still love him. Okay, I go with that. Whatever he said, I agree with. he has the better answers for Hearthstone, so be it. Oh my god, Bestie Joey is live on Save stream right now. I wonder what he's saying. I think he's focusing. You know, Joey needs all of the brain cells he can get. Save has all the brain cells, but Joey needs them. The song is like when we used to party. Am I right, Bestie? Oh my god, oh, I'm fucking yeah. I truly feel like partying with Liv would have been such a trap. I feel like I am entering my Maroon 5 phase again. Listen, I'm not gonna complain. I love Maroon 5, so like, have at it. Oh yeah, bitch. Me and you can party the night away anytime, bestie. Let's fucking go live. What a banger! Right, bestie? Maroon 6-1. Right, for reals. For reals. I've been waiting like 20 years for Maroon 6. Come on now. Come on now. Also, a reminder, you guys, if there is ever a song you don't like for whatever reason, it needs 5 votes to like get skipped, and you can do !vote skip, all one word, okay? I'm not saying that because of the song specifically or anything. I'm just saying, like, yeah, if just in case you guys forgot, or like in case like more wanted to. For that matter, what happened to Maroon 1 through 4? You know, that's actually a really good question. What did happen to them? 5 days to movie night. Yeah. Oh my gosh, are you guys almost there? We don't talk about it. Yeah, there you go. We don't talk about it. Even if I don't particularly jam with a song, I let it play unless it's super vulgar or doesn't vibe with the pouch, because I'd be really sad if someone skipped my songs because they didn't like them. Yeah, I think that's so fair, Lev. I totally think that's like super fudge of you. Very sensitive, you know. Sorry, I didn't realize that the timer's up. Timer's up. Ah, back to normal.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, now to the Have a good time erranding. We'll see you soon. Actually, that's not the right. Whoa, overdid that. So we just save being save and sweet again. Mord, skipping a song during a function is a faux pas. The song I tried to request is one of my favorite tracks I remember from FF14, but it's too long. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, look, save has me. Oh. Wow, the most saveception there ever has septioned. So save is on my head, and I'm on his head, and he's on my head, and I'm on his head, who's on my head. I don't recall requesting the song. Oh, maybe someone else did? Oh, it is time for another break. You're absolutely right, Siri. Well done, well done. Good bot. Let me just get one section of this hair here. All right, yeah, we gotta go on a quick break. When we get back, we'll continue doing our shading. I think that's looking quite pretty there. I'm gonna do more heavy shading. I can tell you already that I'm gonna be like, oh no, she's not dark enough. I want her to be, because I think the only light source is gonna come from my hand here. So I want her to really pick up light, but I want it to be like a really stark contrast, you know? Time for a break after this one? Yeah, we'll go on a break now. You're out for now. Well done, Mama. Did how did your son do on the driving test? Congrats on reaching partner. Oh, thank you so much, lovely Lawbit. I appreciate it. Could not have ever done it without you, my precious pals.
Ah, see, this song is from the lovely Red, which makes a lot of sense. This is now on my personal liked. I feel like Red just has a lot of the same taste as I do, at least that he requests. All right, guys, we got to go on a quick 3-minute break. If I am gone longer, remember, it is probably because of maybe not. There might be a roofer here. I do need to deal with him at some point. But I don't know if that's sorry, stretching. I don't know if that'll be during this break or when we get back. But at some point, like I said, I'm gonna have to run for a few minutes. I appreciate your amazing support and patience. Thank you. Please make sure that you guys hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, darlings. This is all seeing mental mind in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I love you lots. I miss you terribly. I'll see you soon. Mwah.
Onto my lunch. Jesus. Sucker.
64? I don't think it was 64, but I think we might have 60 deaths. Or was it 59? I forgot. Are we counting the time where we died because it was programmed into the game? Thank you for the care package. Or whatever. Shut up!
Jesus. Sucker.
64? I don't think it was 64, but I think we might have 60 deaths. Or was it 59? I forgot. Are we counting the time where we died because it was programmed into the game? Thank you for the care package. Wait, no, wait. I need to put the water in there. Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh, fuck! I don't know. Oh, my God. We have a fire on the plane. It's not actually a plane. It's fine. Oh, no, it's spreading! No! Don't pick up the water again! Where's my— oh my God, my fire extinguisher's on fire! Fuck! Oh my God, no! Ow! Why? I'm just being wholesome and loving my horses. Why would you do that to me, all that? It's okay, I'm over it. It's all in Chinese. Apologies, Japan. I just caused a fucking international incident. Distinct from it's very distinct from mainland China. All right. suddenly China, surprise. Okay. Sorry, Yuki.
Surprise communism.
Okay, memories bring back you. Sorry, I may or may not have gotten distracted by my perfectly round head and googly eyes. Thank you also for my pal hat. Okay. It's not actually a plane, it's fine. Oh no, it's spreading! No, don't pick up the water again! Where's my— oh my God, my fire extinguisher's on fire! Fuck! Oh my God, no! Oh my God! Exclamation point, Yugi. Why are you still on fire? You're supposed to turn off— why haven't I turned the fucking thing off? Oh my God.
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
I don't understand how to play this fucking— oh, I got him! Prize money, and you get to breed adorable foals, and you get to hire and manage staff, and you get to build the stable of your dreams. So if you want to vote for that, you can. Ow! Why? I'm just. Wait, no, wait. I need. Put the
Hi,
water in
sweethearts.
here.
I'm
Oh,
back.
God. Oh, no.
I'll let you guys finish your words, and then we will get back to
I don't
arting.
know. Oh my God, we have a fire on the plane. It's not actually a plane. It's fine. Oh no, it's spreading. No, don't pick up the water again. Where's my? Oh my God.
Hello,
my
Ozzy.
sandwich is on fire. Fuck. Oh my God. Protogen,
Welcome back,
that's it.
sweetest
Thank you,
rat.
Protogen. That's it. A little bit. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, Protogen. Or whatever. Shut up.
God,
I
that
don't know.
clip of
Oh
me
my
being
God,
toxic
we
to
have
the
a fire
stupid
on
kid on the
Oh,
plane.
it's not actually a plane. It's
Holy
oh, no,
shit.
it's
All right.
don't pick up the water
Roofer is
again.
still not here.
Where's my-
Gotta
oh
get
my God,
going.
my
Oh, good,
sandwich
lovely
is on
Lobbit. I hope you
fire.
sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Oh, sorry, that's... Oops. There. Whoops. Wait, I was lurking in Save's chat. Sorry. Okay. All better. Awesome. Ozzy Uppies. Wait. Ah. Welcome back, lovely light. Let's see. Be back in a while. All good. So to start, enjoy your brekkie. Ayo! Ayo. Feel that way long. Mm. Mimics crying kid. Shut up! Ah! Mm, mm, mm. But if you close your eye, does it almost feel like nothing's changed at all? And if you close your eye, feel like you've been here before. Mm-mm. I always find it so funny to like watch Save wave around his hands. I never have any clue what he's talking about. Sometimes I think he might be talking to me, but or like about me, but I don't think it's often. And yet sometimes if I'm flailing around, I'm like, oh look, he's flailing too. Thank you for the care package, Dirtius. Apple Pencil, 50%. It's true. Freaking Apple Pencil. Rah! Actually, is it 50% right now? Yes, it is. Wait, how did you know? How did you know? All right. Apple nuclear missile silo with my house coordinates on %. No, what? What? I'm guessing there was a notification on screen, but I'm too error 404 energy not to, not found to have noticed. Well, I don't think it is. That's why I'm like, wait, how did you know that? Because it's not like, because in order, because it's up here, like that notification is all the way up here, which you guys shouldn't see. So like now you'll see it, but I've got it up there. So I'm like, how did you know that? Apple Pencil, 50% again. What? How do you know that? That's so weird. What a guess. What a guess. I have powers? Scary. Scary as fuck. I think they might be behind you and looking over your shoulder or in your walls. They robbed me out of what? Mord, I'm sorry. What are you saying?
Oh, song request. Okay, I was like, what? It's there. It's just much later in the queue. Yes, yeah.
Cider! Oh my goodness! Hi, gorgeous! How are you, sweetest Cider? It's so good to see you! How is the cutest fox in all of the land? How are you, gorgeous? Thank you so much for the raid. Raiders, if you got a raid run, that's totally cool. If you'd like to stick around, we'd absolutely love to have you. We're working on art today. This is a commission with my D&D character and Politely Wicked's D&D character. If you guys would like to join us as we render it into oblivion today, you're more than welcome to. You guys, this is the fabulous Cider the Fox Vtuber who hath graced us with their presence fresh from a royal debut of her new model. Oh my god, did you have a new model? Hold on. Wait. Sorry, my safe hat is being replaced with a Cider hat real quick. I want to see this new model. Wait. Stop it! Ah! Wait! Videos! Hold on. It says 8 days ago. Oh no! Oh no! Is the VOD not live? Is that why? I want to see. You guys. Besides her new model, this fox girl Vtuber beareth a peaceful demeanor. Yet her recent streams suggest a penchant for adventure. From battling Dark Souls bosses to embarking on bug-catching escapades, she doth entertain with mirth and valor. Lurkers be welcomed in her court, and backseating is encouraged in her gaming quests. Truly a streamer worthy of thy attention. Beautiful Blue Phoenix, welcome on in, and thank you so much for the congrats on partner, sweetheart. I really appreciate it. That's so sweet of you. Thank you. And Papa Rooney. Hi, precious Papa Rooney. Beautiful Bugs Dying. Cider raid. Congrats, big strong toe. Thank you so much for the raid, gorgeous. Congrats on partner, big dog. Thank you so much, Conman. I appreciate it. It looks great. Thank you. I'm so glad you like it, gorgeous. And Winning Puddle. Hi there, wonderful Winning. How are you? The new model is so cursed. It should be posted. Okay. This one is a meme type model. I'm so excited. Maybe I'll just gotta check in a couple of minutes. Cider, how are you, lovely? It is so good to see you. Welcome on into you and your lovely community. Hun, would you like to let us know when your next stream will be and what you will be streaming? And while we wait for the VOD to load up, hi everybody, I'm Tao. I'm a Tasmanian Tiger Vtuber and variety streamer based in Tasmania, Australia. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm also a professional artist, so if you come on in on Fridays, Aussie time, that's today. We work on art, and you guys get to help me decide whether we're working on chibis, whether we're working on commissioned work, stuff like that. You also get to request music. Just please make sure that you read the pinned message. Thank you so much for the follow, beautiful Blue Phoenix. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much. You are now a Pouch Pal. Welcome to the Pouch. We're also doing first-time playthroughs of Persona 5 Royal and Final Fantasy XIV Heavensward, so as long as you're okay with not spoiling anything, and you would like to come on in and see a newbie play these games, you're more than welcome to. We are also doing demo days where you guys, the community, get to submit demos to me, and then I play them on stream. It's a really good time. Been very, very fun. We're also going to be playing Blood of Dawnwalker when that comes out, so if you guys are interested in some more long-form RPGs, that one's going to be a more recent one that'll be coming out soon. I've been good. It's nice to be able to come in and at a non-lurk time and hear you not sick. Oh, yes. It's nice to not be sick. I'm still like a little bit under the weather, but it's not too bad. Cider was super buff tonight. Should have seen it. I will see it. I'm gonna go check one more time. Hold on. Let me go see. It might have just taken a couple of minutes to load up. Hold on. Yep, here it is. Okay, hold up. I'm so excited, dude. You have no idea. Cider has some amazing models. I still remember your very first one, beautiful. And I still love it very much, but very impressed with the progress that you've made. Let me see. But yeah, Cider, please do let us know when is your next stream and what will you be streaming in the meantime? Oh my god! Hold on. I think I just got a glimpse of it. Hold on. Oh! Bruh. Oh, Whitechapel. We are going to shout Whitechapel out momentarily. That is insane. I love everything about it. I rigged it, so the rigging is extra scuffed on this one. That is awesome. Wow, look at those veins. Oh my god, the pecs. She do be lifting. It's true. Oh my god, you're doing the yelping. I think I'm gonna play Big Walk tomorrow around 7 p.m. CST. That's awesome. Is that a co-op game? Are you gonna be playing that with some other people? Chadder. It's true. This is Chadder. That is hilarious. I love it. That's incredible, hun. Absolutely amazing. Would you agree that it reminds you of the Hildebrand quest where he wears a dress? Actually, I could see that. I could see that, Cutie Cloak. Big Walk is co-op. Ooh, very cool. Are you gonna be playing with anyone, hun? That sounds awesome. You should definitely check it out. Hell yeah. Buffder. Yeah, lovely. Thank you so very much for the raid, hun. I really do appreciate it. It means the world. I'm dying. I know, dude. Cider's hilarious, man. You've got to go check her out if you haven't yet. Cider is a lovely friend of the channel, and she is so sweet. It's just such a bummer that I can never raid into her anymore because we switched all of our schedules to a time where she ends while we are in the midst of our stream, right? So then I can't raid her, unfortunately. But I'm not 100% sure who yet. Oh my gosh, I love the we'll see in 12 hours method. But yes, you guys, please do check out the lovely Cider the Fox Vtuber. What an absolute sweetie pie. I've known her for such a long time. How many years has it been? Like two years? I've been streaming for 3, so I think I've known you for at least 2. It's all good. It makes it easy for me to marry you, though. That's fair, but still, I want to repay the kindness, and I would love to come in and see you more often. But yeah, thank you so very much, sweetheart. I do appreciate it. And to your lovely community as well. Welcome on into everybody. This is a very chill, cozy chaos stream, right? So, like, as you can tell, I'm not exactly low energy, but the vibes here are very much as immaculate as I can make them. Save's showing my artwork, yay! But Cider, I know you've been streaming those long hours, so please go ahead and if you gotta, I don't know, go to the bathroom or go eat or go long walk maybe, or go to sleep or go Yelp some more or whatever you gotta do, please go ahead and do so. I promise to take the best care of your lovely community until you come on back from, sweetheart, and very warm welcome to your amazing community. You are missing out on good stuff if you don't follow Cider. It's so true. It's so true. I am vibrating and not in a
Low
fun way.
energy?
I haven't been able to.
How can fix that for you?
That's true. I am the Thylacinian embodiment of coffee and caffeine. Hi there, fabulous Frostbite. How are you, gorgeous? It's so good to see you. I haven't been able to make any food that is sufficient to feed me in a week. What? Cloak, what the heck? Can you go get some food then? Yikes. Hard to be on opposite sides of the world. That's true. That's sadly true. Sweetest Saint Saturnus, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream. I appreciate it. Let's see. Need to go find food that I can just yeet into my body, as you should, hun. I'm glad you're doing all right, lovely Frostbite. But yes, you guys, please do check out Cutie Cider, who's actually going to be live again tomorrow doing some Long Walk, which is a new game, and she'll be probably collabing with someone, which is very exciting. But you won't know until you get there. Cider, thank you so very much for the raid, darling. It's always an absolute infinite privilege and a pleasure to have you in your gorgeous community. And Blue Phoenix, thank you again for the follow. I do appreciate you. Like I said, everyone make yourselves at home, please do. I'm quite interactive. Sometimes I get locked in on my project if I'm drawing, which is today. But I do look up and then I will try and scroll back and make sure I catch up with you guys. Also, if you guys have any interest in requesting music, you can do so quite cheaply. It's 100 channel points. So it's you know, you generate like what, 200 or 300 an hour or something like that. I think. Just make sure that you read the pinned message, please, so that you request stuff that is within the community's comfort levels. I'm not really big into like really loud screaming stuff, and I'm not really big into like really heavy like gangster rap, like the really extreme stuff. You know, I'm not really into that stuff. But everything else, go for it. I've discovered so many amazing songs and musos and stuff because of you guys. So, I have food. I just been so lacking in energy that soup is too hard. Oh no, I'm sorry, Cloak. Oh, vicious cycle, huh? It's so sad Rule 5 has to exist. Let me see what Rule 5 is. No AI songs, yeah. It is sad, isn't it? It's quite sad, but yeah, absolutely no AI songs. No AI music, writing, art, nay. Kanye West HH is a no. No, it is a no. That is correct. You are correct about that. Nay, nay, no, nay. But yes, welcome on in. It's getting too common. It is. And like the problem is that it's like, you don't even have to be consciously trying to
be some kind of an awful crypto bro troll to like listen to AI music. It's just some of it is actually very good. So if you don't look into the people behind it, you're like, oh, this is a jam. It's happened before, like live on stream where people have like been like, oh, I've been listening to the song. It's really good. And I listen to it and I go, wow, I'm adding that to my liked. And then someone else will say, oh, sorry to tell you this, Tao, but like, I just looked up the artist and it's AI. And I'm like, fuck, dude, that sucks. Yeah, it really is sad. It's such a bummer, which is why we have the rule for no AI songs, but like, I don't ban people for requesting them if it's like an actual legit accident. But I do say, you know, please be careful in the future. It ain't music if a robot generated it. Exactly. And it's also not art if a robot generated it. It's also not a good story if a robot generated it. 100%. Same with art. Yeah. I hate when I think something is pretty and then catch that. Yes, it's the worst, dude. Oh my god, it fucking sucks. You finally made a persona to me? I saw that. It looks so cute. That's unlikely we'll get AI songs considering 70 odd million AI songs got deleted off of Spotify, but the chance isn't 0. Yeah. Dombe. Save's showing the Dombe clip. All right, we'll get back into this. But you guys, please do follow the lovely Cider. She is such a sweetie pie. She is very funny and very sweet. And like I said, I've known her for such a long time now. Yeah, please go give her a follow. And thank you so much, Gorgeous, for the raid. It really is a pleasure to have you. This is cool. What is this song? Cider, thank you for the care package. Much appreciated. And also Ryoko. Hi, sweetie. Welcome on in. Thank you for keeping my rascals for me. My pleasure, darling. My pleasure. My privilege, really. So happy to have them. Yeah, you make sure you go and take good care of yourself, okay? And hey, if that involves coming on back here, then, you know, we'd be absolutely loving to have you. But if not, then totally fair. Hi, Tao. In relation to how my son's driving went, it was only a lesson and not a test, but was 6th in a row. Been told if it was a test, he would have passed. Oh, that's great, Mama! Congrats. Oh, congrats to your son. That's so cool. I am resorting to eating ice cream because I ran out of peanut butter. Cloak, you need something more substantial than that. There's like virtually no protein in that. City Fade by Against All Logic. It's an alias for Nicholas Jar, a pretty unique DJ and producer. I really like this. This is my personal like now. What are you working on? Looks really cool. Thank you, Ryoko. This is a D&D commission for Politely Wicked. Yeah. The mermaid character really reminds me of a boss in the Darkest Dungeon 1 in Cove. Oh, cool. Okay, interesting. I haven't played Cove or Darkest, or I guess I haven't played Darkest Dungeon at all, really. I don't think. I might have tried the second one at some point, very briefly. Yeah, she is a boss, I'll tell you what. Valor, that's this character's name. She is scary. Luckily, she's on my side, so if she can be scary all she wants. Couple of sessions ago, she rode the body of a defeated guard like a skateboard and like smeared his blood all over the floor. It was crazy, but she's on my side, so it's fine. You have to go, Ryoko. Oh, all good, though. Thanks for dropping in, saying hi. I appreciate it. We'll see you later. You're gonna get some things you can consume easily tomorrow. Good. Please do, sweetie. Definitely need to.
Darkest Dungeon is kind of like loot bound, but much darker. Right, okay. Interesting. Where did you say this DJ is from, Caution? Was that English? What was that language? It's a pain simulator game? Oh no. Jar's American. Oh, okay. What was that English in the song? I suppose I should maybe work on more of the Catfolk Space Empire stuff in the next couple of weeks. Yeah, you totally should. That's a good idea. Vegeta, hi sweetie. Welcome on in. How are you? Oops. um, let's see. Vegeta, thank you for the head pat. Thank you, thank you. Vegeta, thank you for the uppies. Good, Vegeta. Thank you, thank you. I've still got that bit that only exists in my head as a video from Muse's Starlight. Need to figure out how to work it into text. Oh, that's a cool idea. Who would win, coughing newborn or Majin Vegeta? That's a great question. I have no idea. I don't know these characters well enough. Strat, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream. We still have like a minimum of 2 weeks before another storytelling stream. Yeah, that's fair. That's true. Knowing who is coughing newborn requires some deep ball knowledge. Exactly. And I don't know. Exactly. You had an out, Walters? Thank you so much for dropping in, hon. I appreciate it. Have a good night. Sleep well. Sweet dreams. I don't like these chill remix things. Yeah, they're very lo-fi. Very lo-fi. I like them too. Back, no. The vocals he sampled are German. Okay, interesting. It was really pretty. Did some digging. Lyrics were German. Got it. Okay. Since he's not super big, I wouldn't find much. Yeah, that makes sense. Good job digging. Added a German song from the 80s. Nice, Stormtown. I'm looking forward to hearing it. Oh, I love this song. I have to skip my music request. I forgot it has some stuff about war. War is okay. It's just if it's like actively triggering stuff, like if they're like describing like in depth kind of stuff, probably not. But if it's just like a mention of it or something like that, I appreciate how considerate you are, though, hun. Thank you so much, nobody. Whoa, whatever happened there? It ain't about the topic, it's about the content. Right, exactly. Because we actually have a lot of songs that are like about sex, but they don't like talk about it in depth, right? And so it's like, that's fine. Anybody else struggle to write bios about themselves? That's currently my life at the moment. Oh no! Are you writing a bio for something, sweetie? It's about the lyricism. Exactly. I love this song. Feels weird that I don't have to work on a Friday tomorrow for me. Is it off for like a holiday or something, hun? Time to see what alliance rate I get on my 80 monk. Will it be Crystal Tower? Do you want it to be Crystal Tower? Go pee pee poo poo, trust, and then work on the actual one. It'll be a glow up. Oh my god. Mexican rock, yeah, I really like it. Time for me to sleep. Have a good night. Oh, all good, sweetest Solar. Thank you so much for the lurk. I appreciate it. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams as well, darling. It was not Crystal Tower. What was it, pray tell? Perchance? Not a holiday. Oh, hopefully everything's okay then, Frostbite. Oh, is it because you're still recovering from your injury? Oh, by the way, this is probably a good opportunity for me to remind you guys that there's a couple of things going on because of our partnership here on Twitch. One of which is we have a... There we go. We have a opportunity here for you guys to have another where is it? Is it this one? I think it is. Yeah. To have another server exclusive to the pouch. As a thank you for helping us get to partner, would you guys be interested in a community server for any game? Pal World, V Rising, etc. If so, please comment your suggestion below. And if you see someone has already suggested your desired game, just give it a thumbs up. Please only give something a thumbs up if it's something you think you would play in. Engage. Like Pal World, we need at least 20 upvotes for any one of these, okay? The other thing is we have a 24-hour stream coming up probably in September for both my birthday and partnership. So please go to suggestions for stream and Discord, same channel as getting a server. And you can go over here and give things a thumbs up that you would like to ensure happen during that stream. There's a lot of suggestions because we did brainstorming live on stream yesterday. And if there's something that you don't see on here, feel free to suggest it. All you have to do is literally reply to whatever thing. If you think that I should do something else for activities, it's not on here, reply to that. If you think that I should sleep something other than 8 hours, 4-hour naps, no sleep, or 20 minutes intermittently, then reply to sleep options. If you have an idea for when Tau is asleep or is away for food, sleep, etc., rather than Coconut Simulator, Words on Stream, Rusty's Farm, Intro Fighters, or Placid Plastic Duck Simulator, please, again, reply. Okay? But yeah, lots of cool stuff. Should I add puzzle suggestions? Oh yeah, please do, Strat. Yeah, that's a good idea. The puzzle one is a really good idea on there. I was right about Jar being unique because the album that contained that song of his I requested was released randomly with 0 promo, and then Pitchfork eventually had a review for it. Wow, that's cool, Cutie Caution. That's very cool. Let me see. That and I'm only working at one of my 2 jobs because of it. Oh, that makes sense, Frostbite. That makes sense. One of my favorite fucking songs of all time. This song is such a banger. Could you look at the lyrics for Student Visas by Korblund? I'm paranoid that it's not stream appropriate. Yeah, thank you, sweetie. I will let me have a look. Hold on. So that was Student Visa by Korblund. Let's see. Bye-bye. Have a good one, Cutie Cloak. I'm back to say goodnight. I need to sleep to get me to the grocery store perceptively sooner. Yes, totally fair, Cutie Cloak. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, darling. All right, let me see. Okay, I can see why you'd be paranoid about this one, hun. I might remove it just because yeah, it does have some pretty heavy war stuff in it. I really appreciate you being so conscientious though. Without charging you any extra points though, do you have something you'd like to just replace it with? Because I'll take that song request out and I'll just put whatever you say into the slot that it was in. Daniel, thank you for the uppies. Hey, good, Daniel. Again, nobody, I really appreciate that. That's very, very sweet of you. Thank you for checking on that. Let's see. I like Placid Duck Simulator, but that would be a long 8 hours if that was the sleep option. I do still need to fill that out. That's okay. We can have like a TikTok keeping young people entertained like TikTok thing where it's like over here in this quadrant is Placid Duck Simulator. Over here in this quadrant is Words on Stream. Over here in this quadrant, you guys are solving a puzzle. And then over here is a boss battle. I can do that if you want. I had a feeling about it. Horse Soldier Korblundi is one I know is safe. Okay, perfect. Oh, it's not Lund. Perfect. Thank you, nobody. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for, like I said, being so conscientious. I really, really appreciate it. That's very considerate. All right. Let me see here. There it is. All right. Perfect. That is there, sweetie. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much for that, lovely. Let me see. 8 hours of Subway Surfer. Wait, can you guys play Subway Surfer? Oh no, you're referencing the TikToks. That's true. That's true. It is a great song though. I'll have to try and have a listen to it. And Sopranos clips. I'm not trying to get banned. Hey there, marvelous Miss Vixie. Welcome in, gorgeous. How are you? It's so good to see you. No, we can't. That's a shame. That would be really funny though. I would love to like set it up. I've seen people play Pokemon while streamers are asleep, you know, and everyone goes like, okay, turn left, down, cast Thunderbolt, you know? That could be fun. I just don't know how to get that set up. Ricky, do you know how to set something like that up, Mr. Computer Whiz? Currently, I have no idea, but you know what I have? Lots of free time to learn. You say that now, but you give it 1 week and you're going to be like, oh, I can't fight off both jobs. I guess I got to do both of them. And then we'll never see you again because you'll be too good for us. You'll be too good for us, the head of a gambling company. Wonder if this roofer is ever going to show up. This is the same roofer that I might have mentioned before on stream a couple of times, where we have been waiting for him for upwards of 3 months, because he's the best in the business around here, apparently. But he is so incredibly unreliable. He says he'll be someplace, and then he never is. And then he says he'll be someplace the next time you call. He goes, yep, 100%, definitely making it to your place this week. And then we wait, and then nothing. And then he says, oh, I will be there in an hour. And then he never shows up. And that's where we are at the moment because, oh, wait, Coda's barking. Could it be? Hold on. Maybe we'll go on a break just in case, because we are just about to need to go on a break. So let's do that. Please make sure you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom and like this is I'll see you meds and minor in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I will see you in 3 minutes, unless it's the roofer, in which case give me a couple more, okay? Mwah. Or whatever. Shut up! I don't know. Oh my god, we have a fire on the plane. It's not actually a plane, it's fine. Oh no, it's spreading! No, don't pick up the water again. Where's my, oh my god, my fire extinguisher's on fire! Fuck! Oh my god! Oh my god! Exclamation point Yugi. Why are you still on fire? You're supposed to turn off. Why haven't I turned the fucking thing off? It's okay, I'm over it. Crying a little bit. Fuck, that was really funny. Okay, wait, no, wait, I need to put the water in there. Oh god, oh no, oh, or whatever. Shut up! Memories bring back you. Sorry, I may or may not have gotten distracted by my perfectly round head and googly eyes. Thank you also for my pal hat. Okay. 64? I don't think it was 64, but I think we might have 60 deaths. Or was it 59? I forgot. Are we counting the time where we died because it was programmed into the game? Thank you for the care package. It's all in Chinese. Apologies, Japan. I just caused a fucking international incident. Distinct from it's very distinct from mainland China. All right. Suddenly China, surprise. Okay. Sorry, Yuki. Surprise communism. Oh my god. Exclamation point Yugi. Why are you still on fire? You're supposed to turn off. Why haven't I turned the fucking thing off? Oh my god.
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
I don't understand how to play this fucking game. Oh, I got him.
Onto my lunch. Jesus. Sucker.
Or whatever. Shut up! Wait, no, wait, I need to put the water in there. Oh god, oh no, oh fuck! I don't know, oh my god, we have a fire on the plane. It's not actually a plane, it's fine. Oh no, it's spreading! No, don't pick up the water again. Where's my, oh my god, my fire extinguisher's on fire! Memories bring back you. Sorry, I may or may not have gotten distracted by my perfectly round head and googly eyes. Thank you also for my pal hat.
Okay. It's all in Chinese. Apologies, Japan. I just caused a fucking international incident. Distinct from it's very distinct from mainland China. All right. suddenly China, surprise. Okay. Sorry, Yuki. Please
Surprise
forgive.
communism.
Protogen, that's it. Thank you, Protogen, that's it. A little bit. Thank you. Yeah, Protogen. Combination of human and animal DNA. Seems like Luna. Look away, save. We have to kill her. I'm actually shocked that this doesn't have a this doesn't have an option for controller. Okay. Oh my god! Exclamation point, Yugi. Why are you still on fire? You're supposed to turn off. Why haven't I turned the fucking thing off? Oh my god.
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
I don't understand how to play this fucking. Oh, I got him! Prize money, and you get to breed adorable foals, and you get to hire and manage staff, and you get to build the stable of your dreams. So if you want to vote for that, you can. Ew! Why? I'm just being wholesome and loving my horses. Why would you do that to me, little bit? It's okay, I'm over it. Wait, no, wait, I need to put the water in there. Oh god, oh no, oh fuck! I don't know, oh my god, we have a fire on the plane. It's not actually a plane, it's fine. Oh no, it's spreading! No, don't pick up the water again. Where's my, oh my god, my fire extinguisher's on fire! Fuck! Oh my god, no! I'm crying a little bit, fuck, that was really funny. Memories bring back you. Sorry, I may or may not have gotten distracted by my perfectly round head and googly eyes. Thank you also for my pal hat. Okay. Okay. Sorry, Yuki. Please
Surprise
forgive.
communism.
I don't know. Oh my god, we have a fire on the plane. It's not actually a plane, it's fine. Oh no, it's spreading! No, don't pick up the water again. Where's my, oh my god, my fire extinguisher's on fire! Fuck! Oh my god, no. Oh my god. Exclamation point, Yugi. Why are you still on fire? You're supposed to turn off. Why haven't I turned the fucking thing off? Okay, I'm over it. Or whatever. Shut up! But thank you. Yeah, Protogen. Combination of human and animal DNA. Seems like Luna. Look away, save. We have to kill her. I'm actually shocked that this doesn't have a this doesn't have an option for controller. Okay,
Onto my lunch. Jesus. Sucker.
64? I don't think it was 64, but I think we might have 60 deaths. Or was it 59? I forgot. Are we counting the time where we died because it was programmed into the game? Thank you for the care package. Oh my god! Exclamation point, Yugi. Why are you still on fire? You're supposed to turn off. Why haven't I turned the fucking thing off? Oh my god.
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
I don't understand how to play this fucking. Oh, I got him! It's all in Chinese. Apologies, Japan. I just caused a fucking international incident.
Distinct from it's very distinct from mainland China. All right. suddenly China, surprise. Okay. Sorry, Yuki.
Surprise
Please forgive.
communism.
It's okay, I'm over it.
Memories bring back you.
Sorry. I may or may not have gotten distracted by my perfectly round head and googly eyes. Thank you also for my pal hat. Okay. Oh my god, my fire extinguisher's on fire! Fuck! Oh my god, no!
Onto my lunch. Jesus. Sucker.
64? I don't think it was 64, but I think we might have 60 deaths. Or was it 59? I forgot. Are we counting the time where we died because it was programmed into the game? Thank you for the care package. Or whatever. Shut up! Actually playing, it's fine. Oh no, it's spreading! No! Don't pick up the water again! Where's my— oh my god, my fire extinguisher's on fire! Fuck! Oh my god! Oh my god! Exclamation point Yugi. Why are you still on fire? You're supposed to turn off— why haven't I turned the fucking thing off? Protogen, that's it. Thank you, Protogen, that's it. A little bit. Thank you. Yeah, Protogen. Combination of human and animal DNA. Siv's like, Luna? Look away, Save. We have to kill her. I'm actually shocked that this doesn't have a, this doesn't have an option for, controller. Okay, oh my god! Exclamation point Yugi. Why are you still on fire? You're supposed to turn off— why haven't I turned the fucking thing off?
Hey, sweetie,
Oh my
sorry.
God.
It's gonna
Yeah,
be
I
a bit
don't
longer.
understand how to play
It
this
is
game.
indeed the
I don't
roofer, so
understand how to play this
I'm
fucking—
just
God,
getting
God,
some input from him
I
about
don't
our
know.
leaks and
Oh
stuff.
my God, we have
My
a fire on the
apologies for
plane.
taking so
Oh, it's
long.
not actually
Bear
playing,
with
it's fine.
me.
Oh no, it's spreading! No! Don't pick up the water again! Where's my— oh my god, my fire extinguisher's on fire! Fuck! Oh my god! Oh my god! Exclamation point Yugi. Why are you still on fire? You're supposed to turn off— why haven't I turned the fucking thing off? Wait, no, wait, I need to put the water in there. Oh god, oh no, oh, or whatever. Shut up! And then get water, and then put that in there. Wait, no, wait, I need to put the water in there. Oh god, oh no, oh, fuck! I don't know, oh my god, we have a fire on the plane. It's not actually a plane, it's fine. Oh no, it's spreading! No, don't pick up the water again. Where's my— oh my god, my fire extinguisher's on fire! Fuck! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god. I'm crying a little bit. Fuck, that was really funny.
Memories bring back you.
Sorry. I may or may not have gotten distracted by my perfectly round head and googly eyes. Thank you also for my pal hat. Okay. Okay. Sorry, Yuki. Please
Surprise
forgive.
communism.
Prize money, and you get to breed adorable foals, and you get to hire and manage staff, and you get to build the stable of your dreams. So if you want to vote for that, you can. Ew! Why? I'm just being wholesome and loving my horses. Why would you do that to me, lol? It's okay, I'm over it. Okay, and then get water, and then put that in there. Wait, no, wait, I need put the water in there. Oh God, oh no, oh fuck! I don't know, oh my God, we have a fire on the plane. It's not actually a plane, it's fine. Oh no, it's spreading! No, don't pick up the water again. Where's my, oh my God, my fire extinguisher's on fire! Fuck! Oh my God, no. Oh my God.
Onto my lunch. Jesus. Sucker.
64? I don't think it was 64, but I think we might have 60 deaths. Or was it 59? I forgot. Are we counting the time where we died because it was programmed into the game? Thank you for the care package.
Memories bring back you.
Sorry. I may or may not have gotten distracted by my perfectly round head and googly eyes. Thank you also for my pal hat. Okay. Protogen, that's it. Thank you, Protogen. That's it. A little bit. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, Protogen. Or whatever. Shut up! Wait, no, wait. I need put the water in there. Oh God. Oh no. Oh fuck! I don't know. Oh my God, we have a fire on the plane. It's not actually a plane. It's fine. Oh no, it's spreading! No, don't pick up the water again. Where's my, oh my God, my fire extinguisher's on fire! Fuck! Oh my God, no. Ew! Why? I'm just being wholesome and loving my horses. Why would you do that to me, lol? It's okay, I'm over it. I don't know. Oh my God, we have a fire on the plane. It's not actually a plane. It's fine. Oh no, it's spreading! No, don't pick up the water again. Where's my, oh my God, my fire extinguisher's on fire! Fuck! Oh my God, no. Oh my God. Exclamation point Yugi. Why are you still on fire? You're supposed to turn off. Why haven't I turned the fucking thing off? Protogen, that's it. Thank you, Protogen. That's it. A little bit. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, Protogen. Combination of human and animal DNA. Siv's like, Luna? Look away, Save. We have to kill her. I'm actually shocked that this doesn't have a, this doesn't have an option for, controller. Okay, thank you for the care package. Oh my God. I'm crying a little bit. Fuck, that was really funny. Or whatever. Shut up! Fools, and you get to hire and manage staff, and you get to build the stable of your dreams. So if you want to vote for that, you can. Ew! Why? I'm just being wholesome and loving my horses. Why would you do that to me, lol? It's okay, I'm over it. Wait, no, wait. I need put the water in there. Oh God. Oh no. Oh fuck! I don't know. Oh my God, we have a fire on the plane. It's not actually a plane, it's fine. Oh no, it's spreading. No, don't pick up the water again. Where's my, oh my God, my fire extinguisher's on fire. Memories bring back you. Sorry, I may or may not have gotten distracted by my perfectly round head and googly eyes. Thank you also for my pal hat. Okay. And then get water, and then put that in there. Wait, no, wait, I need to put the water in there. Oh God, oh no, oh fuck! I don't know, oh my God, we have a fire on the plane. It's not actually a plane, it's fine. Oh no, it's spreading! No, don't pick up the water again. Where's my, oh my God, my fire extinguisher's on fire! Fuck! Oh my God! Oh, it's all in Chinese. Apologies, Japan. Just caused a fucking international incident. Distinct from it's very distinct from mainland China. All right. suddenly China, surprise. Okay. Sorry, Yuki.
Surprise communism. Protogen, that's it. Thank you, Protogen, that's it. A little bit. Thank you. Yeah, Protogen. Combination of human and animal DNA. Saves like Luna. Look away, Save. We have to kill her. I'm actually shocked that this doesn't have memories bring back you. Sorry, I may or may not have gotten distracted by my perfectly round head and googly eyes. Thank you also for my pal hat. Okay. Oh my God. I'm crying a little bit. Fuck, that was really funny. Okay, I'm over it. It's all in Chinese. Apologies, Japan. Just caused a fucking international incident. Distinct from it's very distinct from mainland China. All right. Suddenly China, surprise. Okay. Sorry, Yuki. Surprise communism.
Or whatever.
Shut up.
Oh God. Oh no. Oh fuck! I don't know. Oh my God. We have a fire on the plane. It's not actually a plane. It's fine. Oh no, it's spreading. No, don't pick up the water again. Where's my, oh my God, my fire extinguisher's on fire. Fuck! Oh my God. And then get water, and then put that in there. Wait, no, wait, I need to put the water in there. Oh God, oh no, oh fuck! I don't know, oh my God, we have a fire on the plane. It's not actually a plane, it's fine. Oh no, it's spreading! No, don't pick up the water again. Where's my, oh my God, my fire extinguisher's on fire! Fuck! Oh my God! Oh.
Onto my lunch. Jesus. Sucker.
64? I don't think it was 64, but I think we might have 60 deaths. Or was it 59? I forgot. Are we counting the time where we died because it was programmed into the game? Thank you for the care package. It's all in Chinese. Apologies, Japan. Just called or whatever.
Shut up.
Memories bring back you. Sorry, I may or may not have gotten distracted by my perfectly round head and googly eyes. Thank you also for my pal hat. Okay. Wait, no, wait, I need to put the water in there. Oh God, oh no, oh fuck! I don't know, oh my God, we have a fire on the plane. It's not actually a plane, it's fine. Oh no, it's spreading! No, don't pick up the water again. Where's my, oh my God, my fire extinguisher's on fire! Fuck! Oh my God, no. Ow! Why? I'm just being wholesome and loving my horses. Why would you do that to me, little bit? It's okay, I'm over it. Protogen, that's it. Thank you, Protogen, that's it. A little bit, thank you. Yeah, Protogen. Combination of human and animal DNA. Seems like Luna. Look away, Save, we have to kill her. I'm actually shocked that this doesn't have a, this doesn't have an option for, controller. Okay,
Onto my lunch. Jesus. Sucker.
64? I don't think it was 64, but I think we might have 60 deaths. Or was it 59? I forgot. Are we counting the time where we died because it was programmed into the game? Thank you for the care package. Oh my God! Exclamation point Yugi. Why are you still on fire? You're supposed to turn off. Why haven't I turned the fucking thing off? Oh my God.
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
I don't understand how to play this fucking. Oh, I got him. I don't know. Oh my God. We have a fire on the plane. It's not actually a plane. It's fine. Oh no, it's spreading. No, don't pick up the water again. Where's my, oh my God, my fire extinguisher's on fire. Fuck. Oh my God. Oh my God. Exclamation point Yugi. Why are you still on fire? You're supposed to turn off. Why haven't I turned the fucking thing off? Memories bring back you. Sorry, I may or may not have gotten distracted by my perfectly round head and googly eyes. Thank you also for my pal hat. Okay. I'm actually shocked that this doesn't have a, this doesn't have an option for, controller. Okay, it's all in Chinese. Apologies, Japan. I just caused a fucking international incident. Distinct from it's very distinct from mainland China. All right. suddenly China, surprise. Okay. Sorry, Yuki.
Surprise communism.
And then get water, and then put that in there. Or whatever. Shut up! Wait, no, wait, I need to put the water in there. Oh God, oh no, oh fuck! I don't know, oh my God, we have a fire on the plane. It's not actually a plane, it's fine. Oh no, it's spreading! No, don't pick up the water again. Where's my, oh my God, my fire extinguisher's on fire! Fuck! Oh my God, no! Ow! Why? I'm just being wholesome and loving my horses. Why would you do that to me, little bit? It's okay, I'm over it. Memories bring back you. Sorry, I may or whatever. Shut up!
Onto my lunch. Jesus. Sucker.
64? 64? I don't think it was 64, but I think we might have 60 deaths. Or was it 59? I forgot. Are we counting the time where we died because it was programmed into the game? Thank you for the care package. Okay, I'm over it. I don't know. Oh my god, we have a fire on the plane. It's not actually a plane, it's fine. Oh no, it's spreading. No, don't pick up the water again. Where's my, oh my god, my fire extinguisher's on fire. Fuck. Oh my god. Oh my god. Exclamation point Yugi. Why are you still on fire? You're
Sorry,
supposed to turn
guys.
the
I'm
fire
back.
when I turned the fucking thing off.
Fuck. I am so sorry. That took forever.
Get water?
The
And then
idea
put that in
was
there?
for these guys to show up and then just hop on the roof. They're going like through the house and stuff. Did I scare you?
I don't know. Oh my god. we have a
And
fire
so
on
I
the
have to watch
plane.
the
It's
dog
not
because the
actually plane,
dog's
it's-
gonna
oh,
fall
no,
him
it's
outside
spreading.
and
No,
oh my god,
Pick
I'm
up the
so
water
sorry.
again. Where's my, oh my god, my fire extinguisher's on fire.
Oh, we're vibing. Oh, I'm so happy to hear that. We are back. Let me bring you guys back here. Phew.
Oh my god. It's all in
Don't even,
Chinese.
please just, no one even tell me how long I was gone for. I think it was an hour, but fuck, dude. Thank you for the care package, Julius. I appreciate it. And Coda's over here absolutely panicked out of his fucking gourd. Jesus. Thank you for the head pad, Joyce Julius. Thank you, thank you. Bleh. Okay, let's draw. Apologies, sweethearts. There are no gourds. There is only Zoltan. Hi there, nerd. Hi, Suda Striker. Welcome on in. How are ya? Okay. Some uppies for Daniel. Good, Daniel. And for Ozzy. Uppies. Hey, good, Ozzy. All right, let me re-engage with my relaxing and lovely community and not barking dogs in my ears. Ah, Storm, uppies, grabby, 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 and whee! Good, Storm. All right. All right. We haven't gotten any, like, raids or anything since I've been gone, right? I'll feel so bad. Okay. Thank you for modding while I was gone, Strat. No, he didn't? Okay. I hope he gets all the work done now that you explained it. Well, the problem is he thinks we need a full roof replacement, which is tens of thousands of dollars. So I'm a little bit stressed about that, but I'll talk to Nath about it when he gets home. Oof, ouchies. Yeah, oh no. Don't mention that's what I'm here for. Thank you, Suda Starat. I don't think so. I think it's just the pals hanging out. Thank you for hanging out, precious pals. I'm so grateful to have you all. All right. Full roof? Is it that bad? He thinks so, and this is like he gets called all over the state because of how good he is. So he's got a really, really stellar name in the roofing and tradie industry for the state.
He reckons that the place that we found the leak, he said, I honestly think there's probably a bunch more places in places you're not seeing. He said there's a ton of rust on the roof. He said that there's a lot of like the gutters are all like filled up with water. We get so much rain here, but he was like, yeah, that's also a symptom of a greater issue. Cool. Cool. One second, I have. No wonder the guy's so busy. Well, he is, but I still would like it if he would like give us, if he says he's gonna be there sometime in the week. It'd be great if we didn't have to wait 3 months for him to actually show up, you know? Time for bed. Oh, thank you, sweetest striker, for enjoying the craziness of our beloved Tao while she arts. Night all, or good day to the morning, people. Sweetest striker, may you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, darling. Thank you very, very much for coming on in. I'm sorry I was gone for so long. I wish I could have been here to spend more time with you, but that does seem very concerning. Yeah. He said it's probably gonna be about $20,000. I'm like, yeah, cool. Definitely made of money. But anyway, we will deal with that later. Capitalism! That's exactly right. It is capitalism, Caution. 100% true. That's what that is. Haggle, offer VIP in chat, and 506. That's actually not a bad idea. Yeah. I wish. No stress. Only art. True, Ozzy, if you guys would like to skip this song or any song, you can exclamation point vote skip. It requires 5 votes. Count them 5. I read that as only eat. Only eat. Two more people to skip this song. I should have played another ad while you were gone. I just wasn't sure when you'd be back, so I didn't go for it. Oh, no, that's okay, Strut. I appreciate it. That's all right. No worries. No worries. One more if you want to skip the song. Is there a way to vote not to skip? No. you can vote to skip or you can just not vote. And there it goes. Could I get a shout out to Sweetest Save for being sweet and shouting us out, even though I was gone for 5 hours?
Whoa! They made the save icon in real life!
Whoa, they did. Hey, Maya, welcome on in. How are you?
Thank you, Strat. You guys see the save is on my head, and he's lovely, and he's sweetie pie and delightful and interactive and grounded and pleasant to listen to and very sweet and...
How you doing, Maya? It's good to see you. He looks exhausted. He probably is. I'm guessing that he's having either a hell of a time with his I think that right now from my observations in his stream, I think that he said that demon hunters are very mean. And warriors are nerfed, maybe? He looks exhausted in a good way. Then maybe he's been defeating all the bad guys, all of the demon hunters. Chug Jug skipped. It's so over. It's so over. I'm doing well. Congrats on getting a partner, by the way. I don't know if I got a chance to congratulate you. Thank you so much, May. I really appreciate it, darling. Really, really do. I'm so glad that you're doing well as well, sweetie pie. Oops. Oh well. Wait, what happened, Caution? Do you need me to fix that? Did it request the wrong song? I forgot to move the jib jab, but it's at the song I intended. Oh, like it got it. That's good. Good. Demon hunters are mean. Warriors are nerfed. Noted. Personally, I thought the K-pop demon hunters were nice. Hey, I like K-pop demon hunters too, actually. I might put my own song on there. My favorite song from that show, that movie. Your Idol. Oh, I see. I see, Caution. No, that's all good. That's all good. Wait, what are we predicting? Hold on. 7+ wins. Yes. Yes, he'll win 7+ times. I don't know that Save has ever won less than 7 times. Seven-time winning for Save is a bad day because he is used to being able to like pull all 12. Seven out of what? 30? No, 7 out of 12. He's like a Save is like a legitimately like world tier Hearthstone player. So he usually gets 12 wins during his streams or close to it. Is the song with multiple people in it? Wait, what song, Strat? The one you just requested, or?
Thank you for the fart, Mord.
Nice. Yes, yeah, no, he's very good at his chosen game. The one you said you requested to your list? Oh, I put Your Idol on it. Is the song with multiple people in it? It's the one from the movie. It's the one in my liked from the movie. I see, because Amma has a version as well. Oh yeah, I know. Trust me, it's the only one I mostly hear on stream. Hi there, Precious Patricia. How are you? How has the art been today? It has been good, sweetie. Thank you for asking. How have you been today? You almost got a perfect score in your final exams. Caution, that's sick. Congrats. Where's the thing on the screen that displays the current song? It's currently broken, and I don't know why. It's just not, yeah, it doesn't show. But if you want to know what the song is, I think you can do exclamation point song maybe. I think that was takedown. No, I don't think so. It's not. Okay, sorry, I'm wrong. Hold on. Let me see what this thing says. Oh yeah. Okay, Q. Q will show you what is currently on there. My bad. Thank you. That's the one. That's the one. You're now technically on summer break. That's awesome. What are you going to do for summer break? Doing lovely. Enjoying your free day off. That's great, hun. The keep inventory bug is still present. Oh, I'm sorry. Is there anything I can do about it? I did double check that that the keep inventory checkbox was there before I re-uploaded it. Oh, oh my god. Hold on. Nathan's calling me to talk about this roof thing. I'll keep drawing, but I'll be looking like a zombie. Sorry. Woof. Hi. I got hiccups again. I had hiccups while I was on the phone with Nathan. Now they're back again. Hi, I'm back. Welcome back, Patricia. How's Nate doing? He's good. He's stressed now because I told him we have to get our roof replaced. But not the hiccups. Nah! Welcome back, Awesome Aussie. Welcome back, Incredible Eisen. Welcome back, Cedar Strat. I hope it's not as serious as he claims and you can find a good midpoint. Yeah, I don't know. Nath was like, we could get a second opinion. I'm like, I mean, well, that's a good idea. He is, like, truly the best in the business. So, I don't know if, especially because if all roofers are that, you know, unreliable. I don't know if we want to deal with that for another 2 or 3 people. Sounds like you're barking. I could see that. Quick, somebody scare. Put temporary fix in the realm while playing. I just hope it works. I've never dabbled with command blocks, so my confidence is waning. That's fair. Focus on your diaphragm. Relax your stomach muscles and tense them. Okay. Raw, darling. Raw, darling. Fuck. I tried. Thank you for the care package. Ooh, Percherons are pretty horses. Sorry, it's not intentional. Fuck. Sorry, I don't mean to be barking in your ears or anything. Touch your tongue to the roof of your mouth? Okay. How's that? Gargling water helps with me, but it's not foolproof. I think I found a new voice for my voiceover. Is it supposed to do anything for me, Scratch? Let's be voice redeemer. That didn't work. Maybe touch your tongue to I'm trying to laugh and then I'm giggling and then I'm hiccuping. Fuck. Has derp voice energy. It does. It does. Fuck. Stereotypical nerd voice activate? Yeah. Fuck. Touch your tongue to the roof is very funny. You tried. Don't worry. It will go once you focus on other stuff. I hope so. Actually. Exactly, Patricia. Exactly. Dude. Fuck. Why? My mom used to get so pissed off at me because my hiccups are quite loud. And she'd be like, Tao, shut up. And I'm like, I can't help it. She's like, then leave the house. Fuck. I was just taking it a step further. Literally, it's true. Darth, thank you for the ew.
Thank you.
Sorry. I have hiccups in case you haven't been listening. I've got hiccups, and that was not an intentional horrifying sound. I've mentioned it before, but you heard my mom with the hiccups. Bloody chicken. Ah. Bruh. Less like a hiccup, more like a mini demonic scream. Accurate, Shroom. So accurate. That's true. That's fair. Very, very fair identification. Thank you for the scream, Talon. I wish that could get rid of it. Oh, or has it? We might be free of the hiccups. You could try drinking some water right when you're about to hiccup. It works for me 80% of the time. What, because you inhale the water into your lungs and then you choke to death? Wait, has this actually worked? Did the goat scream work this time? It didn't actually scare me, but I think that it might have maybe me imitating it. I don't know.
Pretty lady isn't politely pretty. Look at her. She's so pretty.
Hiccup, 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 hiccup. Mama Tau, help please. Hiccup, hiccup, hiccup,
I
hiccup.
wouldn't scream in the pouch pal's face. Drink water upside down for pro strats. Oh, brilliant. I don't think I could do it though. I don't think that it's possible for me to drink water upside down. No pun intended, but how would be the goat, being the goat by getting rid of your hiccups? Apparently, yeah, hey, I take it back, pun totally intended. There you go. There you go. I can't believe this worked. All right, we must remember this. A foolproof strategy that definitely has never been tried before. And only just like kind of conveniently happened to help this one time. But yes, we are victors. If anyone is ever in need of an emergency hiccup relief method, please come to this channel and do the goat scream, and voila. What if you turn the bottle upside down instead? I don't think that changes anything. Goat magic. I am nasty. I tell my son to hold his breath until he can't breathe. That's so mean. But I've tried to do that and it doesn't work for me still. You know what I forgot to put on? Actually, have I forgotten to put it on? We haven't had the Tau Sing redeem for a long time, but I forgot to put on from our last karaoke stream. I think everybody, including myself, really liked when I was singing Somewhere Only We Know. I need to make sure that I put that on our little list of singables. Where it says I'm tickling him as well. Oh my god. That is hardcore. That is hardcore. Holding my breath hasn't worked for me. Yeah. Where is it? Oh, I don't have it on here. Okay, I better put Somewhere Only We Know. And I think that's by Keen. Yeah, it is Keen. Okay. Cool. There we go. That's on there for next time. Magic the Gathering cards prepared to sell off tonight as the pre-release event. Very cool, hon. Ooh, I hope that you have many successful sales. The Hobbit set is coming out. Ooh, that's cool. Ooh, I want to see those when you get them. I set the reminder in the channel. See if it works as intended. Oh, sure. Hi there, Vivi. Welcome on in. What's it, John? We're working on D&D character art. How are you, hon? It's so good to see you. Fan art for an absolute banger. Okay, let's have a look. That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. Good job, Patricia. Well done. And actually, I've been good. Fixed my sleep schedule a bit, so it's hard to catch streams on the other side of the world. No, that's totally fair, lovely Vivi. No worries at all, darling. I'm really proud of you for fixing your sleep schedule. That can be tough. Well done. How have things been? I hope that I hope you are enjoying being awake at more typical times for those around you. I do like it, Patricia. That's quite funny. I'm glad you're doing well, though, Vivi. Excellent. I'm glad you were able to make it in for tonight, though, hon. I assume that are you just not able to sleep tonight, or? These streams always drain me of my points. Poor me! Oh, yeah, I'm so sorry, Strat. You don't have 70 million points anymore. Have you seen all the episodes of Demons of the Shadow Realm? No, Nathan and I fell behind a little bit. We haven't, we've both been so busy, that we haven't gotten to sit down and actually watch any anime for like 2 weeks. So we do need to catch up on that, for sure. Are you all caught up, Strat? The lyric, du bist gut genug is German for you are good enough the way you are. And Tao, I can assure you, du bist gut genug. Aw, thank you, sweetie. I like this song. This is nice. The dubs are taking their time here. I think it's out for you guys. Oh, really? You're not accessing, you're not able to access the Crunchyroll, dubs yet? I'm gonna sleep soon, just leaving a lurk. Also, you're a good artist. Oh, thank you, Vivi. I'm glad you like my art, sweetheart. I appreciate it. But yes, you get some good sleep, and thank you so much for the support in the form of the lurk. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, hun. We miss you, but we're so happy that you are doing well.
Didn't lose my streak, yes.
Aha,
Lol.
you certainly did not. Thank you so much, darling. I so appreciate it. Thank you, lovely Light, for 3 whole months. Thank you ever so much, gorgeous. Thank you so much. That's so sweet of you. Thank you for your amazing generosity and kindness. And support, of course. Thank you. It's delayed here, but it should catch up. Oh, that's good. Okay. Wait, I was like, wait, this isn't right. Is this a Weird Al song? Yeah. Once he hits that head voice, I'm like, yeah, that's him. Time for a break? Okay, yep. It's all Yankovic? Yep. In Germany, high schoolers graduate in June, and in some towns, they get their own parades through the main street, which with floats and such. And my German teacher showed us some of them with one of the students holding a sign saying, "Wir sind gut genug," or "We are good enough." Aw, that's cute. I like that, Patricia. That's interesting. Thank you for educating us. All right, you guys, we're gonna go on a very quick 3-minute break. I promise this will be quick. There's no more roofers here, so safe doing kung fu. Please make sure you guys hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom and dogs. This is all Meds in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. Love you lots, Mr. Terribly. See you soon. Mwah. It's all in Chinese. Apologies, Japan. I just caused a fucking international incident. Distinct from it's very distinct from mainland China. All right. suddenly China, surprise. Okay. Sorry, Yuki.
Surprise communism.
Prize money, and you get to breed adorable foals, and you get to hire and manage staff, and you get to build the stable of your dreams. So if you want to vote for that, you can. Ew! Why? I'm just...
Wait, no, wait, I need to put the water in there. Oh God, oh no, oh fuck! I don't know, oh my God, we have a fire on the plane. It's not actually a plane, it's fine. Oh no, it's spreading! No, don't pick up the water again. Where's my, oh my God, my fire extinguisher's on fire! Fuck! Oh my God, no! And then get water, and then put that in there. Wait, no, wait, I need to put the water in there. Oh God, oh no, oh fuck! I don't know, oh my God, we have a fire on the plane. It's not actually a plane, it's fine. Oh no, it's spreading! No, don't pick up the water again. Where's my, oh my God, my fire extinguisher's on fire! Fuck! Oh my God, no! Oh my God, it's all in Chinese. Apologies, Japan. I just caused a fucking international incident. Distinct from it's very distinct from mainland China. All right. suddenly China, surprise. Okay. Sorry, Yuki. Please
Surprise
forgive.
communism.
Oh my god. I'm crying. Lol, bit fuck. That was really funny. Or whatever.
Shut up!
Plane is fine. Oh no, it's spreading! No! Don't pick up the water again! Where's my— oh my god, my fire extinguisher's on fire! Fuck! Oh my god! Oh my god! Exclamation point Yugi. Why are you still on fire? You're supposed to turn off— why haven't I turned the fucking thing off? Protogen, that's it. Thank you, Protogen, that's it. A little bit. Thank you. Yeah, Protogen. Combination of human and animal DNA. Siv's like, Luna? Look away, Save. We have to kill her. I'm actually shocked that this doesn't have it.
Memories bring back you.
Sorry. I may or may not have gotten distracted by my perfectly round head and googly eyes. Thank you also for my pal hat. Okay. Oh my god. I'm crying. Lol, bit fuck. That was really funny. Okay, I'm over it. I don't know. Oh my god. We have a fire on the plane. It's not actually a plane. It's fine. Oh no, it's spreading. No, don't pick up the water again. Where's my— oh my god, my fire extinguisher's on fire. Fuck.
Sorry, I was
Oh my
distracted.
God.
I was watching Save. Confession time. I was watching Save and I got distracted. All right, we's back. I love this Bleach song. It is a banger, isn't it? Truly, well and truly. Some uppies for Patricia. Good Patricia. Awesome Aussie uppies. Yee, good Aussie. Welcome back, lovely Lola. Hi. Cutie Cyber uppies. Good Cyber. Tao watching Save during breaks? More likely than you'd think. Yeah, it's true. Dude, I'm stressed about this fucking roof thing I'm trying to put out of my head, but uppies for you, Lucy. Yee. Good, Lucy. And for Sheeny, uppies. Yee. Good, Sheeny. Sorry, I was gone for a bit. I made an egg sandwich for supper. That sounds delicious. Yummo. I would love one of them if you want to send one to me. Patricia, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream. Food in the mail. Nah. Wow. Oh, yeah, that's fair. Hi there, Ram. Welcome on in. How are you doing, hon? It's so good to see you. Patricia, thank you for the storytelling stream.
I'm officially less than 5 hours away from getting the Tau Girl badge. Hey, nice, Precious Patricia. Nicely done. How goes the process on the art? It is coming along. We are almost done with shading politely. We might not quite finish all of the rendering on this today, but I think we're going to get some pretty substantial progress. Ram, thank you for contributing to the movie night challenge, and I appreciate it. And well done on your boss, you guys. Well done. I stick around here until around the end of this stream and some of Sundays, and then I'll be getting it. Amazing, Precious Patricia. Very cool. Well, I hope you enjoy it. Sunday is the last day to get that badge. Sorry for Coda. Whoops. Let's see. May have to go away for a bit later. Need to prep lunch for myself. The plan is some cheesy and spicy Korean noodles with some shredded chicken and an egg. That sounds really good, to be honest. I would absolutely fuck with that. Yummy. In case you really want the badge and can't make it in time, you have the option of gifting 3 subs. But again, the last day for it is Sunday. That is true. Thank you, Strat. Yeah, that's a good point. What the fuck is Safe doing? I actually don't know. He's probably, it looks like someone probably redeemed the Yugi Joey anime voice turn, but he may also have just run across a segment of stream that brought the improv to his brain, and he had to let it out, or he would be possessed by the spirit of Joey. Should be able to get it. Awesome. He is enjoying the Joey segments, I bet. Bro turned into Kaiba. Oh yeah, he does have Kaiba hair, that's true. He does. He pulls that one out a little bit less frequently than Joey and Yugi, but he will do it. He will do it. You give him a Kaiba thing, he'll bring Kaiba into this mess. Oh, another bit of forgotten artifact of flat colors. Whoopsies. Yo, howdy, Merc. How you doing? It's good to see ya. We need to get you a wig collection of your own, especially for the voice segments. It only if only it was a little more convenient. I know, right? It would be nice if I could just. I even looked on my Vian graphs, which is the program I use for my model. I even looked to see if there was like a quick way to um like bond a sticker, which is what the Joey hair is, and also my little check mark is, to my model, and there's not, which is annoying. Oops, whoa. Oh my god. Keep forgetting to attach my lines. Close the path. Thank you for the care package, precious Patricia. I think there may be a workaround because I have seen some set it to when someone redeems it. I will look into it. I might be able to do like something with mix it up, but it wouldn't follow my head the way that this one does. Kind of like the bald redeem, but you add instead of deduct. Yeah, that works for like 3D pieces on the model, but it doesn't work for like making the sticker track, like the 2D sticker track my movements. Bald! Bald! I'm drinking Baja Blast. Is that close enough? Yeah, why not? Yeah, why not? Thank you for my googly woogly eyes. Ha! So you thought. There you go. There you go. Like even these are technically 3D. My eye bulbs. My gigantic googly woogly eye bulbs.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Hi, Zelacilla. How are ya? Thank you for contributing to the movie night. Such a banger. Surprising click. An excellent suggestion, precious Patricia. I'm always down for another surprising click. Had a long and productive day. Was outside tending to the garden. To the yard, and found a snake den. That was fun. What kind of a snake was it? Was it a really dangerous one? I hope it's okay. Like, and you're okay. I hope everyone's okay in this situation. Let's see. Scientists have found that surprising clicks might just be the best kind. The information has been corroborated by local thylacine. It's true. That's true, Patricia. It was black snakes. Very common, but very annoying to deal with. Oh, that's fair, Zellar. That's fair. Hey there, Magnificent Marley. Welcome on in. How are you, hun? It's good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Black racers. Heard they can be rather nippy. Is that an Australian type of snake, or is that like a worldwide snake? Um, I got rid of that fast because I had my godbrother over, not dealing with that. Yeah, that's fair, Zilla. That makes sense. I'm recovering from a bad state of mind and ready to take on the world after like dinner. You know what, Marley? I love that. I think that's exactly what you should do. You should take on the world after dinner. And I'm really sorry that you've had a rough go of it, but I'm really happy that you are feeling a lot better overall. Sometimes you come back from adversity with substantially more strength than you thought was possible because you have just pulled through something that was weighing you down, and then you've gained all of the muscle mass, the metaphorical muscle mass, to lift that thing off of your shoulders, and then once you've thrown it from yourself, then you're like, damn, I still got a lot of energy. Oh, that's a US snake. I hear about them often. Oh, okay, interesting.
Yummy. Yummy.
Thank you for the care package, Elsie. You're all so kind. Thank you. Of course, Magnificent Marley. We're always really happy to see you, sweetie pie, and I'm really proud of you. I'm just glad it wasn't a moccasin. Moccasins are very nasty. Those crappers are a pain to deal with, especially if you accidentally step on their head. Yeah. Water moccasins are very scary. Me seeing Scary Town behind Save. I know. It's where I belong. Oh, scary. Oh, scary. Oh, they passed. Thank you for the power technique. Scary lady. That's me. That's me. That's me. It's me. Me.
to eat before the event? Have something with vegetables. Have something with vegetables. Ooh, pumpkin. Have something with pumpkin.
Epic always best. Epic is very good. I love the covers. Strut. You're only a little bit biased when it comes to Emily covers. Bias? Me? Never. No, not you. I thought you were gonna say Storm should eat corn. We said vegetables. I was thinking about it, but I thought that would be a little too predictable. So I was like, how about pumpkin? Love John Michael Howell. Is this John Michael Howell? Do correct me if I'm wrong, but are pumpkins not fruit? I think they technically are, but you don't usually put pumpkin in. I mean, you can, and it is pretty good when it's done right. But like, like pumpkin doesn't generally go in salads. I would say, unless like a hot salad, you know. But you get a lot of like pumpkin sandwiches and stuff. Lots of pumpkin with like nice proteins, like chicken. Hey there, Star. Welcome on in. How are you? It's good to see you, darling. Welcome on in. Welcome back. It was good to have you yesterday. You heading out, Sweetie Shimi? Thank you so much for coming in, Sweetie Pie. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. My mom frequently makes hot salads with pumpkin. Oh my god, can I come over for dinner? That sounds so good. I do really love pumpkin. It's just that I love corn more because I would eat anything with corn on it as long as it was already something I liked. I would not eat anything with pumpkin on it if it was something I already liked. I don't think I would want pumpkin ice cream, for example. Corn ice cream, however, yes. Yes, very much yes. Fun fact, this song is from 1979. Oh, that is a fun fact. It's way past my bedtime. I was playing on the server and lost track of time. Sorry about that, Sudashimi. Also, I'm really sorry about the weird, like, inventory bug. I don't know what to do about that. I did the things that Ozzy suggested, but I don't know what else there would be to do. I would like pumpkin on ice cream if it was made like the pie I made before. See, and I also really don't love like pumpkin pie very much either. It's like it's fine. I'll eat it sometimes. As long as there's like a shit ton of whipped cream. But corn, if you made me a corn pie, I would fucking eat that. Oh my god, so fast. I want to join the server one day soon. Yeah, lovely Star. Please do. Please do. Oh, Ozzy seems to have fixed the bug, at least for now. Oh, good. Awesome. Okay. Pumpkin spice season is almost here. I can't believe it. I'm still vibing in the nice cold air that I'm getting out here, and it's gonna be hot before I know it, because if you guys are getting pumpkin spice, then that means it's gonna start heating up here, and I do not like it. Do not like it. Just gonna do a live test to see if keep inventory is on. Still works. Okay, good. My favorite kind of pies are just regular meat pies and apple pies. Apple pies are quite good. But apple pies again, like I like everything a la mode. I think like most sweet. If something isn't if something sweet would benefit from being made warm, I would probably prefer it if you added ice cream to it, like a brownie or like apple pie. I don't really like cherry pie. I love cherries, but I don't really like cherry pie. I find it too like overwhelming, I think. Well, hot by Tasmanian standards, but yeah, we're not going to be enjoying the spring heat. Bleh, it's true. Yeah, hot by Tasmanian standards, true. Take the heat from us, please. It's so hot over here. Oh no, El Teeny Tiny Toe, I am so sorry that you are suffering, but please understand, I also wish to not be hot. My birthday is almost exactly 2 months. Woohoo! Cherry pie, the thing Warrant used for a song title? Pfft, yeah, that's it. That's it. Oh no, excuse me. I really hope that my hiccups are not returning. I was trying to take a breath and then I went. What's your favorite pie? Me. Coconut cream pie. Next question. Coconut cream pie. I haven't had that. It is colder here than there. We got -5 Celsius overnight. That's crazy. If it weren't for Yellow Magic Orchestra, we might not have gotten such iconic video game music, since many composers were influenced by them one way or another. Ah! I'm planning on joining the server soon. Just got a problem with my Lunar client, so once that's fixed, you can bet your ass I'm doing y'all, and building shit. Yeah, please do, Lucy. That'd be great. Yeah, moccasins are venomous snakes that can be found mostly in the south of the US. They tend to be close to areas that are near streams and other bodies of water. They can't they can be pretty hostile, but even so, if you accidentally step on their head, I don't know what it is, but they just don't like that more than any other snake. How love fruit pies most myself, especially cherries, and you will have them, Red. You shall have your cherry pies. I can't wait. So excited. Oh, Tao, it's so close to add you to the canvas. Oh, I got one more person to put, and then it's you. It gets drawn next. I can't wait to see it, sweetie. Very, very excited. I ate part of what I was going to say, but it should have said, Tao, you won't be surprised, but, and then cherry pie. Oh, that's okay, Ren. I know how much you love your cherry pies. You're allowed to have them. You can have them. You can even have the ones I have, because I won't want them, so you can have them. Can I have corn things? Can I have your corn things? I think it's only fair. Okay, I think politely is shaded. My turn. My turn. Have you actually had corn jacks? Corn jacks. What's a corn jack? If I ever meet Amma one day, I hope she doesn't faint looking at me. Apparently, she's a big fan of mine. Copium. What the fuck? Why? What do you mean? Like, I'm a big fan of you, but like, damn. I was gonna say never had a cherry pie, but then again, I hate cherries. Oh no! Okay, yeah, probably won't like a cherry pie then. Moccasins are also the name of a Native American style of shoe. They are very comfy and very cool. I love them, so I actually need to get myself some again. Yes, moccasins are very, very nice, but yeah, the snakes are not nice. Do not judge a man's ability until you have walked a mile in his moccasins. There you go.
Yay, my request is up.
A chico roll, but filled with corn rather than barley and veg. Oh my god, I don't think I have had that, but I would eat the fuck out of that. Actually, we're not quite done. I need to figure out what angle this is. I think, hold on. Gotta focus 1 sec. One of the local stores has them in the freezer. I now know what to prepare for a meal should Tao visit.
Hell yeah, give me them. Corn jacks, yummy.
All right, let me see. All right. What a banger of a song. Okay, let me look at what you guys said real quick. Sorry, I was just locked in. The way you're moving to this song, your soul would absolutely be stolen by the Saja Boys. Oh yeah, 100%. Oh, s'mores pie, yum. That sounds good. You need to try a lot more tandoori dishes. I bet you would love them. I mean, it's not fatty and it tastes delicious the longer it's marinated. I would definitely love it then, Strat. Yeah, 100%. Drink. Oh, thank you for the care package, Darth. Appreciate you. I know I said I was going to go, but the song is too good not to listen to. Valid. Valid. Speaking of bangers, indeed. My brother loathed this song. Never have I seen him press the skip button so hard. Damn. Time for your fave. Ooh, what is it? I'm curious what you'd think of the White Sox milkshake. What is in it? Boogie Wonderland is so peak. It is. It's such a banger of a song. Really, really good. There we go. That is the shadow I was looking for. Okay, pals, I will see you next stream for some more of my personal favorite and only personal game, P5 Royal. I'm looking forward to seeing you, Sudashimi. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. We'll see you in just a couple of days. Quick reminder, I am going to actually be collabing with Pocky. Not on this channel, though. I'm still getting over my fear of collabing on this channel. But we will be over on Pocky's channel, and it won't just be me. We'll be playing Mekcha Chameleon with her and a bunch of her friends. I will be a little bit late. But I will be there. As a kid, I used to play this just to piss him off. Gotta get my own back somehow. Petty petrolhead. Let's see. Yes, you guys, please check out Precious Pocky. She is a dear friend. She is an outstandingly interactive, hyperactive, super fun streamer. So please, please, please check her out. You're playing Mekcha with Chalky? I am. I'm so hype. You have any place that sells tandoori roti? They are so good. I love them with any gravy dish. It just complements them all, especially if the dish has a bit of heat to it. It's got a smoky flavor of its own. I would love that. But no, I can't think of a place that has I hope you and Pocky have a lovely time playing Mekcha. As an artist, I'm sure you'll do amazingly well. I'm actually quite bad at it. I did play it with Sean and friends like a few weeks ago, and I was pretty bad at it. Matcha Chameleon? Interesting. I knew they were green, but that's new. Matcha Chameleon. Sorry, I didn't read that. That's funny. I like that. I like that strat. I can put a picture of the milkshake in Discord. Yeah, go for it. Question? Drawing turned out super amazing. Keep up on the beautiful work. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it, Cutie Pie. Thank you, thank you. You're very sweet. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. link it in IRL pic since it is by me. Okay, sounds good. Um, unless this is food channel. There is a food channel actually. If you go to you go to recipes and food pics, but you can also just put it in IRL. That's fine too. Look, that is a nice looking pizza. I would have requested onegai mussels, but I fear that would wake up geeks. That's true. That's probably true, actually. No, the Animaniacs song about corn isn't on Spotify. Oh no! I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Wake me up, I haven't slept. Oh fuck! Geeks, the way in which I glanced up from my arting and saw your name, and my immediate impulse was like that feeling you get when you're like, all right, you guys, we're gonna throw this party, my parents are out of town, and then your mom comes back home. I was like, Geeks, what are you doing here? Thank you for the care package, Ozzy. I'm repairing Tamagotchi and old Nokia phones. I have found my happy place. Oh, that's awesome, Geeks. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. Okay, let's see this. Oh, wow, Icy. That looks good. Oh my god. Oh, I'm getting hungry. Oh, fucking hell. Drool on that. Drool on that. Oh, wow. Rate Field, home stadium of my favorite baseball team, the Chicago White Sox. That looks amazing. Are those fucking roasted marshmallows? Bruh, I'm gonna die. Wow, that looks fucking so good. Is it just so is this like a chocolate mousse with like chocolate shell and then like whipped cream and roasted marshmallows and a and wow, that looks really good. That looks really, really good. They make the marshmallows in the stadium. They make marshmallows? Plus, I am 14 minutes from getting my badge. Then I can nap. Geeks, I don't like when you call a critical part of your life where you are supposed to be sleeping a nap, actually. I want you to get more sleep than a nap when you're going to bed. But you'll also be here for some of Sunday, won't you? You can get it then. The melted chocolate is part of the cup. It's plastic. Oh, damn. Okay, that's a bit of a shame because that would be yummy to chew on as well. They make the marshmallows in the stadium is cool. That's crazy.
Hi, Save! Oh my gosh! Hello! Welcome in! Oh, I am on my own head! I am on my own head. Hold on, I will remove me from my head.
Hello, sweetest.
Whoa! They made the save icon in real life!
They did! And there he is. Hi there, sweetest Save. Welcome on into you and your amazing community. How are you?
Whoa!
First that
They
last
made the
raider
save
ruining
icon
the
in real
69.
life!
Save. It was probably me. Apologies. Persimmon, thank you for coming in with the save raid as well. Strat, thanks for coming in with the save raid. I didn't trust my phone to stay on stream after I sleep since it apparently hasn't so far this week, and Sundays are very late. Oh, that's true, actually, Geeks. That's totally fair. Totally understandable. But how was your stream, sweetest? I was telling you, everyone, that I was positive that you at minimum had like 12 wins. Is that correct? Hope your arting is going well. It is. I am still troubled by my midstream roofers that interrupted for like 45 minutes of stream and then told me I have to pay $20,000 to get my roof replaced. But I will work on getting over that later on. Welcome, sweetest save and wonderful community. How was Hearthstoning? You guys, this is the sweetest save file 17 who hath graced us with their presence fresh from the Hearthstone arena. Is it just me or are you rating earlier today, Save? Am I crazy? Fresh from the Hearthstone arena, a true leaderboard legend, they ascend to greatness once more. Their streams are a delightful blend of card-slinging prowess and nerdy banter, traversing galaxies far, far away. Mayhap they shall bestow upon us the honor of witnessing their digital dueling skills this eve. Indeed, indeed. You guys, if you haven't checked out Sweetest Save, what are you doing? He's been on my head all fucking day. He's hilarious. He's thoughtful. He's sweet. He's funny. He's everything you want in a streamer. Let's be honest. But he is also just a genuinely wonderful, wonderful person. If you guys are looking for somebody who is going to be very interactive without my sheer level of like neurotic energy, he's a very good choice. He's very well educated in many areas of the fiction verse in the sci-fi world, the worlds of sci-fi. If you guys would like to go and check him out, I would greatly appreciate it. You will often find me there if you're looking for a Tau in the wild. You know how if you're looking for Pokemon in the wild, you generally go to like a certain route, right? You look at your Pokedex and it says, oh, go to Route 6 for that. If you want to find the Tau Pokemon, I pretty much exclusively spawn in Save's channel, Pocky's channel, Politely's channel. That's kind of where I spawn. Hold on, let me catch up with you real quick. My Hearthstone did not involve a $20,000 commitment, so obviously a great day. That is good. I am so happy for you. I am just a little bit jealous. But fine. Fine. You don't pay $20,000 for your fucking roof, lucky you, okay? This is all true. See, it is all true. Persimmon is here to back me up. Like Tau, I have no clue what's happening in Hearthstone, but it's one of my favorite places to be. See, that's what I'm saying. There's actually quite a number of precious pals who have decided to spend more time in Sweetest Save's channel. Because he, even though he is like in the Hearthstone category, I genuinely would say treat his Hearthstone category as like just chatting. There's just Hearthstone there, right? I have probably coming up on 1,000 hours ish of watching him at this point. I wouldn't be surprised because I'm often lurking even when I'm not like actually engaging. And the reason is because I really enjoy just listening to him talk or talking to him. Like I said, he's super interactive. So like he'll happily pick up whatever you've just put down in chat and he will just go on with it. Basically, the only exclusions are things like religion and politics. And besides that, you can pretty much talk to him about whatever, especially if it's sci-fi oriented. He is a library, a font of sci-fi knowledge, scientific fiction knowledge. Let me see. Unfortunately, today ended up being a bit of a quiet day compared to yesterday, so wrapped up more around normal time than super late. Oh, I see. So normally you're here late, and this is regular time. I understand. Well, I'm sorry that today was a bit quiet, but I had a great time having you on my head and watching you wave around and motioning to you. And see, now I look crazy because you're not up there. But anyway, let me see. Yeah, what was the win rate today? Actually, that's a good question. Maid has 611 hours. Aussie has 1,300 hours. Incredible. Hopefully we'll see 90,000 hours of Tau watching on our yearly recap in 3+ months. I hope so. I will be, you'll have to, if you notice that I'm being awfully quiet, you have to harass me about showing it to you so that I can pleasantly surprise you. Maybe I'll just keep it to myself until someone asks me about it and they go, it's nothing. It's just 90,000 hours with Save File 17. Thank you for the pal hat.
Thank you. Let me see here. Strat, 1,500 hours. Storm, 1,300 hours. Incredible. Incredible. But yeah, you guys, please check out Sweetest Safe Save and your lovely community. If you guys got a raid and run, that's totally cool. If you'd like to stick around, we'd love to have you. We're doing art today. I think last year, sorry, it's been a year in my brain. Last week, I'm pretty sure you guys came in and we were working on the flats for this, and now we are doing all of our shading. So, yeah, that's where we are with that right now. 7-3 and 4-2 in progress today. Had at least 4 or 5 games that I thought I was going to lose for sure that ended up going in our favor. So that was nice. That's great. That's actually really, really good to hear, Save. I'm happy to hear that. Excellent, excellent. So it's not as perfect as I know that you prefer, being the competitive mastermind of card games and Balatro as you are. But those are some pretty good innings, to be honest. That's awesome. That's really good. Hope your arting is going well, even if I miss watercolors. It's okay. It's okay. I forgive you. I know Save was being very sweet and cute and showing on stream, but in case you guys didn't see, we did finish some watercolors live on stream yesterday. Right here. Yeah. It's my first time doing like invested watercolors in years, so be kind. Thank you. Thank you very much. Save file is Magic the Gathering, Hearthstone, Balatro, Uno, War. Looks awesome. I'm glad you like it, Julius. Thank you so much. Save is going to be live in like 18-ish. Wait, actually, probably 20-ish hours. Is that right? Is it going to be like 20-ish hours? Save, I know you've been streaming them long hours, so if you need to go for a walk or go to sleep or go have a snack or go watch Star Trek or whatever you got to do, please go ahead and do so. I promise to take the best care of your lovely community until you come on back. You did amazing. That's awesome. Aw, thank you. Thank you, Precious Persimmon. I appreciate it. Thank you. But yes. You guys, please check out Save. Seriously, he has been such an outstanding support. One of the main people who is responsible for giving us enough viewership for our little check mark. I don't like that war game, Yugi. You gotta play your top card every time. That takes a lot of hand-eye coordination. Exactly. I'm so glad you knew what war was, Sam. That was like the only thing that I actually, hold on. I'm gonna give you I'm gonna give you a clip. Save file is Hearthstone, Magic the Gathering, Balatro, Uno, Skip-Bo, Poker, Exploding Kittens, Rummy, Gin Rummy, Cribbage, Solitaire. I think that's everything. Yu-Gi-Oh! Fuck. Missed that one. Fuck, I cursed. Now you can't use it. Aw, shit. Sorry. Fuck, stop. Shh, shut up. Shit. Fuck. Shh. Thank you for the gigantified Yuki emote. So cute. Pokemon. I forgot Pokemon. Unbelievable. I have to write my own fucking cribbage. I have to write my own script for this clip, dude. Damn. Fuck. Shit. Stop. Shh. Ah! But we can use it. That's true. That's true. You probably said it and I spaced. I probably didn't. I actually don't think I did. But yeah, you guys please check out Sweetest Save. Besides being an outstanding Hearthstone player and a competitive Hearthstone player as well, he also does some really cool sponsored stuff oftentimes. Save, do you have any sponsored segments you're planning on putting on a show for? He also occasionally will watch movie trailers. Like he watched an Ice Cream Man one. That sounds very strange when I put it that way. It was a horror show, okay? It was a horror movie. But Master P,
This art piece is looking amazing. Thank you, Nix. I'm glad you like it. Oh yeah, when do we get to see Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? That's it. That's true. Yesterday, I actually forgot. We did raid in to save yesterday. Which we did because I never get to raid in to save, and he literally raids in here like basically every Friday. I don't know a time in my life now without save in it every Friday. And I never want to go back. But yeah, thank you so very much for the raid, Sweet yeah, we're just working on some art. I'm being a little bit quiet today, kind of locking in. But you guys are welcome to request music. And you said Ice Cream Man, and it's a Masterpiece song, is it? From an album of the same name? That's quite funny, actually. But yeah. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I normally say. I could go on and on. Chat, I think Tao might enjoy Save's presence. I do enjoy his presence a little tiny bit. Unsure what day it'll be, but we've got the new Green Lantern show trailer to run, plus an hour of the new Tom Clancy Division game. I did that once before on mobile, and it was very hard to stream. Now there's a PC version, though. Whee! Oh, that's good. That is good to hear. I am very, very happy to hear that. Awesome. New Division game? Aha! You have captured Patricia's attention. But yes, that's right. I think do I remember seeing you play that save? On stream, maybe? I remember seeing you play some mobile game on stream. I'm not sure if it was that one, but yeah, you guys, please check out See to Save, who is going to be doing another stream just tomorrow, and who will potentially, maybe, be watching the new Green Lantern show trailer, possibly, or doing an hour of the new Tom Clancy Division game. We shall see, though. It's my song! I love this song so much! It's in my top 3 songs of all time. I also enjoy Tao's presence looming behind me with violence eyes. Violence eyes? For you? You got it. I always have to finish off or start off the Ingy eyes, either raging or giggling, or else. Thank you for the care package. Awesome, Elsie. What are the other 2 songs? My favorite song of all time is actually almost never played here, but my favorite song of all time is Ocean Eyes by Billie Eilish. Actually, maybe I'll cue that up. I'll cue that one up so you guys can listen to it, in case you don't know it. You probably do, but it's been my favorite song for a long time. It's really pretty. And the other one is, it's probably, I think it's probably Bandage. I think Bandage, by is it Kenshi Yonezu? Is that his name? Bandage is my second favorite. Oh, Imazu, sorry. Who am I thinking of? Oh, Kenshi Yonezu is Iris, huh? Good song. It's a very good song, isn't it? What about Hey Kids? Hey Kids is a good song, but it's not in my top 3. Work was keeping me but occupied. We'll have to run at lunch. Oh, all good, precious, politely. I hope that you have a good run when you get around to it, though. Too late, already did it. Nice. Ayumi, yeah, that's it. But yeah, both of those are incredibly banging songs. Well, it's kind of funny because Bandage is really high energy, and this song is really high energy, but Ocean Eyes is very low energy. Who is Bandage by? Bandage is by Ayumu Imazu. But don't worry, I've already added it. Don't you worry. I forgot that people are surprised how decent the food is here for the White Sox Stadium, but it was due to the team being so ass the previous 2 years they had to compensate when it came to concessions. That's crazy. It's just about to redeem it. I knew it. Here. I'll be quiet so you guys can listen to my favorite song ever. And I'm also going to turn it up a little bit. Isn't it pretty? Oh, I love that song. I love that song because it lowers my heart rate and it calms me down. So it's my favorite song in a world where everything is constantly rushing and busy. To have something that you can flick on and make, and it can actually like chill you out in the span of like 3 minutes. That is incredible. And you are right, Strat. We do need to go on a break pretty soon, but let me catch up with you guys real quick. Let's see. This year they're doing amazing comparison. Well, I hope they don't degrade their concessions just because they're doing better. Super pretty song for a super pretty thylacine. Aw, thank you. So real and true, right? Right? It's facts. Facts. But yeah, thank you so much for the raid, sweetest. I really, really super duper appreciate it, and I appreciate you. And yeah, you guys, please, please, please go check him out. Yeah, he's like I said, don't be turned off by the fact that he is both a flesh tuber and a Hearthstone streamer. Both of these things do not matter when it comes to having an exceptional experience. You know what I mean? I know that you're like, I've had so many pals who are like, I'd go see Save, but he's not a VTuber. And I'm like, bruh, I understand that you love your VTubers, but like, does it help if I tell you that Save has a great VTuber voice? Does that help? Like if you just pretend he's a VTuber and you just listen to his voice, you'll be like, wow, that is a VTuber voice. He's got a really, really pleasant voice to listen to. Oh, is Save requesting music? I'm so excited. I feel fantastic. I'm excited to listen to this song. Do they think VTubers aren't people? I think people like to disillusion themselves when they watch VTubers. They get to be like, oh, I just watch anime. And anime girls on the internet who are piloted by real people. Yeah, I do both of those things. Thank you for the care package, dear Stott. All right, yeah, we do have to go on a... I am Scuff! Chaos! Balatro! Crap! I got 2 out of 3 for taking VTubery. Sorry, faking VTubery. I can't read today. I think I need to get my eyes checked. Faking VTubery. No. You, there are surely VTubers who are Scuff, Chaos, and Balatro. All 3. All 3, count them 3. You could do it. You could do it. Tubery! VTubery! And besides, you guys, let's be honest, Save already is he has his own VTuber army, okay? I just so happen to be... the General, Lieutenant Admiral to the 10th Power, Cadet, Recruit, Captain, Commander, Sergeant, Master Chief in the Safe House 17 Army, possessing fire and wind and water and earth and light and dark elements, time and space manipulation, and saving powers too. It's true. It's true. It's true. And you too could be a part of the Save File VTuber Army if you wanted to. Maybe you need some rest? Nah, I don't have time for rest. I did indeed request a song about the non-stop pace of life you mentioned. Oh, excellent! I'm so excited. We'll listen to that, follow it up with Ocean Eyes. You're free! Hey, congrats on freedom, amazing Umbra. I got nothing done because I forgot how terrible people are at their jobs. But I hope arting has been amazing. It looks sick, thank you. It is going well, it is going well. We are sharpening our features. But we do have to go on a quick break. So, you guys, I will see you in 3 minutes. Please make sure that you guys hydrate. Grab yourself something to eat or drink. Have a little stretch. Maybe go to the bathroom. Dogs. This is I'll see you meds in mind in case you need to take any medications and vitamins. Yeah. Love you lots, Miss Terribly. See you soon. Mwah.
Onto my lunch. Jesus. Sucker.
64? I don't think it was 64, but I think we might have 60 deaths. Or was it 59? I forgot. Are we counting the time where we died because it was programmed into the game? Thank you for the care package. Wait, no, wait, I need to put the water in there. Oh God, oh no, oh fuck! I don't know, oh my God, we have a fire on the plane. It's not actually a plane, it's fine. Oh no, it's spreading! No, don't pick up the water again. Where's my, oh my God, my fire extinguisher's on fire!
Memories bring back you.
Sorry, I may or may not have gotten distracted by my perfectly round head and googly eyes. Thank you also for my pal hat. Okay. And then get water, and then put that in there. Wait, no, wait, I need to put the water in there. Oh God, oh no, oh fuck! I don't know, oh my God, we have a fire on the plane. It's not actually a plane, it's fine. Oh no, it's spreading! No, don't pick up the water again. Where's my, oh my God, my fire extinguisher's on fire! Fuck! Oh my God! Protogen, that's it. Thank you, Protogen, that's it. A little bit, thank you. Yeah, Protogen. Combination of human and animal DNA. Saves like Luna. Look away, Save. We have to kill her. I'm actually shocked that this doesn't have a This doesn't have an option for controller. Okay, it's all in Chinese. Apologies, Japan. I just caused a fucking international incident. Distinct from it's very distinct from mainland China. All right. suddenly China, surprise. Okay. Sorry, Yuki. Please
Surprise
forgive.
communism.
Or whatever.
Shut up!
I'm crying a little bit. Fuck, that was really funny.
Onto my lunch. Jesus. Sucker.
$64? I don't think it was 64, but I think we might have 60 deaths. Or was it 59? I forgot. Are we counting the time where we died because it was programmed into the game? Thank you for the care package. It's okay, I'm over it. And then get water, and then put that in there. Or whatever.
Shut up!
Onto my lunch. Jesus. Sucker.
Oops, sorry. Hi, I'm here. I'm just
64?
I got my
I don't think it was
snackies
64,
from
but I think
the
we might have 60
from
deaths. Or
our,
was it
our
59?
soccer box.
I forgot.
Let you
Are we
finish your
counting the
words, and
time
I'm
where
gonna
we
keep
died
eating them.
because it was programmed into the game?
Oh,
Thank you for the care package.
oh,
I'm over it. Wait, no, wait.
Okay, I'm stuffing my face. It's all
Oh
good.
God. Oh no.
All good.
Oh,
Fine.
fuck. I don't know. Oh my God. We have a fire on the plane. It's not actually a plane. It's fine. Oh,
Good job defeating the boss. Did you have a milk candy? No, I'm having the remember those like sticky things that look like DNA? This is actually really good. I'm really hungry right now. Abby's for you, Ozzy. Happy? The Ozzy, Patricia, happy? Yeah, good, Patricia. Incredible Ozzy and Uppies.
Good, Eisen. Nix, uppies. Yee, good Nix.
Welcome back, lovely Wyatt. Welcome back, Julius. Sorry. I will go AFK and have lunch already. I'm starving. Good call. Good call. Excellent decision. Wait, I have to. Excellent decision. There you go. I think I will go grab some food of my own, but we'll vibe first. Yay! Another excellent decision. So many of those happening today. Thank you very much. Ah! What will you eat, Save? I'll ask Strat when he gets back what he's gonna have, but what are you gonna have? You gonna have burger? If I am lazy, I will have a frozen chicken pot pie. Oh god, I love chicken pot pie. What the heck? Can I have one? It's been so long. Australia, I don't know if you guys do much in the way of like chicken pot pie. I haven't seen it. Chicken pie, yes, but not the chicken pot pie I'm used to. If I am not, maybe I'll make some very late breakfast food since I didn't earlier. Have you not eaten anything today, Save? But I think I'm lazy today. Frozen chicken pot pie is an excellent decision. Did someone piss this guy off to make the song? That's so funny that you're saying that, Ozzy, because I was just gonna say, this man is so angry. Chicken coals at the deli town. Okay. Ooh, okay. What's on the menu? I think Nath will come home probably with a burrito and he'll probably present it in the manservant way that we all enjoy. I think I only have one left, but it's a big one, so we could split it. Yes, please! Nath won't be home for like 3 more hours, so I would be very happy to have snackies. I'm very hungry right now. I will split that with you, Fav. Can you put that in the mail priority, please? I'm gonna call it a night, of course, lovely awesome. I'm so glad that you've enjoyed co-working alongside as well. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, cutie pie. We'll see you day after tomorrow or tomorrow. If you'd like to join lovely Pucky and her friends and I and some Mecha Chameleon over on her channel. It's like Alanis Morissette has a close cousin. Having my usual Friday dinner of oven chips and frozen fried chicken. So fucking yummy. I do like the idea of having like a consistent Friday, like cheat meal. Fine, you can half my chicken pot pie, but I demand 1.5 bites of burrito in exchange. I will allow that. You may have that. If we're lucky, maybe Nath will even bring home a taco. You can have 1 bite of the taco as well. But not the whole thing. Not the whole thing. Oh, Smooth Criminal is your favorite song of all time. It's a banger. I had to make a top 20 once, and it was my #1. Impressive. You got your badge! Congrats, gorgeous geeks. Congrats indeed. I could sleep now, but 1 more day to my restery first. Oh my god. Oh, geek. I'm so glad. I'm so glad Greg could get you into that game. That is awesome. That's so funny. I also have those wasabi peas. Did Restory just do their 1.0 or something? I've seen 4 people now playing it today. Oh, Save, I meant to tell you.
Greg rated into me because he said that you were on my head. So it was like him rating into both of us, which I said, that is correct. I said, I'm sure Save will absolutely agree with that. But he was playing Restory, and I was like, what is that? And I looked it up, as I have been doing recently for anyone who comes in and like has been doing demos or recommending some game or something. And as soon as we opened it, Briggy was like, I want that. And I guess he went and bought it. So yeah, big fan. I don't know if they did the 1.0. I guess it must, maybe. Hold on, I'm gonna knock this shit back 1 second. Yum. The strawberry pumpkin are very good. Greg rated me yesterday and thought we had a huge falling out since you were alive but not looming behind me. I let him know it's just a Thursday thing. Yeah, Save, what the heck? Why wasn't I looming behind you yesterday? Greg is so cute. I also saw him, I was looking in his stream as well as yours today. And I when he came in and he was he had a duck on his head, and people contributed to the duck on his head channel point goal. And it's just the tiniest little duck, and I was like, that's so cute. When do we get a duck on Save's head? Or the Enterprise on your head or something? I don't know. There are only 3 meals during my week that are set. Monday dinner, schnitzel with veggies. Friday dinner, mentioned already. And Sunday, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. My dad's signature beans and bacon and eggs. Yummy! Sounds very good. That's so funny that he usually... No. I feel like you and I would both be a lot more quiet if we had a huge falling out. Although I will still be looming behind you if we have a falling out. You just won't know that I'm there. You have joined my brain once again on the second one. I have at least 3 times in the past said, I refuse to put a shoe on my head, but I will put the Enterprise on my head. Aha! And done so. It balances very easily. I think we need to, but we have to have like a channel point community goal to have it for an entire stream, right? Right. Oh, you could have 3 different channel point goals. Say if you could have the one for the ears that you sometimes put on, but you could have for a whole stream if enough people put it on, put into it. You could do the Enterprise one, and you could do a duck one and just say credit to Greg. Alternatively, you could play a prank on your lovely community, and you could say that you'll become a PNGtuber for 1 stream. I will contribute to that. I will make you a PNGtuber if they hit that goal. My crunchy food made me bite my cheek, and now it's swollen and it hurts. Gonna be honest, I wasn't here for majority of my songs I put in the queue, but I am curious, did y'all like them? I actually don't remember who requests each individual song, Lucy, but I'm sure that they were very good. You know, I wasn't entirely sure why Tao was so happy to have me on her head, but now I see that she just loves things being on heads in general. It's cute! It's cute! What the heckies? Oh, yay, Steven Universe songs. Yay for whoever requested it. Oh, is this from Steven Universe? Is this a Bublin song? I feel like Bublin loves to request this, those songs, but is there somebody else? This song's so cute, dude. I had a few that I personally recommend, but to be frank, I put a lot on there and I wasn't there. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. I always clap in tune with this song. That's so cute. Oh, that's adorable. Oh, that's so cute. I'm just imagining Patricia just like. So cute. Exactly correct. Adorable. But if you liked it, then that's good. Yes, absolutely lovely, Lucy. I haven't had any complaints about your music, darling. How is called something I do adorable. I can die without regrets now. I just find really specific niche things cute. I don't know why, but I call him out every single time that I see him. Like it's like Greg with his little duck on his head. That was so cute. A little tiny thing that he definitely took 2 seconds to put on and then forgot about, but I just was like, that's adorable. It's kind of like my favorite video in all of the time that I've been with Nath is one that was taken before I even got involved with him. It's him not pronouncing he pronounced it's a video that he took after a night of partying with one of our friends, and this friend of ours is a troll. And he makes fun of Nath and how he says things and a bunch of other stuff. It's not just to Nath though, he makes fun of everybody. But this guy makes fun of how Nath says nectarine. Okay, he says nectarine. Most people I would say nectarine, but this guy does not let Nath live down the fact that he says nectarine. And my favorite video is this dimly lit like selfie video where Nath is just waking up after partying with this guy all night and has like a hangover, and he looks so zonked when the light turns on his phone, and he goes, "It's nectarine. Fuck you." I don't know why, but it's my favorite video. I have hundreds of hours of footage of Nath and I and stuff like that, but that's my favorite video. Nectarine. Let me see. Nectarine. Yeah, he says nectarine. I'm like, nectarine, huh? Nectarines and pouches. Pouches. It is a time-honored tradition of Australians to tease and make fun of other Australians for pronouncing or calling things different names. It is. But it's one of my few like favorited images on my phone. Whenever I need a little giggle, I always watch it. And the other day, Nath was actually around when I watched it. He's like, "You still have that fucking video, Tao?" I'm like, I will never get rid of it. I will get rid of my phone before I get rid of it, which would not be possible because it's on my phone. But anyway, it's like that with Aussies and New Zealanders too. Oh yeah, well, Aussies and Kiwis love to make fun of each other ruthlessly. Nectarines and pouches. I hope Precious Politely is doing well. I know she's busy at work and she didn't get to do her run yet. Where's Aliora when you need her? Ooh. Ow. Ow. Anytime she comes in, that's how I greet her. That's another cute thing. See, there's lots of cute little things that I find that people do
And they're often unintentionally cute. And I'm just like, adorable. So stinking cute.
Ah, woo. Ah, save. There you go. Ah, woo.
Oi, you gone? Oh God, wish me luck with this. Oi, you gonna go on a hike up Mowing Rapunui with me girlfriend? Yeah, we gonna put our big pecks in our gendles and then it's some sandwiches. Some sandwiches. Average New Zealand sentence. Any Kiwis, please do not take offense. Make fun of the Australian back if you want to, but be nice. I did my homework in the first like couple of years that I lived here in by watching an hour and a half of the New Zealand Australian lamb ads. In case you guys don't know, there's an entire like lore book on the competition between Australia and New Zealand regarding lamb. And they make the most insane commercials for it. I don't know if they're still doing it, but I watched an hour of them, I think. You actually nailed that. Sandwiches. Sandwiches. Random listening about corn in the BC. Hell yeah. As you should. As you should. It's like Taika Waititi is with us right now. Amazing. Very convincing, am I right? They are still, in fact, doing it. Okay, great. I'm so glad. Nath really enjoys watching those, so we'll watch those sometime. I feel like insane is an understatement. What for the commercials?
For me, I really like cone.
What do you like about corn?
It's cone. Up good, it pops, it has to choose. I can learn the whole beautiful thing.
Woo! Thank you for our song, Precious Patricia. Okay, really pot pie time now? Will return soonish.
Yummy! Make sure you don't eat all of it. I want some of it, please.
Enjoy Sweet as Save. See you soon. Good track to art too. It is. What is this from? I was like, I recognize this song. It's from Ty, the Tasmanian Tiger. I should have known that. I almost did say, I was like, is this from like a platformer? Platformer vibes, yeah. Trust me to request something like this. Hell yeah. Okay. Hold on, I gotta drop the color back on this. I'm getting confused. Just remembered a fun fact about myself. I was one of the first few thousand people in Australia to learn about Queen Elizabeth II's death. Really? Why? Were you guilty? Kidding. I assure you, I had no involvement in the death of the Queen. Those charges were dismissed. Absolutely. That's what I remember. I remember those charges against you being dismissed. But yeah, how were you one of the first people to find out about it? Curious. Those charges were dismissed is cute. If you scroll up just slightly. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm such an idiot. Sorry. I had to wake up at either 4 or 5 a.m. because I needed to get to my grandparents' house to school, from my grandparents' house to school on time. And the news playing on my alarm clock's radio was the news of Elizabeth's second death. Oh, interesting. Okay, yeah, I can see how that could happen. Welcome back, Sweetestra. How are your noodles? How are the nudes? Now time to punish myself for going with the heat level 5 option. It hurts so bad, but it tastes so good. It's my song! Thank you for the request, sweetie pie. Thank you. I love that song so much. I could listen to that, and I do listen to that over and over and over and over and over. um, I have no idea why it tastes so good, but these Korean style noodles always balance heat and flavor so well. They do. Numbing and chilling. I assume you have sufficient songs on the list. I think so. I'll need to request it more often then. If you want to, you're welcome to. I would love that. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 songs total left. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 things on my mind. What do I do? Running, I'm running away. Like I get who I'm a day. On your way. One thing I witnessed is going to be very, very obscure. I witnessed live Cartoon Network changing their logo style from the checkerboard logo to just CN. You witnessed it live? How? Did they like fuck it up and then they tried to fix it while the channel was live? I really want to learn this song for karaoke, but it's really hard. No, they did used to have a checkerboard logo. Oh, no, I know, but I'm wondering if they, like I just didn't go to bed. I was very young. Oh, do you mean like moving over to the, uh, what's the word? Like over to like the Adult Swim logo then? Or, um, hey, Seti, welcome back, honey. And Mario, hello there. Welcome on in. So, like, you watched the late night, they aired the old logo and then it turned into the next day and they unveiled the new logo. Oh, is that what you mean? My weird witness thing was turning off Majora's Mask on my N64 and seeing a place fly into a burning World Trade Center. Whoa, a plane. My first thought was, this is a movie I've never seen before. Maybe it'll be interesting. Wow. That would be so trippy. I obviously still remember when I saw that as well, but that's a fascinating, like, that is a crazy like segue that you experienced. This song is the quintessential Aussie camping song. I like it so far. In my head, that's my interpretation of it. I don't know. Oh wait, sorry, for what? Oh, right, of what Ozzy said? Yeah. Also shows my age a bit. My granddad actually didn't find out about the September 11th attacks until mid-October. Why? Because he was in North Korea when they occurred. Oh, wow. That's crazy. We will be taking the break a bit later, right? Since the previous one was a bit later too. Yeah. Yeah. No problem. I like this song. I will continue my torture. I mean, eating food. Oh, come on. You enjoy that particular torture. Let me see. It is a mind-altering experience actually listening to the song lying on your back under the Milky Way in the outback. I believe it. It's a really pretty song though. That's not what I put in. Hold on, let me see. Overnight Queen, Herbie, and Richard Carter. Oh no, that is not what you put in. Hold on, let me go fix it. Time to draw. Yeah. Now, is this song appropriate for the pouch? Because I do notice that it's got an explicit mark next to it, which some music does, and it's totally fine if it's just cursing. But does it abide by the rules for the pouch? Best on camera moment I've ever done was the meteor on New Year's Eve a few years ago. Oh yeah, that was really cool. Wait, was that the one that you showed us photos of? I shall watch you while I draw. Yay! Thank you. I'm excited. Hold on. I'll go look and see. Um, Oh yeah, looks like it might just be cursing. Yeah, that's probably fine. That's probably fine. Yeah, I just looked up the lyrics. It looks like it's probably fine. Let's see. There you go, hon. I have switched that out for ya. Seti, thank you for contributing to the movie nine. Reminds of this dope song that got tagged as explicit because of a single word in the chorus. Yeah, I think that's the vibe I'm getting from this one too. Nix, thank you for contributing to the movie night challenge. There was a New Year's Eve 8 p.m. fireworks going on. Sorry. Stretching is like sneaking up on me these days. I don't think I'm stretching enough. Riverway Sports Center near me, and we could see it, so I recorded what I could and got a better spectacular moment on camera. Oh, cool. Thank you. No worries, Mario. No worries. Why do I have two tabs? Why do you? Big stretch indeed. Time for me to go to MTG pre-release. Enjoy, sweetie pie. Have a blast. Let us know how it goes, okay? And thank you for the care package, Ozzy. Who requested that? That's Strats. This is a Stratos song. All right. Let's see. Is this from Digimon? I actually didn't even realize. Let's see. The bad news is they want to put AI data centers in the Philippines, and the good news is that the people here are wanting to cancel it, and they're winning. Good. I'm very happy to hear that, sweetheart. That is freaking phenomenal news. May they continue to win. Hey, Briggy, how's the whole one more day in your game going, huh? It became multiple days. I may have developed an addiction. See, I would have thought that maybe you fell asleep at your computer, but I knew how much you've been enjoying this game, and I knew that it would just keep you up until daybreak if I don't, am I allowed to pull my captain's card and say, Codex, go to bed? It's 8 a.m. Oh my god, geeks, honey. Oh my god, save. I want to know how many songs Save has that are reminiscent of this. Okay, okay. You happen to call me out as I finish day 15, so I close the game. Good job, geeks. You can play some more tomorrow, okay, sweetie? Enjoy your walk with the puppies, Precious Patricia. Look at Mayspot taking credit. My esteemed Stratos Edge, your kind words regarding the musical selection are most graciously received. It was a banger indeed, and I am quite chuffed that it resonates with the esteemed citizens of the pouch. Oh no, it's look at him taking credit. Oh my god. I'm so proud of you for pulling away from the clutches of the game. Uh, gorgeous geeks. Donut is probably like, Dad, where are you? Did you hear the rumor about butter? Well, I'm not going to be spreading it. Very good, Rainy. I love it. How are you, hon? It's good to see you. I needed the break from Donut. She's been extra needy, and I've given her so much of my time. This was my escape to play games. That is so fair, geeks. Are you gonna take her home to get her spade soon, or probably not for a little bit, right? You gotta be able to afford it first, probably. But hopefully this will be the one and only time that you have to experience a cat in heat. Hi, lovely. I had to spread some love to you. I do appreciate it always, honey bun. Thank you so much for coming on in. Pleasure to see ya. And I appreciate your efforts to bring me the love. Thank you. That's a funny song save. That is a funny song save. Oh, it's the favorite song. And it is a banger. Speaking of Donut, I need to go feed her. So I'm gonna feed her and then I'm gonna go to bed after giving her some attention. Sounds good, gorgeous geeks. Get some good rest. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. I'm so happy you could find a game that makes you so happy as well. How did the telephone propose to his girlfriend? He gave her a ring. Very good. Excellent. Excellent. You've been hit by. You've been struck by. Truck. Brrr. Who would win a race? A dog or a pie cost? What is that? I made it 3/4 through the stream at least. We'll have to find out after I wake up if the game is still as good without Tau Art Stream playing on the other monitor. You're so sweet, Bricky. I'm sure that you'll have a great time with it, even if I am not here to take at least a bit of your attention away. It may not be quite as vibey though. I'll take credit for the vibes. Well, and the pals can take credit for the music. About $6. I should have expected that one. Very nice. I don't know about Annie, but I may not be Michael. Do you want to have a bite of some spicy Korean noodles? It's delicious. Yes, I would love that. What would Michael Jackson be called if he joined the X-Men? Wolverine. We'll probably put the stream on my phone when I get in bed. But now I stopped playing, so the tiredness is hitting me, and I likely won't chat if I fall asleep. So I'll say goodnight now. Have fun, pals. Always a good time seeing the sunrise with you all. Always a pleasure to welcome in the new day with you, gorgeous geeks. Thank you so much for spending so much time with us. It's been a pleasure. I'm so glad that you found such a fun new game as well. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, unless you wind up talking to us as you are about to fall asleep. But we will miss you, and I will very much miss my DM and our session tomorrow. So we better get back on that soon. I don't want it to die. Please don't let it die. I promise I will not request Onegai muscle. It was already requested, don't worry. This is such a cute song. I'm gonna be sleep lurky now. It's midnight and I've been up since 5 a.m. Absolutely get some good rest, sweetheart. Thank you so much for the lurk. I appreciate the support massively. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. We'll see you tomorrow if you want to join us over at Pocky's channel for some Mechta Chameleon, or if you want to just come on back here, I'll see you on Sunday for some Persona 5. 111? Oh my gosh, Darth, do you need to get some sleep too, sweetie? Looks like it's time for a break. Yeah, okay. All right, we'll go on a quick 3-minute break. For those of you who are lurking or who are new here or who just needs a reminder, every hour we go on a 3-minute break. That is just so that if you cannot afford to subscribe or you do not wish to subscribe, you don't have to worry about missing content, because for those 3 minutes, I walk away from the computer and I run the ads, and then we come on back and we make some more content together. We do still have a good 2-ish hours of stream left, so if you are willing to just wait for about 3 minutes, we will return. But if not, I hope you'll consider hanging around for some of our other streams as well. We do a lot of different stuff here, but Friday is the concrete art day. All right, cutie pies, please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom. And darlings, this is also your meds mind in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I love you lots. I'll miss you terribly, and I'll see you soon in 3 minutes. Mwah.
Onto my lunch. Jesus. Sucker.
64? I don't think it was 64, but I think we might have 60 deaths. Or was it 59? I forgot. Are we counting the time where we died because it was programmed into the game? Thank you for the care package. And then get water? And then put that in there? Wait, no, wait. I need to put the water in there. Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh, fuck! I don't know. Oh, my God. We have a fire on the plane. It's not actually a plane. It's fine. Oh, no, it's spreading. No, don't pick up the water again. Where's my... Oh, my God. My fire extinguisher's on fire. Fuck. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh my God. I'm crying. Love it. Fuck. That was really funny.
Prize money, and you get to breed adorable foals, and you get to hire and manage staff, and you get to build the stable of your dreams. So if you want to vote for that, you can.
Memories bring back you. Sorry. I may or may not have gotten distracted by my perfectly round head and googly eyes. Thank you also for my pal hat. Okay. Wait, no, wait. I need to put the water in there. Oh God. Oh no. Oh. Or whatever.
Shut up!
Onto my lunch. Jesus. Sucker.
64? I don't think it was 64, but I think we might have 60 deaths. Or was it 59? I forgot. Are we counting the time where we died because it was programmed into the game? Thank you for the care package. Protogen, that's it. Thank you, Protogen. That's it. A little bit. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, Protogen. Combination of human and animal DNA. So it's like Luna. Look away, Save. We have to kill her. I'm actually shocked that this doesn't have a this doesn't have an option for controller. Okay. Oh my God. I'm crying a little bit. Fuck, that was really funny. It's okay, I'm over it. Protogen, that's it. Thank you, Protogen. That's it. A little bit. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, Protogen. Combination of human and animal DNA.
Ladies, I'll
Seems
let you guys
like
finish
Luna.
your words, and then we will jump back into our team,
Look
okay?
away, Save. We have to kill her. I'm actually shocked that this doesn't have a this doesn't have an option for controller. Okay. And then hit
All
water.
right, well done,
then put
cuties. Well
that
done.
in
And
there.
we'll head back over here.
Wait, no, wait. I need to put the water in there.
Welcome back, awesome Aussie. You beautiful being. Uppies. Good Aussie. See to start. Welcome back. Gonna go wash dishes and get some ice cream. Sounds like a plan, hun. Enjoy. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, Sita Seti. Welcome back, lovely Light. Welcome back, Nix. Meadow Slice, Jam Slice, Uppies. Good Nix. All right. Here we go. Oh, hey, Umbra. Welcome back, honey. Uppies. Good, Umbra. And Lucy, uppies for you. Good, Lucy. You're back home with food. What'd you get? What's for dinner? You're heading to bed? All good, lovely Lucy. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thanks for hanging out with us for so long today. I appreciate it. Chicken fingies. Oh, yummy. Excellent decision. Tasty. Did I hear that right? Tau Pocky collab. My prayers have been answered. Well, yes, but it's me, and I think there's going to be several more people there, so I'm not sure how much you'll wind up. I'm actually quite quiet in collabs. If
if it's not like just me and one other person, I'm pretty quiet, but we shall see. We shall see. Lovely Pocky, I am just honored to appear on her channel and with her. That is all. Have a good one, lovely Lucy. Sweet dreams, honey. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Have a good one, cutie pie. Good night. Mokrim, hey there, hun. How are you? Puppies? Good, Mokrim. Hi there, terrific trout. It's good to see you, sweetie. I've been thinking about you. Hope you're doing all right. You're walking the doggos. Enjoy, Patricia. And Mokrim, thank you for the ooh. Thank you. Hey, Tao, did you know humans eat more bananas than monkeys? When was the last time you ate monkeys? Funny. Very good. Precious Patricia, uppies for you. Good, Patricia. I hope you're enjoying your walk, cutie pie. See. Let me see here. It's nice and cool, and the sky looks beautiful as the sun goes down. Oh, that's awesome. I want to pop in and say hi and get uppies before eepies. All good, hon. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. How did you like the song? Oh, it was pretty good. Pretty good. Sorry, I did not know if visiting was okay or not. Weird occurrence happened that yeeted me out of the internet pretty abruptly. I hope you're doing well. No, I'm doing well, hon. Elias reached out and explained it, and I'm still waiting for a response from them. But I'm glad to see you back here. shower thought I just had. Why does smoke smell different when it's hot compared to when it's cold? Well, I think smoke inherently, in order to be like aerosolized, doesn't it have to be hot? I don't think there's cold smoke, is there? Could be wrong. I don't know.
I'm not a scientist.
Oh, you shared Riz? Let me have a look. More Riz. Oh, cute. Good progress, hun. Good progress. Very cute. I'm excited to see him when he's all done. Very nice. And you're back with a chocolate ice cream. Yummy, Strat. Enjoy. Okay, I gotta reduce the opacity on this magic so I can shade um the jacket there. Um I meant like smoke smells different depending on if the air itself is cold versus hot. Oh, I actually didn't think about that. I'm actually not sure. We skip the next break? Yes, I think we will, Strat. The bat-themed person, they are AFK from socials for the rest of the month, so if you're awaiting a response, it may be late. No, that's okay, that's okay. I don't mind. All right, let me see here. Okay, I think that's probably enough reference there for me to see. So have you been streaming on YouTube at all? I don't think I've seen your streams in my YouTube notice for a while now. No, haven't been streaming on YouTube. I think, why did we stop streaming there, Strat? I think it's just a lot to keep track of when we don't really get a lot of viewership over there. And we upload the VODs anyway. It's good to just chill and enjoy some music while I watch you work on amazing art. Tal, let's do this every day. I'm being a shellfish. I know you hate that. No, you're allowed to be shellfish. I won't eat you that way. Not just because of tracking, but it's also not helping at the moment because it doesn't count the watch hours either. Oh, that's also true, actually. Yeah, that's a good point. It doesn't count the watch hours either because does it start to count it once we're partnered on YouTube, Strat? You know? Hold on. Hey there, Otendo. Welcome on in. How are you? What you're saying is that the only thing stopping you from eating Strat is because he's a shellfish, and there's nothing at all stopping you from eating anyone else. That is exactly what I'm saying. Once you're partnered, watch hours wouldn't matter. Then it will be all about view count for live streams. Oh, right. Okay. Exhausted. Oh, I'm sorry, Otendo. I hope you get some good rest tonight, hun. All right. Let's see. Do we have to fear being eaten? No. No, you don't have to be. You do not have to fear being eaten. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. My precious pals are protected from being eaten forever. Ozzy, thank you for the care package. We need not be afraid of being eaten, but just in case, Tao, I just wanted you to know that I eat a lot of fish, so I will taste like fish. I'm just saying. I won't eat you. Oh, Bunny! Welcome on in, beautiful Bunny! Welcome, welcome! How are you guys doing? It's such a pleasure to welcome you. How was Deadlock, hon? It's such a pleasure to have you. You guys, this is the absolutely outstanding Bunny Imp, your local imp and court jester who have graced us with their presence. This indie PNG tuber bequeaths upon us art, brain rot, and gaming shenanigans. Their recent streams feature art fights, a long-awaited debut, and post-debut gaming with mods. Lethal Company be their favorite game, it seems. A true connoisseur of chaos. 'Tis a cozy and chill atmosphere, perfect for lurking or engaging. Welcome to the realm of Bunny Imp. Am I saying your name right, sweetie? Welcome on in, Shrimp Jesus. Great name. I love that. Welcome on in, gorgeous Diorico. Sick art. Thank you so much, Shrimp. I'm glad you like it. Beware the bimps. The bimps. Hello there, Holy Fetty. Welcome, welcome. Raiders, if you got a raid run, that's totally cool. But if you'd like to stick around, we'd love to have you. How are you? And how was your stream? And hey, if I may, you were sent by Coding Bullet. Oh, how good. Oh, cutie Coding. Thank you so very much for the recce. I appreciate it. Please correct me if I'm saying something wrong about is your name Bunny Imp? Is that right? Can I call you Bunny? Hi again, lovely Coding. How are you? It's such a pleasure to see you again, darling. Bunny Imp and Shrimp Jesus, thank you both so very much for the follows. Welcome to the pouch. You are both officially now Pouch Pals, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Let's see. Deadlock was something. Something, huh? What happened? What happened? Was it difficult? Confusing? I'm always curious. In the meantime, while you let me know, hi there everybody, I'm Tao. I'm a Tasmanian Tiger Vtuber and variety streamer based in Tasmania, Australia. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm also a professional artist, so if you come on in on Fridays, today is a Friday in Australia, you guys can help me decide what we're working on. You get to come on in, watch me work on art, and maybe, you can co-work with me if you want. You also get to request music as well. Let me turn on our, there you go. There's a little bit more magic happening there. There we go. Yeah, I'm also a professional voice actor, so if you would like to see any of the stuff that I've done, you can do the most recent stuff. I can't put everything on a command, but the most recent stuff is on !VA. If you're interested in grabbing me for a project, !VA demo, all one word. And any games that we play that are not voiced, I will voice them for you as well. We're also doing first-time playthroughs of Persona 5 Royal, as well as Final Fantasy XIV Heavensward. So please no spoilers for those, but if either of them sound like fun to you to watch a newbie playthrough, then here we are. Here we are, happy to provide. We also do demo days where you guys get to send in demos and then we play them on stream. We actually do that every Tuesday, Aussie time. Let me catch up now. Was so happy to run it down as Billy again. I'm very bad at these games, but the masses demanded it of me. Well done giving in to the masses. In a good way, Clearly they enjoyed it. Hello, Fetty, sweetheart. Thank you so much for the follow as well. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. No kills at all, 11 assists. Hey, listen, that's very helpful. 11 assists is very helpful. I haven't played Deadlock, I'm so sorry. Pocky! Precious Pocky, thank you for the !VA, and Seti, thank you for the !VA demo. It was your first time playing. Did you enjoy it? Are you guys gonna play it again? Can confirm, Tao very easy to work with, an incredibly talented VA! Coming from the most incredible, most multi-talented, most intelligent owl VTuber I know. Damn, girl, that really does mean a lot. Thank you so much for being so sweet and for recommending me. You're so sweet. Giving into the masses is just part of being a VTuber. And she's a professional singer. Oh God, don't start that rumor. But yes, Bunny M, thank you so very, very much for bringing everybody in, darling. Yes, you have been streaming those long hours, so you make sure that you go and take care of yourself, okay? Go for a walk, go eat, go sleep, whatever you gotta do. I promise to take the best care of your lovely community in the meantime until you come on back for them, okay? Gotta raid and run. The delirium is setting in. I hope you have fun and love your model. Thank you so much. I'm so glad you like my model. Thank you, thank you. But yes, darling, you go get some good rest. It sounds like delirium means it's time for bed, so May you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. As for your viewers, we are going to be live for about a little bit under 2 hours. So I will take good care of them for a little while, and then I will pass them back off into the ether or into another wonderful person's channel. And then hopefully we will see you around very soon, Bunny Amp. You guys, please do check out Beautiful Bunny. Does anybody happen to know if Bunny has left already when Bunny's next stream will be and what they will be streaming? Just saw an Aussie Shepherd with the largest, fluffiest tail ever. So cute. It's probably a half tail like Coda. Coda has a half tail and it makes it look like because it doesn't taper off like most dogs' tails. It looks like a pom-pom at the end. It's like blunted and so there's a bunch of fluff. It's almost 4 a.m. apparently. Oh, yeah, that is way late / early. Thank you for shouting out the precious Pocket Chalk, you guys. I'm going to be on her channel tomorrow, actually. I'll be in a little bit later than she starts, unfortunately, but I will be there, and I'm really excited. We're going to be playing some Mecha Chameleon together, along with many of her other tremendously wonderful friends. It was a long and fluffy tail. Oh, impressive. Okay. But yes, welcome on in. No sleep is my fate. Oh, Bullet, no! I don't want that to be your fate, darling. You are welcome to chill out here. Maybe we can help you get relaxed and fall asleep or something. But Bullet, hey, special announcement to you. Thank you so much, or special thank you to you is what I meant to say. Special thank you to you for recommending us. Thank you so much for recommending us to raid to the lovely Bunny. I really do appreciate it. You were so sweet. And I hope that you and the rest of Bunny's community enjoy being here. Thank you so much for the raid, lovely Bunny Imp. All right, let's see. It's time to start our highlights, I believe. All right, highlight time. We're at 11K views on NT Abridged. Yippee! That is so impressive. That was so much fun. ADHD, have energy, no sleep was fate. Oh, yes. Okay, gotcha. Fair enough, hon. Well, you are welcome to vibe here. This is Man with a Mission and Zebrahead. I recognized Zebrahead's voice, actually. Ears cracking like knuckles, but can't sleep if I try. Oh, I'm sorry, Coding. I hope that you can get some rest sometime soon. Been saying Forge Onward, but it's actually Fourth Onward. No one corrected me. Wait, what? I think Forge Onward is that a specific like name of something or a reference to something? Because I would say to Forge Onward is definitely a viable phrase. Yeah, both are correct. Okay, okay. Lav wanted me to ask, can she post a list of her pets to the Minecraft channel and you pin it since she has a lot of pets? Of course, no problem. Are we finishing up sooner or a little bit later? We're gonna finish up at the usual time, which is about an hour and a half from now. We generally finish our Friday streams at about 7:15-ish. You'll tell her? Yeah, absolutely. At this time, I am officially less than 3 hours away from getting the badge. Nicely done, precious Patricia. You will finish it up on Sunday then. Forge like track forward through a bush. Forth to go onward. Thank you for the care package, Ozzy. I see. Thank you, Ta. No worries, precious Patricia. No worries at all. I see someone requested a JoJo song. You have my deepest loyalty. Gonna head to sleep now. Made a big chunk of progress while listening in. Oh, amazing, Red. I'm so happy to hear it. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, lovely Red. Thank you so much for being here. Hopefully we shall see you on Sunday for Persona, or even tomorrow over on Precious Bucky's channel for some Mecha Chameleon. Something my dogs do that I hate is when they like wrap me up in their leads while I'm walking them. So I have to either spin around like a ballerina or do some gymnastics to untangle myself. Yeah, Coda does that. And I only have one dog. I can't imagine having two and dealing with that. I'll have to miss watching Mecha Chameleon tomorrow. Watching Spooderman's totally valid, honey. I hope you have a great time. It's the Sedu song. I'd rather miss my birthday than miss a collab stream from my two VTubers I love. I'm flattered. I am so flattered, Seru. But I'm so glad that you don't have to miss anything, hopefully, for our collab. I am excited though. I'm nervous, but I'm just nervous because I want Pocky to want to hang out with me. And if I'm really bad at the game or I'm bad at being friendly with people, then she won't want to hang out with me. Did you say they have a new game like Night Chameleon in that you change your shape too? I just saw that last night. No, I didn't see that. If you have time off stream at another hour, could Trout send a message question that's a bit complicated? I won't if it's a bit too much. No, you can always send me something, hon. If you have a question, I'm happy to have a look whenever I have a moment. The best thing you can do, to be honest, and this goes for anybody, is DM me whenever the mood strikes you and you need to tell me something or ask me something, and then just be patient because it can take me a week a week sometimes to reply, sometimes longer if it's really really long. But there's a reason that I have those like unread messages that you guys kind of see off the corner when I show my Discord. It's because I make sure as much as I possibly can to leave messages unread so that I don't accidentally forget to reply to them. You know what I mean? Hi there, dearest Traza. How are you? It's good to see you. Matcha actually got an update recently that allows you to change your player shape and size. Oh, cool. Okay, wait, I think I did play that one then. I thought it was a different game. Like you can be like kind of blocky if you want, and I think you can be like big, medium, or small. Let me see here. I would rather have my favorite VTubers move their collab than miss my birthday. My birthday that I don't even celebrate. Damn strat. Let's see. Kinda, but here you draw the object. I'd celebrate your birthday. We will all celebrate Strat's birthday. Faux show. Hi there, beautiful Billy. I see that cutie cat child says hello. Hello to lovely cat child. And thank you for coming in. How are you? Rejoining the court automatically kicks me out for some reason, so had sent DM RP instead. I am unsure why Discord is doing that, but DMs work unaffected. Okay. I will have a look afterward. Thank you for making me aware of the situation, huh? I appreciate it. Yours is this month as well, Traza. And you have an interview, or you had an interview on Monday. They said they'd get back to me during this week, but I guess I'm going to spend the week anxious about it. I hate when places do that. That's so frustrating. I'm sorry, hun. I hope you treat yourself this weekend. Be kind to yourself, play your favorite games, eat your favorite food, like reward yourself for a job well done, and hopefully they'll get back to you soon. I'm okay. Work kicked my ass this week. Me and Kat are long distance, so this week was rough. Oh, I'm sorry, beautiful Billy. Please tell me that you guys have some kind of a plan to get past the long distance thing so that hopefully you can actually be together. When was Tao's birthday again? My birthday's September 22. I'm already treating myself. I'm tuned into the lovely Tao. Oh, Teresa, you're so sweet. Thank you, sweetheart. That's really cute. Oh, I appreciate the sentiment. And I am very, very, very humbled by the idea of me being a place for someone to actually treat themselves. Thank you. She's in Seattle and I'm in Minnesota. I've been getting ready to try and sell my house and apply for jobs out there. Oh, Billy, I really hope it works out. I really hope that you guys are able to get together soon. But I am really sorry. Long distance is tough. Long distance is really hard. This year will be the first time in multiple years that I get to have a day off from school, or uni on my birthday, which is pretty nice, but that's only because my birthday's on a Saturday anyway. Hey, I'll take what I can get. If it means a day off, then I'm happy for it, you know? As someone with multiple long distance partners, it is indeed hard, yeah. Sorry about the timing. I see the timestamps and content have you in the zone as you craft. I will admire the pretty artwork quietly. No, not at all, Trout. You're all good. I am just trying to lock in so that we can. I had hoped to get this done by the end of stream today. I don't think that's gonna happen, but we'll get pretty freaking close. Pretty freaking close. I'm just replying to you guys as I can. I think I may have mentioned this before, but this year's my final year of uni, and I will be leaving at the end of it. You're not graduating though. Oh, okay, fair enough. Fair enough. My first and final year of college. Don't blame me for that one. Thank you so much for setting that time, a sweetest strat. Good call. Strat being my god tier mod as usual. Um, 2 years in, and I just don't think another few years at what is essentially just another school just isn't worth it for me. That's fair, hon. That's fair. Save! I returned with beef I forgot I still had left over. Oh, yummy. The pot pie remains frozen. I apologize if you had your heart set on it. I did. How fucking dare. You know what? I think even though my heart was set on it, I will be satiated by the idea that you're enjoying this leftover beef. Thank you for the care package, precious Patricia. Also, Save, I want to tell you your song was hilarious. Your song was incredible. Speaking of mod, is Save also a mod for Discord as well? He is not. I don't know if he wishes to be a mod for the Discord as well. He's got a lot of other stuff on his plate. But Save, do you want to be a mod on the Discord as well? Do you want to be a paladin? A pouch pal knight of the pouch pals? I missed it, but glad you enjoyed. I took my beef tastes better pill for sure. My beef tastes better pill. Um, Tao, question of the day. Do you have a game you want to play but can't for any reason? Um, like on stream? I love one of my comfort games that I occasionally play if I have literally like 10 minutes even is I will restart a round of Mountain Blade Warband. I don't think it's something that I would play on stream though because the strategization of it would take me too much brain power to like be as interactive as I am with you guys. Um and then, of course, my favorite game to do a really quick speed run of, as quick as I can these days, is Prince of Persia: Sands of Time. The only reason that we have not played through Witcher 3 is because Blood of Dawnwalker is coming out. So, um, yeah, I think that's probably kind of it. I think those are probably all of my reasonings for things. Um, if there is comfort in sharing locations between partners, friends, and so on, some people pick a weekend to go geocaching and pick local locations for their SO to go to. See the cache, talk through the voice option of Discord, and take photos. Not for all. Wishes the best of luck and safe travels with good progress for anyone long distance. Absolutely, absolutely. No, that's a fun idea, actually. I like that. I guess it also depends if you're particularly kind of like outdoorsy as well, huh? um, a pouch paladin, as it were. It's true. I really want to, but cannot play Ace Combat 8 because it is not out yet. That's fair. That is valid. I certainly wouldn't decline being a Discord mod, but it's definitely just giving me a bug zapper if I happen to see something wrong. I will not actively patrol. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of what I was thinking as well. I mean, I'm happy to give you mod privileges. If you happen to be wandering around the Discord late at night and you see a suspicious figure in the alleyways. um well, excuses. Weak excuses. Email the creator. Yes, Draza. Right away, Draza. um yeah, MHA indeed. Save, why did it take you so long to remove those NSFW furry posts? No reason. Wow, they made the save icon on Discord. That's funny. I like that. I like that very much. So. Time to go plus ultra. Exactly. Exactly. Tao asking the right questions. Not plus ultra, plus paltra. Wait, what's paltra? I'm not gonna ask questions, but which furry though? Paltra is pal plus ultra. Oh, got it. Got it. Got it. Got it. Okay, fair. Good point. And thank you for the care package, Elsie. You played one more level of TMNT off stream, Zave. Tried Mona Lisa. the the DLC Lizard Girl character. She was quite fun. That's cool. Are you gonna play it some more? The tall demon lady from Dispatch could easily be turned into a rad dragon furry. I shall manifest that. It's true. It's true. What is her name? I can't believe I've forgotten it. Hey, Patricia, since that's your wife, what's her name again? Malevola. That's it. That's it. That's the one. Thank you, Patricia. I knew you were the right person to ask. Sort of on the topic of emailing devs to get a game early, a guy bought an early copy of Fallout 4 from Bethesda after he presented them with 2,000 bottle caps weighing a total of 11 pounds. Oh my god, that's actually really funny. Bethesda was so impressed that he gave the guy the copy. That's actually quite sick. I don't think that the money-hungry devs these days would ever dream of doing that anymore, but that's a very wholesome, that's quite a wholesome, artifact, you know? I'm glad you remembered my love for her. Of course, of course. Never really got into Naughty Dog, but I really love the music from it. All the music is pretty fucking awesome. Will you play more? I'm not sure if I'd get all the collectibles or not, but it's only 16 levels, I think, and they take like 7 minutes each, so I definitely intend to beat it at least once. That's awesome. Very cool. Hi there, beautiful Vanity. How are you? It's good to see you. I wish I had the internet quality that you get. The world would move at 2 times speed for me. Sometimes I load a page and have to wait 2 to 3 minutes for the images to be up. I would throw my computer. No way. I could not wait that long for anything to load. Right now I'm transmitting at 13,000 kilobytes per second, which isn't like insanely fast, but yeah, it's definitely fast enough to get web page requests back in less than 2 or 3 minutes. Thank you for the care package, Ozzy. Salute from Mazebot acquired. My PC is great, but the internet speed just keeps dipping here. Yeah, no, that's fair. Thank you so much for the head, that lovely light. Thank you, thank you. This song is from Full Metal. It is. I love that show. I remember waiting overnight or maybe even multiple days to download a postage stamp size resolution copy of the Star Wars Phantom Menace trailer in 1998 or maybe early 99. It was awesome. That's incredible, Save. Holy, wow. I think I probably did that shit like to get like footage for my AMVs that I used to make. But wow, that's amazing. Like for just the trailer too. Wow. I hope you should have carried that from computer to computer so that you could have the original the original with you at all times. Look at it and be like, ah, technology. How you have progressed. On the hoof. Thank you for the head pat, dearest Darth. Thank you, thank you. May I ask an art question in general, if that's okay? Holding an art process pickle. Of course, go for it. Hey there, Aphonic. Wait. Aphonic Scott. Hello, Scott. Welcome in. How are you? Oh, heck, bud. How are you going there, bud? How you know there, hey, bud? How are you? I don't know why that wound up turning me Canadian, but from these 16 pixels, the Shomer is looking awesome. Or that may be a cloud. Well, to be fair, he kind of has a cloud on him, so, you know, that's probably the proper interpretation no matter what. I did the same for AMVs. I and my bro were big fans of Inuyasha, and we would download the AMVs after hours of staring at the percent go up. I remember downloading other people's AMVs to make my own AMVs because I couldn't get the whole series of things easily, so I would just download the AMVs and then edit footage from those AMVs. Today we know that as theft, but well, I mean, it was derivative, you know, it wasn't quite theft. Like I took their edited stuff, right? And then, but I wouldn't like re-upload what they had made, right? Like not directly. I had like, you know, 70 AMVs on my computer.
Keep it up, good
and
job.
I just used those to make other things until I figured out how to download whole series. That was transformative content. There you go. It was. 20 megabytes per second is my average receiving internet. The sending is 450. Not slow, but not gonna win a race. That's fair, coding. That's fair. As long as you can watch your VTubers. You're back with your 733 mile tonight. Felt a bit rough. Oh, I'm sorry, precious politely. It might just be because your body was like expecting to do it like earlier in the day. That does happen. Like if you're if you have trained your body to go for a run at this particular time and then you're like, oh, I can't do that until a little bit later. Sometimes your body will be like, wait, what do you mean we're doing this now? Correction, he is cool. That was transformative content. Tao didn't know how to mute anything though. Are you watching me or something? Because goddamn, because halfway through Tao's AMV of Everybody Wants to Rule the World, it would play about 3 seconds of All Star because that was the only place she could find Kagome giving a thumbs up. I luckily did know how to mute things, but that was all I knew how to do. The endless amount of like Windows Movie Maker transitions that I used, oh man, they're pretty abysmal, I must confess. Oh man, that's funny. Did I mention I was giving shout outs to Save earlier that he's fucking hilarious? He's pretty fucking hilarious. The whole big bunch of you who partake in art have such lovely shading and rendering. I'm just confused how that comes to be. Like freehand over time rendering or studying lighting. My brain cannot process shading. So seeing so many utilize it beautifully both is impressive and confusing. I can tell you that I did study a lot of life drawing stuff, and I learned. Oh my god, it's been forever since I've. Is it the Vargas method? Hold on. I learned was it Vargas? Is that it? Nope, that's not it. Hold on. It's not the Loomis method. It's the other one. But I mean, they're kind of like they're a little bit similar. Loomis is what people traditionally use when they're learning how to do portraiture and lighting and shadow and stuff like that. So what you do is, let me see if I can find a I don't know how to describe Loomis as well as I let me see. Portrait painting methods. Okay, I'm sorry. This is a little bit too loud. I'm skipping that one. Let me see. Ugh. Hold on. Man, I wish I could remember the other method. Anyway, I'll just show you. Planes. There we go. Okay, so this is a very basic version of this, but so you can actually attribute this to absolutely any material, any object, anything. And basically it's a method to show or for like you to kind of memorize to figure out what planes make up organic surfaces. So here, for example, you can look at this and you know this is a human head, right? All you have to do is kind of paint by number to start with. So you start out by blocking out the bigger parts, right? Like this. And then you break it down more. You break it down into even smaller bits, and then you start kind of painting based on, or coloring or shading based on, this guy is chiseled, based on the, Oh my goodness, Nath is calling a lot today. Hold on, sorry, one sec.
Lord. Okay, hi. Sorry. I'm back. What was I talking about? I don't remember what I was saying. Welcome back, Precious Politely. Welcome back, Awesome Aussie. Welcome back, beautiful Penalty. Want to thank you for Tau, for fixing the Minecraft pouch from. My pleasure, sweetie. I'm so sorry. I'm completely inept in the realm of Minecraft, so I needed all of the instructions ever. But thank you so much. Thank you to Aussie for sending me the instructions, and to all the Precious Pals for being so patient while I figured out how the fuck to try and fix it. But I'm really happy to see you guys back in it. It makes me very happy to see you guys enjoying that that realm. To zoom out, I need a thumbnail pic. Okay. How's that? Welcome back to the set. Oh, Loomis, that's it. Thank you. Okay, yeah. Oh, hey, it's literally right here. Okay. So, Loomis, yeah, it's this, in order to make human faces a little bit more like manageable, you start by blocking out really, really vast swaths of color, smoothing them together, making them smaller, and that way you're gradually carving out, kind of like clay. You're gradually carving out these 3D surfaces by using hue shifts, saturation shifts, and generally speaking, you do need a reference image for like several years. You'll need the reference image, and if you're trying to do an actual photo of someone who currently exists, you'll definitely need an ongoing photo, likely. But after a certain amount of time, you do kind of start to preempt and visualize the human face like this, and you can break it down, and that's kind of what I am doing on a very, very basic level. If that makes sense, right now. Like if I were to break down, hold on, let me show you. Actually, who's facing more front? Neither of us. We both have 3/4. Okay, but here, let me show you something. So it all starts with what everybody knows, right? Like you got to split down the middle, and then you got to split your face into these quadrants, right?
Pretty lady.
Pretty lady, it's true. But because we are already establishing this as 3D simply by virtue of having this like 3/4 angle, you can kind of block out this side. You know, the human temple is quite flat, so the temple's like around there, and so you don't have to worry too much about this, especially because her hair's covering it. But anyway, from there you can start to kind of break down the different planes. So when I was drawing this, I'm visualizing it like this. All right. And then again, I would break it down even more from here, but like sorry, this is such a mess, but anyway, it's kind of something along these lines. And then when you get to like the eye socket area, that's also really, really specific. Because people eyeballs are they curve inward in a weird way, like the socket does. And obviously since I have like this stylized kind of semi-anime style, it's not gonna be quite as refined as like a realistic painter. But you can kind of, if I like move this off of here, right, you can sort of see
the relationship between that and like this, right? And yeah, at some point you just kind of internalize what the uh um, 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 um what the planes are in a human face. I am not a portrait painter, so I have very basic understanding of that, but it's enough to get by with the style that I've developed. Does that make sense? So this is how you design a mech helmet for Polly's character. That would work. True, actually, and welcome back, Precious Patricia. Damn, she is chiseled. She sure is. Look at that jawline. It makes sense. Valor isn't very refined, but she sure is chiseled. It's true. We actually have some abs coming in here as well. It looks like a Lethal Company cursed mask when you move it off. I know it does, doesn't it? It really does. Thank you for the care package, Elsie. This image is pretty much all the boss saw after Valor made her surrender and Tau came over to talk. It's true, actually. Oh, yeah, Valan, yeah. I really like how you light and shade the characters you draw. It's like a signature of your style. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I think I do have a kind of a slightly more, I think I have a slightly more, what is the word? Like, my shading and highlighting and rendering style is more painterly than my actual illustration style. Because I kind of do, I kind of start by doing cell shading, because I really like cell shading. But as time has gone on and I've realized the importance of like softer lines and softer lighting, I now will occasionally like blur things out just like a tad. Like you'll see me do it from time to time. I've done it in a few little spots, especially on really subtle places like on the face. Like I've gotten there's actually a suggestion of like the right here. There's like a suggestion of the what are they called? It's the smile. It's where the smile lines go. But even just having a tiny suggestion of that makes the drawing look like it has a little bit more dimension, even if it's like a subconscious thing. Like that very strong and stark lighting, very cool. Oh yes, I do that. I am a very saturated person in all ways. Time to go scream into my pillow and attempt to fall asleep. Oh, don't do that. Trust me, you'll hurt your voice. Don't do that. But I do wish you luck with falling asleep, sweetheart. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, darling. Also, Trout, I hope that kind of helps to answer your question a little bit. I do recommend people study. I didn't do the Loomis method, right? But it's the other one that I did. But as usual, just like with my favorite artist, I forgot his name. So thank you, Brain. Does anybody remember his name? George Stavrinos. Look at me go. I did it. I'm so good. Got to love when you catch yourself from saying something stupid. Oh, what did you, wait, me or you? Who said what? What almost was said that was stupid, hey? Tau should become a tattoo artist, and I would definitely go to the Precious Pals tattoo shop. Hell yeah. I actually am, I do work with tattoo artists. I don't have the training to actually tattoo people, but I have made like flash stuff that people enjoy at various places. Not since I've moved to Australia, but when I lived in the States. Me, don't worry about it. Oh no, I'm sorry, honey. That helps a lot. Having it be shown and explained so thoroughly cleared up quite a bit. Shading do be difficult for me, so I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I largely cannot see color, so this way makes more sense. Yeah, no worries. Well, and also a lot of portrait artists and like actual trained professional illustrators who do painterly stuff will start their entire thing, like their entire process of they'll start everything with black and white so that they can get a good understanding of their values. Like they'd probably say that what I've done here is a little too saturated or a lot, but it is a good way. It is actually a really good way to comprehend what how much lighting is impacting your art and whether you need to kind of mute some of your colors or not, right? But I'm obsessed with saturation, even though I really, really love and respect artists. Most of my favorite artists, like online, are actually they do like pastel, or as Australians say, pastel art. It's way, way, way gorgeous, but it's also not nearly as saturated as my stuff. I think it's kind of like how I really like to I like to vibe in like relaxed Twitch channels and watch really relaxing stuff because I'm so high energy and constantly like moving and stuff. So when I get a chance to like vibe, my vibe is actually being quiet and watching people who make my heart rate go down. um Let me see. The best way I can describe Tao's art style is a semi-realistic fantasy art style. Oh, do you reckon? Do you reckon? I haven't had many people consider my art realistic, but I can appreciate that, hun. I can appreciate that. I've been told more often than not, and now I describe my art this way, that it looks like someone who really liked anime but grew up watching Disney. I would absolutely want Tao to tattoo me if she ever got the qualifications for it. I would even want her to do my first tattoo. Seriously? Aw, thank you. I'm so flattered. I would love to do that. That'd be so cool. High energy you may be, you still help me relax and chill out. I'm so happy to hear that, sweetie pie. Tao is a vibe. Well, Precious Politely is one of those places to chill out, by the way, as is Sweetest Save. There's a reason that I constantly am like talking up these two because I like I said, I need to be in spaces where I'm able to relax and not be bombarded by the stuff that I bombard myself with on a daily basis, where I'm like, screeching and squealing and yelping and freaking out and stuff. And having the stability that Save or Politely provide in their streams is like so cathartic. Pastel, or as Australians say, pastern. Oh my god. I bombard Tao with love. I love it. Give me more love. Wonderful Wyvern Ree. Welcome in, gorgeous. How are you doing? Congrats on partner. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, beautiful. How are you? So good to see you. Hi, Koda. My little doggy is here. Wait, let me see if I can, hold on. Let me see if I can get you guys a little picture of my puppy. He's being really cute. He looks scared. No, don't leave. Come back. Hold on. I want to show the pals. Come here. Okay, you stay right there. I'm gonna show the pals how cute you are, okay? There he is. Hi. Hi. Puppy. Hi, baby. Smiley. A little smiley boy. Puppy, hi. Hi, baby. Hey, hey. Oh, you're so pretty. Oh, you're so pretty. Yeah, so good boy. You're so sweet. You're so sweet. Itchy? Itchy? Oh, are you leaving? Are you leaving? Tada? Buddy? Buddy? Good sit, baby. Good boy. He's funny. He's a funny boy. All right. Oh, good. More low battery. Oh, fuck. My iPad is dying so fast these days. He looks scared. No, don't leave. Come back. Oh, that's very dark dialogue. Uh-oh. Didn't even think about that. That does sound a bit dark. Hold on. Let me go get my charger once. All right. I'm back. He is like a vanilla ice cream with salted caramel drizzled on it. I know. Nathan and I, we tell him that he's our caramel macchiato. He looks like a little caramel macchiato. Like before you mix up the macchiato part or the caramel part or whatever. I don't know what I'm saying. All right. Low battery, gotta love it. How, would a wireless charger be compatible with an iPad? I don't think so, and if it were, I just don't sit properly for it to work, if that makes sense. Boop. Okay. Back to art. Could be so cute and so fluffy. The real star of the show. It's true. I just babysit the channel until he's available for a little petting, a little puppy petting. I'm great playing Dead by Daylight with a friend from high school. How you? I'm great, sweetie. I'm so happy that you're getting to play with your friend. That's awesome. It has been a while. I've gotten hair a fair amount of Coda barks by now. It's true. It's true. Hello, lovely. Welcome on in, gorgeous. Effie. Oh my gosh, and just as I was about to turn off the raids too, that's crazy. Great timing. Hi there, gorgeous. How are you? Welcome, welcome, Raiders. Raiders, if you got a raid and run, that's totally cool. If you'd like to stick around, we'd love to have you. We're currently working on a D&D commission. I will mute this a little bit more as far as like colors go. There we go. How are you, beautiful Effie? It's so good to see you. Welcome on in. Congrats on partner. Thank you so much, darling. I so appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. How have you been, you guys? This is the absolutely exceptional Drive You Batty, aka Effie the Cat, who hath graced the realm with a splendid array of gaming delights. From the depths of horror to the heights of FPS, their stream is a veritable feast for the senses. One moment they are conquering FF14, the next they are embarking on scientific expeditions. Truly a jester and a scholar both. Their court welcomes all, so come hither and partake in the merriment. 100%. Hello. How was your stream, beautiful? It's so good to see you. I have missed you. It feels like it has been far too long. Would you like to let us know when your next stream will be and what you will be streaming? And while you let us know that, I will actually turn this on for the very first time today. We haven't used our little video at all, so here's a little about us. Sweet.
Vtuber self-introduction Q&A. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
What's your nickname?
Tau.
What kind of Vtuber are you?
A Thylacine.
Date of birth?
September 22.
How old are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pronouns?
She, they.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Where are you from?
Tasmania.
Great thing about you.
Inclusivity and
Now
creativity.
perform a quick impression. Where can we find you?
Twitch and more.
Catchphrase 1.
Welcome to the pouch.
Catchphrase 2.
You are now a pouch.
Fan emojis.
Corn and crown.
Live tag.
I'm live.
Fan art tag.
TauTassie art.
Fan name.
Precious pals.
Favorite color.
Dark red.
Hobbies.
Art and anything outdoors.
What's your skills?
I have a few.
Best you love to yourself.
Confess, I tell you all the time.
Favorite food.
Corn.
Favorite drink.
TV static.
Favorite manga.
Norigami.
Favorite anime.
Also Norigami.
Favorite game.
Witcher 3.
Favorite music.
Glass animals.
Biggest fear.
Water.
Who's your idol? What's your dream?
To make the world a little better than when I got here.
Holy and go.
Feel free to join the pouch for an 18+ space of inclusivity and cozy chaos. Thank you so much for watching, and welcome to the pouch. Hi, sorry, I'm muted. I muted myself. Fuck! I did that again. Let's see. I've been starting later at weird times the last little bit due to heat and silly stuff. Oh, it's never silly, sweetheart. I hope that you're still enjoying streaming and stuff. I know that you're bringing a lot of joy to the wonderful, wonderful residents of the castle. Let's see. Tonight at around 10-ish. Okay, awesome. EST. I have a thing I'm doing before, but we're gonna do RV there yet and Big Walk. Very cool. Who are you playing with, or are you just gonna do it by yourself? Those are co-op games, right? How's Art and Cozy Time been? It's been so good. Oh, are you also does Bernti also know about the lovely Effie? I randomly got raided, I believe. I think that's right, Effie. I think that's right. How long has it been? And we just tag back and forth. It's true. It's true. Let me see. Oh, thank you for the scuff. Streaming is fun and fun. I think Missy and some friends, not sure yet. That's awesome. You've known Bernty for years? Let's go. Bernty is good peeps. I agree. I do agree. But Effie, it's such a pleasure to have you. Thank you so much for coming on in, bringing your amazing, amazing community in. Yeah, they are co-op games. You guys, please check out beautiful Effie, aka Drive Ya Batty. She's gonna be streaming about 10-ish EST tonight. She'll be doing RV There Yet and Big Walk with Missy and some friends. In case those of you who have not been here for a bit don't know me, hi there, I'm Tal. I'm a Tasmanian Tigers Vtuber and variety streamer based in Tasmania, Australia. Also a professional artist, so if you come on Fridays, which is today's Friday, you can help me decide what we work on and also request music. We also are doing first-time playthroughs of Persona 5 Royal and Final Fantasy 14 Heaven's Ward. And so even though we don't want any backseating or spoilers for those, if you want to come in and see someone who has never played either of those, please consider coming through. We also do demo day where you guys get to suggest demos and then we play them on stream. But yes, it's such a pleasure to have you. It's so good to see you. I want to say congrats and see what art you got going on. Oh, thank you so much, beautiful Batty. I do appreciate it. Thank you, lovely. Seriously. It is such a joy to see you in your awesome community. But just real quick before I forget, because I keep forgetting to say this, I know you've been streaming those long hours, so please make sure that you go and practice some after stream care. Do you need to go shower, go eat, go walk, go sleep, whatever you gotta do, please go ahead and do so. And I will take the best care of your lovely community until you come on back for them. However, if you would rather just stick around and keep on hanging out with us, we would love to have you. Thank you ever so much for the raid, beautiful. Hey there, gorgeous Gunham. Welcome on in. How are you? So nice. Thank you for being you. Thank you for being you. You are so nice. You are so lovely. It's so nice to see you. I feel like I never get to see you anymore. I think because my schedule changed and then you've been, suffering from heat. I know the time change. Yeah, the fucking time change killed me. I'm gonna stick around, but I'm gonna grab some food and be back. All good, gorgeous Effie. No worries at all. It has been long. It has. Thank you so much, beautiful. We will continue to do our ting. But thank you very much for the raid. You guys, please check out the lovely Effie, who very kindly brought her community in here. Another vampire, by the way. Got another vampire VTuber in here. Hell yeah, I'll BRB. Need some noms. Absolutely. Yo, it a goober. Hi there, Binkle. Welcome in, beautiful Binkle. How are you? I am indeed a goober. I forgot. Thank you for reminding me. Where did I rate in from? Bonky, you rated in with Effie the cat. Sorry, not Effie the cat. Effie was a cat. She rebranded, and now I'm advertising that. You rated in with Drive Ya Batty. I was very close to her when she was a cat. So now I'm still getting used to her being a bat. And the rhyme. Tao's our favorite goober, and is the best goober in the world. Right up there with Vtuber, except more socially competent than her. Oh, that's generous. That's generous of you to say. For you, your art style, I mean, not completely realistic, but a fantasy realistic. Like Monster Hunter is fantasy, but they try to make it realistic. Gotcha. How long was I distracted? I don't even recognize that. Oh, well, actually, you could have come in with Save File 17. Did you come in with Save File 17 instead? Or did you come in with, from even longer ago, Cider? the fox? Or bunny imp? Did you come up with bunny imp? Do any of these sound familiar? I'm surprised we never saw each other when she was a cat. Yeah, hey. Oh, it's Bunny Imp. Okay, great. Well, welcome in. It's a pleasure to have you. Yes, Bunny Imp did raid in, and that was so very kind of them. And it was a pleasure to welcome them and their community in. So welcome on in. Been playing Pal World, got very distracted. Hey, that is okay. Welcome to the actual realm of the pals. This is this community has existed as the pals since even before Pal World. So you are having palception as we speak. Dun dun dun. How many hours have you put into it, hun? The song is always so cute. It's adorable, isn't it, Lovely Light? So cute. A pal playing Pal World with their pal? Oh, that would be so pal. That would be palception. Yo, actually, if I lock in, I think I finished my highlights on Valor. So if I lock in, will I be able to... will we finish this tonight? It's possible. I'm not going to say probable, but definitely possible. Hours? Let me see. I got the game 13 days ago, and I have 133 hours. Very impressive. I'm so glad you're enjoying it so much. It's 3 a.m. for you, Lovely Light. Do you need to get some sleep, sweetie? This song is so cute, dude. It'd be so weird. I know the English version of the song. Oh yeah, no, that twists me up sometimes when I hear if I'm used to hearing the cover of a song in English, and then I get it fed to me in Japanese. I'm like, wait a second. A fellow mountain dweller. Ooh, we love our mountain dwellers. Huh. Actually, don't need that much brightness there. There. That's fine. A pleasure to meet my people. This was a lovely art stream. I'm glad you've been enjoying it, Patricia. We are still going for about another 15, 20 minutes. There's no need to snooze, is there? Nah, no need. No need to snooze. I am officially less than 2 hours away from getting the badge. It is all but mine already. It's true, hon. It's true. You've almost got your badge. Mord, hey, welcome back. How's the picture looking so far? It's good. We're how about 90, maybe 85% done. Because I still have to do rim lighting and I still have to do some more specific texturing. But we are close, very close indeed. You're going back to sleep? Good night, Mord. Thanks for coming in. What a thing events and rants of today's episode of Old Mate Downstairs. Stay tuned for it. Uh-oh. Don't worry, I'm not pissed, just amused. Fair enough, hon, fair enough. Very nice when I get to spend a long time here. This chat and the Discord are without a doubt some of my favorite spaces. Thank you very much, Tau, the Thylacine that lives in my computer, for creating such wonderful places for us to hang out in. I'm so glad you enjoy it, precious Patricia. It's one of my favorite places of all time to hang out as well. I'm sure you're surprised by that, considering that it is something I have built in order to make sure that I don't have to deal with some of the other places on the internet. Thank you for the care package, Lovely Light. But seriously, thank you so much for all of you. You know, you all make this space and our Discord exactly what it is, which is cozy, comfy, warm, safe, and hopefully we can continue to do so for many years to come. I'm helping, yay! Of course you are, Lovely Light, always. Oh my gosh. Always, I wanna be with you and make believe with you. Yes, I'm so excited to see someone request Eraser. I love the flames so much on the hands. Oh, thank you. I'm so glad you like that. I think we spent like an hour on getting that effect right last week. I love the pebble and the flame. I know, isn't that fun? I like that you guys suggested that. That was very good. My little pocket of pebbles. Last one, running out of songs. Exhausted my anime playlist. Part 1. It's okay. You have what, 18 more parts or so? Yes, I do. I thought so. Personally, like pockets of chalk, in all honesty. I really like a pocket chalk. I adore a pocket chalk, dude. Pocket chalks are the best kind of chalks, if you ask me. All right, hold on. I gotta get rid of this so I can actually see underneath it. There we go. I wonder if pocket chalk can also be used like a pocket sand. I don't know. Pocket chalks are approximately owl shaped. So I don't think you can throw owls very nicely. That's abuse of animals. Hey there, Ginger. How are you? Welcome on in. I haven't even started suggesting songs in Hindi, and I have a massive playlist for that as well. Maybe one day. I would love to hear some Hindi music. That'd be sick. Feel free to request some of that sometime, Strat. We only have a few more minutes, but you could request some now if you want. Let me see how many songs are actually in the way. I'm good. Currently in the most Australian state there is. Wait, like in Australia? We have 2 more songs. Okay, so actually probably don't request anything right now. I think we'll literally do these last 2 songs and then we'll finish up. Okay? Oh no, in the States. Oh, wait, is there an Australian? I swear to God, if you say Florida. My God, that sneeze had recoil. Uh-oh. You did go to Florida. I gotta say, I actually don't think that Florida is a good embodiment for all of Australia. It was Florida. I knew it. Did you enjoy the great state of humidity? For any Floridians in the chat, I am not saying that your state is bad. I am just saying I think that there's other states that better represent Australia. Although, to be fair, it's hard to represent Australia because Australia is the size of the US. So it's kind of like trying to find a single state in Australia that embodies the US, which good luck with that because there's so many different climates and cultures and stuff around here. Global uppies. Yes, I can do some global uppies for you. There you go, Ozzy. Hey, Florida be great. There you go. I am. Oh, there you go. Beautiful Effie is in fact Floridian. Ta-da! I think by closeness in distance, I'd say that the West Coast generally is closer to Australia, both literally and figuratively. I think that's probably true. You have swamp puppies. They make great pets. No. Do not be grabbing the swamp puppies. Oh, you were saying Florida is that bad. Oh. The opposite of being in Florida is saying that Florida is that bad. Should we sing along? Let's all sing along and play Robot Unicorn Attack. I've seen a lot of crocodiles, freshies, and salties alike. Well, there you go. Swamp puppies be amazing. I had one in my backyard and almost got him to play fetch. What? Tao sings non-redeem redeem. All right, I can put the flames back in the hand. Boop. I used to live in the state of Florida. Aha! Florida also has crocodiles, specifically the American crocodile, which are also found in Cuba alongside their subspecies, the Cuban crocodile. There you go. I can't wait to go home. I genuinely hate being not home for so long. It's been like 3 months. 3 months. That is a long time. Holy. Wow. For the Red Cross, huh? You can't even like have a little, I don't know, weekend away or something? Like to go back home? That is a long time, hun. I hope you get to go home very soon. That's a long time to be away. Oops. If you want to lose a finger or two, never touch or hold a croc or a gator. No, I was in Cali for training and got the Red Cross. Oh, and flew across country. Got it. Oh, I'm sorry, hon. That sucks. Do they have like an end date for you? All right. Is that everything? Let me see. Was that the last song or? Oh no, Inertia. Inertia's the last one that we're gonna play, and then we gotta go. Then we gotta run. I gotta be up early tomorrow, so the 12th supposedly, but I don't trust the army end dates anymore. Oh, I'm sorry, hun. There's a lot of notifications there, huh? I hate that it does this. I'm like, why does it stop the I've been happy for the last 8 hours with a full screen application, and then it's like, oh, I'm gonna window that for you. Fuck off. Hope you have a nice sleep and a nice dinner. Thank you, Patricia. I will have some food after I get off of here because Nath is still not home, so I'll just go fucking make something. I'm starving. Busy. It's true. Pythons are not venomous. That's true. Some uppies for Patricia. Some uppies. Uppies. Good Patricia. They are constrictors. They will crush your bones instead of poison them. Envenom them. Use them in construction. They also date and take your money. Python? Python. Oh no, scavenger towel, a Vtuber without a burrito. I know, it's so tragic. I'm so hungry. That's why it was looking at me funny. Okay. Well, we made some excellent progress today, you guys. It's not done, but it's almost there. Let me have a look at who we might go and see real quick. Obviously, we're gonna go see someone doing art. Got to go see art. Oh, I saw that Cookie was live earlier, but I think she's oh. Oh, we could get in at the opening for Chokiko. Yeah, maybe we'll go do that. Let's go do that. Let's go see Choki. I will pause our music for this
Pretty
one,
lady.
and we will rank up some snivy music to say our farewells to. Oh, that's my save hat. My save hat has Chokiko's hand on it.
Communism.
Exactly. Surprise communism indeed. All right, cutie pies. Well, that is our stream for the day. Thank you so much for joining me for 8.5 hours. Bruh, you better be impressed. Capitalism! Stretch. Oh, I need to stretch more. Okay. All right. Finally an upgrade for me. Wait, what? Save is the ultimate upgrade. What are you talking about? That's like, having a save hat is like having the master sword, you know? Like, you can't get much better than that. All right. You guys, next time I see you, I'll be 31. Happy early birthday, sweetheart. Massive thank you to our incredible and outstanding raiders, many of whom are still here, and I greatly appreciate. We had the incredible and sweetest Save File 17. Please check him out. He and Greg are both fantastic Hearthstone streamers who also do some banging sponsorship stuff afterward. We have the dearest Drive Ya Batty, who has just come in, and I greatly appreciate seeing her. Long time no see. We have the Cutie Pie Cider the Fox Vtuber, fantastic streamer as well. Super cute. Very cute. I can't stop saying cute about her. She's also just quite chaotic and really fun. And we also haven't seen her for a while, and she's also someone who I've known for years. Then there's lovely Bunny Imp, a new friend we made. Yay! Thank you for being our new friend, beautiful Bunny Imp. Now, for our other precious pals who very generously have contributed to the Patreon with the absolute max that they possibly could. Thank you so much to Red Tempestus, lovely Hiyuki Yorino, amazing Umberkit 31, Cutie Pie Catashags, lovely Lavender Rose 26, and Radical Ryoko Stara. Thank you ever so much for the amazing support over there. You guys, if you are looking forward to seeing me on Sunday for Persona 5 Royal, then I will be thrilled to see you. If you are looking forward to seeing me even sooner, you can tune into Pocket Chalk stream tomorrow. I will be an hour-ish late for when the collab starts, but I will be there. Please go support Precious Pocky if you haven't. She is an amazing friend, an amazing person as well. And there you go. Real easy to follow her because I'll be on her channel tomorrow. Cutie Pies, if you are going to bed, I hope you sleep wonderfully well. If you have to do something else, I hope it's the best ever. And above all else, please take the best care of yourselves because you know I would take the best care of you.
Bye-bye.
I love you so much. I'll miss you terribly. You all have little pieces of my heart and my soul, and I'll see ya.
Bye-bye.
Tomorrow or Sunday, depending on where you want to see me.
Madame,
Mwah.
we
Surprise communism! Surprise communism! Capitalism!
Raw, darling.
Bye-bye.